Welcome to Lao Zhang audiobook. Now we are broadcasting the Chinese romance novel Secret Love Comes True. This article has been completed. Chapter 101. In the coffee shop, Yiran stood up to greet Xiao's father and mother who had come to accept her invitation. She smiled and said, "Uncle," and "Hello." Xiao's mother looked at her with a very complicated expression, but she still managed her expression and did not speak too harshly to make herself look normal. She said to Yiran, "What do you want to do by asking us to come?" Yiran went straight to the point and said, "And I want to see Ajie." Xiao's mother said, "But Ajie doesn't want to see you." "Yes, so I would like to ask Uncle and Aunt to help persuade Ajie to agree to meet me, okay?" Xiao's father, "No, if he says he doesn't want to see, then there is no need to meet again. We respect his decision and will not arrange anything for him." The attitudes of the two were very clear, and they directly rejected Yiran's request. But Yiran did not want to give up. She pointed to the seat and said to Xiao's father and mother, "Uncle, Aunt, please sit down first." Xiao's mother still sat down. Since she was here, she didn't want to be aggressive. Xiao's father and mother sat opposite Yiran. 然后 Father Xiao said, "Miss Yi, I don't understand why you want to see Ajie so much." Yiran pursed her lips. In front of the two elders, her attitude was not arrogant at all. She treated them with respect. She said, "Ajie has done such a thing. I am really sad. I have something to say to him." "What?" Mother Xiao asked directly and then said in a cold tone, "If you have anything to tell him, I can help you bring it to him. Anyway, he doesn't want to see you now." Yiran heard this and sighed softly. "Then do you know why he doesn't want to see me?" "Why else?" "Of course, it's because he is disappointed in you, so he doesn't think it's necessary to meet you again." Mother Xiao looked at Yiran. This was the first time she and Yiran met formally. They had met before, but it was on video. This was the first time they talked face to face. Before Yiran broke up with Xiao Kaijie also asked Yiran to talk to them when he video called them. Although they were separated by mobile phones, they still knew each other. Therefore, Xiao's father and mother also regarded Yiran as their future daughter-in-law, but they also knew that Yiran did not like Xiao Kaijie. In this relationship, it was their son's wishful thinking. The two had persuaded Xiao Kaijie many times, but Xiao Kaijie was too persistent, so they just let him go. They hoped for the best for them from the bottom of their hearts. Even if Yiran did not like Xiao Kaijie, they did not target Yiran. Now that she had such an end, Xiao's mother began to hate Yiran. Yiran said apologetically, "I'm sorry for causing such great harm to Ajie." Xiao's father, "Miss Yi, it's meaningless to say this now. You are now children in school. It is your freedom to fall in love. Ajie has indeed been hurt, but it is also his own fault. You don't need to feel guilty." 然后 Yiran rubbed her hands together, lowered her head and remained silent. In front of the two old people, she felt a little embarrassed. But she understood their feelings. As parents, it is impossible not to feel uncomfortable when a good son becomes like this. Yiran bit her lip. She didn't know why she wanted to see Xiao Kaijie, but she felt that now that things had come to this point, she should go see him. Even if it was just a few greetings and comfort, she would feel better, but now she had no chance. In the past, Xiao Kaijie would definitely be very happy to know that she was going to find him and he would meet her no matter how far away she was. Now, when he was at his lowest, he didn't want to see her anymore. Xiao's mother said, "You were together willingly and you broke up willingly, including Ajie's behavior of hurting others and himself. He should pay for it himself." After she finished speaking, she took out a bank card that she had prepared in advance from her bag and placed it in front of Yiran. Yiran immediately looked at her with a slightly changed expression. "What do you mean?" Xiao's mother said, "There are 2 million here." Now Ajie doesn't want to see you, so I will give you the money on his behalf. Yiran frowned. Why did he give me so much money? Xiao's father, actually, to be precise, we gave it to you on his behalf, and he didn't know about it. Xiao's mother, yes, this money is regarded as the breakup fee that Ajie gave you. You have been with him for such a long time, and it has been hard for you. You obviously don't like him, but you still have to put yourself in a difficult position. As far as I know, he didn't give you any expression when you broke up. This is a little compensation. I also hope that you will not look for Ajie again in the future. No matter how many years he will be sentenced this time, I hope you can break up with him completely and don't feel guilty about him, so don't do anything for him and continue to give him alms. Yiran's tears suddenly flowed down. Auntie, I can't take this money and I don't want to give him anything. Xiao's mother continued, my son, no matter what he becomes, he is still my son. We accept that it is you who has done it. I believe that he should be sober after this time, so don't look for him anymore. He doesn't want to see you because he doesn't dare to face you or because he feels ashamed. Anyway, he has made a decision, which means that he has completely cut off ties with you. So, don't contact him anymore. Just break up completely. Don't be friends when he comes out. He can't afford to be hurt anymore. After saying this, Xiao's father and mother left the cafe, leaving the bank card on the table. 然后 Yiran suddenly covered her face with her hands and cried sadly. Even if they said that everything was Xiao Kaijie's own fault, the guilt in her heart did not decrease. She always felt that she was sorry for Xiao Kaijie, which led to today's situation. Miss, what's wrong with you? Do you need help? There were not many people in the cafe. Seeing Yiran crying so sadly, the waiter thought she was bullied, so he came over to ask with concern. Yiran shook her head, raised her head, took a tissue to wipe her tears, and said, thank you for your concern, I'm fine. The waiter, I'm glad you are fine. If you need any help, just tell me. No, Yiran put the bank card in her bag and left the cafe. She chased after them, but Xiao's father and mother had already taken a taxi and left, leaving only the tail of the car. Yiran felt bad. She clutched her small backpack, and pain rose in her heart. She thought Xiao Kaijie's parents would scold her or even beat her, but she didn't expect that they would use this method and even said that it was their son's problem and had nothing to do with her. She wondered if she and Xiao Kaijie had not broken up and chose to marry him, would the result be completely different from now. In the hot summer, the sun was too dazzling, but Yiran felt extremely sad in her heart. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears and drove to the house where she and Xiao Kaijie used to live together. She never came again after the breakup, and the password to the door was not changed. After entering, all the furnishings in the room remained the same, and it was still exactly the same as before she left. She knew that Xiao Kaijie was a very careful and persistent person. Not to mess up all this, he wanted to deceive himself and tell himself that she had not actually left and was still by his side. Yiran sat on the floor in front of the sofa, holding the pillow on the sofa in her arms, with a burst of bitterness in her heart. Chapter 102. 2 days before school started, Lu Keke went to Lin Suizhou's house again. Lin Suizhou had to go to work during the day, so she went there at night. The time she went was just when Lin's father and mother went out for a walk after dinner. Lu Keke thought of what she said to Su Mian last time. She sat in the game room, secretly looking at Lin Suizhou, who was dressed neatly today. Suddenly she said, aren't you hot today? Lin Suizhou looked at her with a gentle look in his eyes. No, what's wrong ya? Lu Keke gritted her teeth secretly, turned her head away, thinking that she was asking a stupid question, and said nothing. She pointed to the stack of game discs and said, go and fix it, I want to play the one from last time. Okay, Lin. Suizhou followed her instructions, put the game disc he played last time into the game console, and sat back next to Lu Keke. This time it was a boxing game in PK mode. In the game screen, Lu Keke's game character was fighting against Lin Suizhou's game character, and the two were in a one-on-one duel. In the first round, Lu Keke lost. Lin Suizhou suddenly said, "What's wrong with you today? You are not in the right state, how can I beat you? It's not normal to beat me, you are not bad." Lu Keke said. Lin Suizhou raised his eyebrows. "Something's wrong with you, are you in a bad mood?" Lu Keke's face was slightly stunned. "In a bad mood? Is she? It shouldn't be. How can playing games make her feel bad? Only studying can make her feel painful." However, she really couldn't tell what she was happy about now. It was obvious that she came here today not only to play games, but also to see the good figure of the handsome man. Her sister-in-law was right, she was just appreciating beauty, but she couldn't appreciate this beauty today, so of course she couldn't be happy. It was like the feeling of loss when she got pocket money as a child and ran to the bakery to buy her favorite bread but found out that the bread was sold out. So, she couldn't help but ask Lin Suizhou again, "Are you really not hot?" Lin Suizhou looked at her with a little unreal eyes, with the corners of his mouth raised, and asked back, "Should I say hot or not hot?" Lu Keke. What the hell? What does he mean? Lu Keke was a little annoyed and said unhappily, "You are not hot, I am hot, I want to eat ice cream." Hearing this, the smile hidden in Lin Suizhou's eyes deepened. He gently touched Lu Keke's hair and said, "I'll go to the refrigerator to get it for you." Yet, Lin Suizhou got up and went downstairs. 然后陆克克 put down the game controller and waved her fist at his back, as if she wanted to beat him up. "You bastard, you took off your clothes when you were told not to, and you didn't take them off when I asked you to. By the way." Lin Suizhou suddenly turned around. "What do you want to eat?" "Flavor." He turned around unexpectedly and saw Lu Keke, who was frowning and waving her fist at him fiercely. Lu Keke's face froze, and she suddenly retracted her hand and sat down, pretending to be a good girl. Lin Suizhou raised his eyebrows, and the smile in his eyes deepened. He raised his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly. As if he didn't see her hideous look just now, he asked again, "What flavor do you want to eat?" Lu Keke said with a stern face, "Vanilla." "Okay." Lin Suizhou went downstairs. The obedient smile on Lu Keke's face immediately disappeared, and she waved at his back a few times again before picking up the game controller again and starting a new game. This time, the opponent was randomly matched, and the opponent was quite powerful. She stared at the screen with her eyes and pressed the buttons on the game controller hard, as if she was about to break them all. At this time, Lin Suizhou came up with ice cream. He saw the scene of Lu Keke beating the opponent in the game fiercely. He sat next to her and heard Lu Keke muttering, "Beat you to death, beat you to death, you stinky bastard." Lin Suizhou looked at the ice cream in his hand and his mind moved. He scooped a piece with a spoon and handed it to Lu Keke's mouth. Lu Keke took a second to take a look and said, "What? Wait until I finish this game before eating." Lin Suizhou said, "If you wait any longer, it will melt and it won't taste good." Okay. Lu Keke felt that what he said made sense, and opened her mouth to eat the ice cream he handed over. Lin Suizhou continued to feed the next bite, and Lu Keke continued to eat. Game over. However, the game was lost. She was going crazy. I actually lost. Lin Suizhou handed the ice cream to her mouth and said, "Take a bite and cool down." Lu Keke. She had time to look at him. In order to feed her ice cream, Lin Suizhou sat very close to her and their shoulders were almost touching. She turned her head and could also face his face very closely. 然后 looking at his hand holding the spoon, Lu Keke suddenly recalled the last time she saw him with his upper body exposed. Suddenly, her cheeks were abnormally hot. If he was not wearing clothes now, would they be considered skin-to-skin contact? That picture should be. Wait, Lu Keke's wild imagination was immediately stopped by herself in time. She was thinking about something unhealthy. No, she couldn't think about it. It was wrong and immoral to imagine that her rocks and she were skin-to-skin contact. She took the ice cream and spoon from Lin Suizhou's hand and said, "I'll do it myself, don't feed me." Okay, Lin Suizhou didn't force it. After taking several mouthfuls of ice drinks, Lu Keke finally calmed down. She suddenly asked, "Brother Suizhou, have you never been in love?" Lin Suizhou said, "No." "Why?" Lin Suizhou turned his head away. "Why else? You can't just fall in love whenever you want." Lu Keke asked curiously, "Isn't it the same for you? You should be able to fall in love whenever you want, right?" You are so outstanding. Is there anyone you can't chase?" Lin Suizhou said, "Yes." Lu Keke was stunned when she heard it. "Is there really someone you like?" Yet Lin Suizhou turned his gaze back to look at her with an elusive luster in his eyes. He whispered, "It's mainly because the person I like also has someone she likes." 就是 How do you think I should chase her? Chapter 103. Lu Keke gave Lin Suizhou a look that asked, "Are you stupid?" and suggested, "How else can I chase her? Of course, I will chase her hard and do everything I can to chase her." Lin Suizhou immediately showed a meaningful smile. "I see. I'll try harder, but it's not the right time yet." "Why?" Lu Keke thought about it and suddenly said, "Damn, is she already with someone else? Are you going to be a mistress?" Lin Suizhou. Lu Keke felt that she was right, so she began to persuade him earnestly, "Don't, there are so many beautiful women in the world. You don't have to be so cheap to be a mistress. Uncle and aunt only have you as a son, how heartbroken they will be when they know it." She was so imaginative that Lin Suizhou felt helpless. "Should I thank you for thinking about me so much? Of course, you are my brother and you should care about me as my sister." She said it as a matter of course. Lin Suizhou, who was still smiling just now, suddenly couldn't laugh. In her heart, she really always regarded him as her brother, and when she mentioned that he had someone he liked, she didn't even show a trace of discomfort, and even generously encouraged him to chase after that person. It can be seen that in her heart, he is a role with no identity except her brother. Lu Keke noticed that Lin Suizhou's expression was a little strange, so she asked, "Is everything I said true, ya?" Is the person you like married? Or does she have a boyfriend now?" "Neither. Put away your wild imagination." Lin Suizhou took the empty ice cream box from her hand, threw it into the trash can, and asked her, "Do you want to play more?" Lu Keke stood up. "No, I want to go home." Lin Suizhou glanced at the time. "So early?" "Well, I'm going back to do my homework." The teacher assigned a set of test papers in the group. I can't finish it. I can't finish it at all," Lu Keke said depressedly. Lin Suizhou, "Then I'll take you there." Lu Keke, "No need, we have a driver." "It's okay, I'll take you there." He led her out of the game room, then took the keys to the motorcycle and shook it in his hand. "I'll ride you there, do you want to?" Lu Keke's eyes lit up. "Yes." Lin Suizhou smiled, took out another helmet and gave it to her, saying, "Let's go." Lu Keke took the pink helmet in her hand and opened her mouth in surprise. "Damn, this can't be the helmet you prepared for the person you like. Would it be bad if I wear it now? Girls always mind these things." Lin Suizhou said without thinking, "It is indeed prepared for the person I like." When Lu Keke heard this, she immediately didn't want to wear it. "Then forget it." Lin Suizhou immediately changed his words. "I was just kidding, I actually bought it for you." "For me?" Lu Keke's eyes widened. "It's yours." Lu Keke smiled brightly. "Are you really buying it for me?" Lin Suizhou didn't expect her to be so happy. Looking at her smile, his heart suddenly softened. "Really, you can tell from this pink color. It's your favorite style. I know you like racing." I thought I might have a chance to take you out to play in the future, so I prepared a helmet for you in advance. This explanation made 陆克克 laugh. Ha ha ha, brother 穗周, you are so nice. She hugged 林穗周, then quickly retreated, looking at the pink helmet in her hand lovingly, and said with a smile, I really like this color too much. 就是 You really know me very well, her sudden hug surprised 林穗周. Although they were separated at the touch, it was also very difficult for him. He lowered his eyes and stared at her blankly. 陆克克's mind was only on the helmet. She tried it on her head, then took out the small mirror in her backpack and looked at it. She was very satisfied. It looks good, beautiful, and cool. Let's go. You will take me home today. 林穗周 came back to his senses, okay. As soon as the two of them left the house, Lin's father and mother came back from their walk. Looking at the two of them, Lin's mother said, Is 克克 going back? Yes, Auntie, I'm sorry to bother you during this period. I won't come here when school starts in 2 days, and I don't have time to play in the 3rd year of high school. Lin's mother said quickly, No, how could I bother you? As she said that, she glanced at Lin Suizhou and continued, In fact, there is time in the 3rd year of high school. Isn't there time on weekends? And there is also winter vacation. You can come and play anytime after you finish your homework. 陆克克 smiled and said, Thank you, Auntie, let's talk about it later. Okay, then you should go slowly on the way back. Got it. Lin Suizhou went to the garage to ride the motorcycle out. 陆克克 put on the helmet and sat in the seat behind him. The motorcycle drove away with a bang. 陆克克 was caught off guard and bumped forward, hitting Lin Suizhou's back directly. Her helmet hit him hard on his back. Oh no! 陆克克 actually didn't have much chance to ride a motorcycle. She was picked up by a driver when she went to and from school. Although she liked motorcycles, she couldn't drive a car at her age, so she had no experience and bumped into Lin Suizhou's back, which made her feel very guilty. This helmet is of good quality and heavy. It must be very painful to hit it hard. She pushed open the windshield of the helmet and shouted loudly, Are you okay? Did it hurt you? Lin Suizhou said, No, you have to sit well and don't move around. This car is not as stable as a car. Okay, I know. The back seat of the motorcycle is a little tilted. 然后陆克克 sat in the back and couldn't help but get close to Lin Su's house back. Although she felt that this was inappropriate. For safety reasons, she still got close to his back and pinched the hem of Lin Suizhou's clothes with both hands. You pinched my waist, it's itchy. Lin Suizhou suddenly said. 陆克克, what should I do? I have nowhere to hold on. Lin Suizhou said, just hug me. Oh. Will this offend you too much? Lin Suizhou. Is she sure she knows what she is saying? Who offended whom? But it doesn't matter. Since she thinks so, don't blame him for being rude. It's okay, it's not offensive, just hug me. If you don't hug me, I'll fall easily. 陆克克 said, Okay then. Since she got his consent, 陆克克 was no longer timid. She hugged Lin Suizhou's waist from the back. He didn't have such close contact with boys either, but because the man in front of him was his familiar brother, he was less guarded against him and felt that it didn't matter to hug him. But her mind quickly began to imagine wildly, and she thought of Lin Suizhou without clothes. She was hugging him through a t-shirt now. If there was no clothes in between, just holding his waist in her arms, it would suddenly feel a little subtle. 陆克克 was getting more and more excited. Suddenly, the speed of the car gradually slowed down. It was Lin Suizhou who slowed down and stopped directly on the side of the road. 陆克克 asked, What's wrong? Lin Suizhou said, If you want to hug me, just hug me. 谢. Don't move your hands. It will itch. 陆克克 was embarrassed. It seemed that she had just touched his abdominal muscles unconsciously in her fantasy. Although it was through her clothes, she did move. Lu Keke quickly assured, I know, I won't move. Chapter 104. On the way. Lin Suizhou didn't ride very fast, much slower than before. Lu Keke said, why are you so slow suddenly? I'd better ride faster and feel better. Lin Suizhou, we are in the city streets here. There is a speed limit. We can't go too fast. Okay, in fact, it was not just because of the speed limit. Lin Suizhou didn't want to take her home too quickly because she herself said that she might not have much time to play with him in the future. Passing by a street snack bar, Lin Suizhou suddenly said, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Lu Keke said, I'm not hungry, I won't eat, I'll go back quickly. Are you in a hurry to go home? Not really, but isn't it already evening? Lin Suizhou said, I want to eat, I'm hungry, how about you accompany me to eat something? Lu Keke. Lin Suizhou continued, I've been playing games with you for so long and I've also treated you to ice cream. It's not too much to ask you to accompany me for a meal, right? Lu Keke was directly convinced by him, okay, let's go eat. Lin Suizhou parked his motorcycle in front of the snack bar and the two went in and found a seat to sit down. The snack bar has a complete range of things, such as snail noodles, hot and sour noodles, pancakes, fried skewers, barbecue, and spicy hot pot. Lin Suizhou looked around and had no appetite at all. He asked Lu Keke, is there anything you want to eat? Lu Keke, snail noodles. Okay, Lin Suizhou ordered a bowl of snail noodles and asked for a bowl of vegetable porridge. Lu Keke didn't understand, why do you come to a place like this to drink vegetable porridge? Lin Suizhou said, well, my appetite has been average recently. Your appetite is average, and you still come out to eat snacks after dinner. Lin Suizhou. Lu Keke's question was too sharp, and it was particularly reasonable. He didn't want to be exposed, so he could only continue to make excuses. I didn't have much appetite at first, but I was very hungry when I smelled it. But when I really started to eat, I couldn't eat much. Lu Keke pushed the snail noodles in front. Of him, try this, it's delicious. A sour and smelly smell hit him. Lin Suizhou wanted to say that he smelled this smell when he entered the store, and he didn't know what it was. He didn't expect it to be the delicious thing Lu Keke said in his mouth. He didn't change his face, no, you eat it yourself. Try it. 然后 you can see that you have never eaten this. Lu Keke went to the waiter to ask for 2 small bowls, one for himself and Lin Suizhou. It's enough for the two of us to share this portion. I can't finish it anyway. Lin Suizhou, who originally didn't want to eat, was tempted by her words that they could share one portion. He agreed without thinking, okay. Lu Keke especially wanted to recommend the taste of snail noodles to Lin Suizhou, so she enthusiastically helped Lin Suizhou to serve a small bowl of snail noodles and handed it to him. Her eyes were full of expectation. Try it quickly. It was just a bowl of snail noodles, but she was so interested. Lin Suizhou didn't quite understand why. But it didn't matter. In her expectant eyes, he had begun to lose himself. Even though he couldn't accept the sour and smelly taste, he still ate it. And praised, well, it's really delicious. Lu Keke said with joy, I said you would like it. If you like it, eat it yourself. Lu Keke also served herself a small bowl. She took 2 bites and then began to comment, this store tastes good. There is also a snail noodle store next to our school. The taste is more authentic than this one. It is packed with customers every day. Lin Suizhou thought that the smell of this snail noodle can probably be smelled from dozens of meters away. However, he still said, then next time I go to your school, can you treat me to a meal so that I can compare it? Lu Keke readily agreed, no problem. Lin Suizhou ate slowly. He only finished a small bowl in his bowl and then started to drink porridge. The rest was solved by Lu Keke. Lu Keke burped, "Let's go." Lin Suizhou paid the bill and rode off again to send Lu Keke home. Lu Keke said, "I feel that my body is full of the smell of snail noodles, and so is my hair. How about buying you a new set of clothes?" Lu Keke said admiringly, "I just said it casually. How come you reacted so quickly to buy me clothes? You usually buy clothes for girls." Lin Suizhou didn't understand Lu Keke's imagination. "How can I always think about that?" He explained, "This is human nature. You said you are my sister, so what's wrong with me buying you some clothes?" "Okay, that makes sense." Lin Suizhou suddenly changed the subject. "How do you plan your senior year? I mean, which school do you want to apply to?" "I don't know, I haven't decided yet." "What do you want to study, art or something else?" Lu Keke asked, "Is there a racing major?" 就是 there is no major in college. "Oh, then it doesn't matter. It's okay to study fine arts. I will be an art teacher like my sister-in-law in the future." "Okay, but I also want to study fashion design, but I am a poor student. I may not be able to get into the school I want to go to." Lin Suizhou said, "Do you like fashion design?" "It's okay. I just think it's cool to be a designer." Lin Suizhou laughed, "Then work hard towards it. It's just a fashion design major. How can it be difficult for a sunny and cheerful girl?" Lu Keke said, "The best school still has high requirements for college entrance examination scores." Lin Suizhou said happily, "It's okay. I will help you make up for the lessons in the third year of high school." Lu Keke looked at him unexpectedly. "Do you still have time to help me make up for the lessons? Don't you have to work?" Lin Suizhou said, "Fortunately, there is still time for you to make up for the lessons." Lu Keke didn't speak, and she suddenly found a problem. It seems that Lin Suizhou is particularly active in her studies. Every time he wants to play something, he always requires her to make progress in her studies. As long as she makes progress in her studies, he can agree to her conditions. But he is not her real brother, and it is a bit too worrying to always watch her study. Chapter 105. Lin Suizhou did not wait for Lu Keke to speak. He asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Keke asked directly, "Why are you so good to me?" 就是 This kind of goodness not only surpasses Lu Zhen, but even surpasses her parents. Such meticulous care, even indulgence, has never been given by her parents. She never delved into this issue before because Lin Suizhou and Lu Zhen have a good relationship and they often take her out to play together. She always calls him Brother Suizhou because she really regards him as a brother in her heart. But recently she felt that she and Lin Suizhou seemed to have spent a lot of time alone together. Lin Suizhou smiled warmly and naturally. "Of course it's because you are a cute little sister. Who else can I be good to if I don't treat you well?" Lu Keke leaned on his back, and her mood suddenly became a little complicated. Oh, so her voice was a little muffled. Lin Suizhou raised his eyebrows. "Why do you sound unhappy? Are you dissatisfied with my answer?" Lu Keke said, "No, drive well, we are almost home." Lin Suizhou did not speak again. After sending Lu Keke home, he did not stay but just said good luck in senior year to her and then left. Lu Keke returned to the room and looked down from the window. Lin Suizhou had already left. She touched the pink helmet in her hand and suddenly felt a little confused. After Lin Suizhou returned home, he found that Lin's father and Lin's mother were sitting in the living room, obviously waiting for him to come home. Sure enough, Lin's mother waved at him, "Son, come here quickly." Seeing this, Lin Suizhou felt something was wrong. He stood still and asked, "What's the matter?" Lin's mother said, "Mom has something to ask you, you come first." Lin Suizhou hesitated for a moment, but still walked towards Lin's mother and sat next to her. Lin's mother smiled and said, actually, you already know what I want to ask, right? Lin Suizhou did not play dumb about Ke. Seeing that he was so proactive, Lin's mother felt that there was a chance. She asked with a little sparkle in her eyes, do you really like that girl Ke? Lin Suizhou, yeah. After listening to this, Lin's father looked up from the screen of his mobile phone and said, I really want you to get married early, but you shouldn't put your hands on a little sister. Do you know how much older you are than him? Lin Suizhou said calmly, it's only 6 years old. Is it important? Lin's mother didn't seem to mind at all. It's not important, it's not important, it's not important at all. She was very happy to see the result. I think Ke is very good. She has the face of a rich lady, but she doesn't have the temper of a lady. She is cute and generous, and her temperament is very lively. Anyway, I like her very much. It's just that she is a little young now, but she will grow up. Lin Suizhou hooked his lips. She is indeed very likable. Lin's mother said again, of course, it doesn't matter whether your father and I like her or not. The most important thing is that you like her. Lin's father, there's nothing wrong with her, but don't you know what your son is like? Hearing this, how could a mother endure it? What do you mean my son is like? My son is bad. He is not bad, but he wants to be with the young. Lin's father said sharply, and look at him like that, can he catch up? Although she chases after him every day and calls Suizhou brother, it is obvious that she only treats him as a brother. If he wants to catch up, he must at least wait until she is an adult, and then wait until she finishes her studies. Even if he catches up, he still has to fall in love and get married. This will take several years. How long will he delay his marriage? Before Lin Suizhou opened his mouth, Lin's mother said, why do you have to be so anxious? Choosing the right person is important. It is the same to get married early or late. Lin's father, look at Lu Zhang's child is about to be born and your son is still staring at a minor. Lin Suizhou. Lin's mother. This is the first time they talked about the topic of Lin Suizhou's feelings. In front of his parents, Lin Suizhou didn't expect them to see it so quickly. It might be because Lu Ke often came in and out of his house recently and the relationship between the two was closer than usual. As a bystander, it was normal for them to see that it was obvious, but Lin Suizhou didn't think there was anything wrong. 然后 Anyway, they would know it sooner or later, so it was better to tell them now. So, he said firmly, even if he is still young now, I have been watching him and I plan to keep watching him. Mother Lin first expressed her attitude, okay, mom supports you. As a man, you must be loyal and not promiscuous. You can chase the girl you like. At most, you will spend more time and energy. She will understand one day. Lin Suizhou smiled and said, I know. Father Lin didn't care, watch him, it's your ability to watch someone. Don't make a fool of yourself and scare the person away. Don't be a jinx. Why are you talking so much nonsense tonight? Mother Lin couldn't bear it anymore and scolded him, if my son's happiness is ruined by your jinx, I will deal with you. Father Lin immediately shut up. Lin Suizhou looked at Lin's father, you don't need to provoke me. Anyway, I have made up my mind. Even if you didn't say that you would support me today, I would still insist on going until I catch up with her. Lin's mother clenched her fists, good son, come on. Lin's father did not say anything cold water because of Lin's mother's power. Sumian was in the 5th month of pregnancy. The body is the most comfortable stage. She can eat, drink, and sleep. She is no longer like before, vomiting whatever she eats. She has no appetite for any food. She has also gone from being thin to gaining weight. She has gained several pounds without realizing it. The confinement, the nanny said, this is the normal state. Who doesn't gain weight when pregnant? Even if you gain weight now, it doesn't mean that you will always gain weight after giving birth. After the confinement period, you will slowly recover and your figure will return to the previous state. Don't worry. So you must eat when you should eat now. It is most important to let the fetus supplement the nutrients it needs. Sumian nodded. I'm not afraid of getting fat. As long as I can eat, I will eat. Lu Jian was surprised at her current appetite. 然后 at the same time, he was also very relieved. She smiled and said, I have checked the information. 那个 pregnant women often have bad moods and unstable emotions. I didn't expect that none of these would come true in you. I was also prepared for how to comfort the depressed pregnant woman, but I didn't expect it to be useless. Su Mian. She chewed an apple in her mouth. He said a little unhappily, so you are praising me. Lu Jian, yes, praising my best Miss Sass. Lu, Su Mian raised her lips and smiled. Should we think of a name for the child? Lu Jian was stunned. It's still more than 4 months before the baby is born. Why are you in such a hurry? Su Mian said, of course we have to think about it in advance. We can also let my parents participate and ask them if they have any particulars about the name. Lu Jian said, forget about my name. Judging from Lu Keke's name, do you think they are particular? Su Mian. Regarding Lu Jian's frequent teasing of Lu Keke, Su Mian said that he was sometimes quite childish. Other brothers love their sisters very much, and he just likes to tease his sister. Keke doesn't sound good. Su Mian touched her belly with one hand and said, if it's a girl, I want to call her Le Le. Lu Jian. Su Mian said again, no, even if it's a boy, you can call him Le Le. This name is not gender specific. Lu Jian pondered for a while and said, Lu Le Le. He suddenly called out this name, which made Su Mian stunned. Then she smiled even more brightly. Why is it so strange when I call it out? The pronunciation seems not smooth. Lu Keke sounds better. Lu Jian said, don't worry, think slowly. If it's a girl, you must give her a nice name. It can't be as casual as Kekleo. Su Mian asked curiously, can a boy be casual? Yeah, why? Boys need to be raised roughly, that is, they can survive even if they are thrown out casually, so the name is even less important. Su Mian. Just like you were kicked out of the house. Yes, I can do it, and our child must be able to do it even more. Su Mian didn't want to express her opinion. She only hoped that the one in her belly must be a girl. Chapter 106. Su Mian asked Lu Jian again. Is Xiao Kaijie's case going to be judged soon? Yes, Su Mian looked at his stern face and said softly, did you withdraw the application for the sake of his parents? No, Lu Jian answered very straightforwardly. His tone was calm, there is no mercy. He dared to provoke me, so he should pay for his behavior. Su Mian lowered her eyes and said nothing more. Lu Jian held her hand. What's wrong? You can't bear it. Su Mian shook her head. No, I just think that what people do under impulse will really lead to irreversible consequences. He did too much, but in the end it was his parents and family who paid for him. He went to jail and ended it all, but what about his parents? Lu Jian said, I didn't let his parents' company go bankrupt, which is already kind. After all, this matter has nothing to do with his parents. It was Xiao Kaijie's personal behavior. Su Mian curved her eyes and said softly, my husband is very prudent, but he will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. He is not a tyrant. Lu Jian pinched her chin and kissed her on the lips. Are you bored staying at home? Do you want to go out and have fun and relax? Su Mian shook her head. No, my belly is starting to grow. It will be very tiring and unsafe to go out. Lu Jian said considerately, do you want to go to the studio? I can accompany you. Su Mian bit her lip. Why, are you going to accompany me to class? Lu Jian said, if you have an idea, I have no problem with that. But Su Mian said, no. She originally thought that she could go to the studio to take classes after her pregnancy was stable, but now it has been 5 months. In another 2 months, her body will become heavier and heavier. She may not be able to attend classes for long before entering the difficult period of the 3rd trimester. In total, she may not be able to attend classes for long, so she thought it was better to forget it. If there is any accident in the middle of the pregnancy, it will really be more than worth it. It is better to bear it. 然后 Su Mian also knows that he is afraid that she will be too bored at home. Although he often takes time to accompany her, he can't do it 24 hours a day. After all, he also has to work. Besides, she couldn't be so squeamish as to let her husband stay with her day and night. 然后 It was enough for him to spend all the time he could squeeze out on her. Then I'll go home with you to see your parents. Lu Jian said again. That's possible. After Su Mian finished speaking, she looked at Lu Jian helplessly. Don't search for any information about pregnancy anymore. Don't worry, I won't get prenatal depression. Lu Jian's expression relaxed slightly. That's good. Su Mian said, not to mention prenatal depression, I won't get postpartum depression either. With you by my side, I don't think I will get depression in my life. Lu Jian chuckled. Indeed, I won't let this possibility happen. Lu Jian accompanied Su Mian back to the Su family. Seeing that Su Mian's appetite was better now, Yan Xin made a lot of delicious food for Su Mian. He felt very comforted when he saw Lu Jian taking such good care of Su Mian. Now he also feels that the decision to persuade Lu Jian to keep the child was really the right one. Su Zhiyuan was looking through the dictionary and said to Su Mian, do you have any characters you particularly like that you can use for your child's name? Su Mian, Dad, you've already looked through the dictionary, but you're still so casual. Shouldn't you choose characters with better meanings for the name instead of just relying on your preferences? Su Zhiyuan, I don't really understand. I just want to have a sense of participation. Besides, the name of the child must be decided by you and your wife or Lu Jian's parents. I'm just looking for it when I'm free. Lu Jian said that can also mention opinions, and everyone can mention the opinions. Su Zhiyuan laughed. No, I just curious, pretending to be and experience the feelings of those old men on the TV to give their grandson names. In fact, I really don't have that culture. Lu Yan said, I'm too. Yang Xin, then I am different. I hope to be a boy. Su Mian asked, why? Intuition, I said that my dreams were reversed. If you really want to know, you can find someone to check. Don't. Su Zhiyuan expressed his rejection. We are not a male light and a girl. You can check what kind of gender, so you can guess it is interesting. At that time, he knows who is right. Su Mian was also present, and Lu Jian arranged several people to protect her because Lu Jian himself was the defense lawyer for this case. 那个 Su Mian was sitting in the audience, and she also saw Yiran, as well as Xiao's father and mother. Chapter 107. Xiao's father and mother need not be mentioned. Both of them were very haggard, as if they were crushed. Yiran was also very depressed, and her eyes were always on Xiao Kaijie. This was the first time she had seen Xiao Kaijie in person since his accident. 就是 his condition was very bad, and his face had completely changed, and it was almost impossible to find his previous shadow. She could hardly recognize him, and he didn't even look at her the whole time and kept his head down. He didn't even want to look at his parents or anyone in the audience. Yiran's eyes were filled with tears, and at this moment, her heart was full of complexity. After more than 2 hours, the final trial result came out. Xiao Kaijie was sentenced to 4 years. Yiran sighed. This result was within her expectations. When Xiao Kaijie heard that he would be sentenced to 4 years in prison, he did not react. It seemed that he had expected it in advance, so he did not show any sad expression. It was not until Xiao's mother fainted from crying and the audience was in a commotion that Xiao Kaijie looked up. Xiao's mother was supported by Xiao's father and friends to leave the court. Xiao Kaijie felt guilty and his eyes turned and met Yiran's. Yiran looked at him without blinking and Xiao Kaijie's face changed. 然后 his first reaction was to lower his head and avoid looking at her. Then, he was taken away from the court and everyone gradually dispersed. Yiran's expression darkened and she followed Lu Zhen and Su Mian who were also leaving. Wait a minute. Su Mian pulled Lu Zhen's hand and Lu Zhen stopped. 就是 looking at Yiran who was catching up. Yiran said, I know you have hatred in your heart, so I am not here to ask you to plead for Ajie, but no matter what, uncle and aunt are innocent. Can you not implicate them? Su Mian immediately said, 这个 Lu Zhen is actually, why do you speak for them? Lu Zhen suddenly questioned Yiran in a deep voice, what is your relationship with them and are you qualified to speak for them? Yiran was suddenly at a loss for words. Yes, she had nothing to do with Xiao Kaijie, and even less with his parents, but she just wanted to do something for Xiao Kaijie. Okay, Su Mian suddenly held Lu Zhen's hand and calmed him down. Said to Yiran, Senior, you don't have to worry too much. Lu Zhen has no intention of doing anything to his parents. Yiran still believed what Su Mian said and nodded, thank you, I understand. Su Mian took Lu Zhen's hand, then we'll go first. Yiran, okay, bye. After leaving the court, Su Mian asked Lu Zhen, are you satisfied with this result? Lu Zhen asked back, what about you? Satisfied, for years is actually about the same. Lu Zhen didn't say anything, just said, let's go, I'll take you to the mall to choose things for the baby. Okay, Lu Zhen still took Su Mian to the mall opened by his family and came to the baby area to buy clothes and necessary supplies for the newborn baby. Lu Zhen said, I'll have someone buy it and send it directly to your home, you don't need to come here to choose. Su Mian stroked her belly and said, no, I want to choose it myself, it's more meaningful. Lu Zhen smiled softly, then I'll accompany you to choose. Su Mian had thought about what to buy for the baby in advance and made a little plan. However, when she really arrived at the baby mall, she began to feel dazzled by the dazzling array of products. There were so many varieties that she didn't know where to start. She tried to recall her expectations and said, let's go choose baby clothes first, then bottles, milk powder, diapers, toiletries. The receptionist said, Madam, there are many things that need to be purchased for a newborn. I will introduce and recommend them to you slowly and you will know how to choose. Su Mian was very happy, okay. After she finished speaking, she felt that it might take a long time, so she said to Lu Zhen, why don't you find a place to rest first and let them accompany me to choose. 然后 Lu Zhen glanced at her belly and refused to let go of her hand. No, I'll follow you. Su Mian knew that she could not get away from him no matter what. He would not give in to her decisions, especially when he was worried about the baby in her belly, so she could only let him go. The two of them went around the baby mall hand in hand. They were originally the parents of Xiao Bai. After listening to the professional explanation of the salesperson, they almost understood most of the precautions for newborns. They listened very carefully and were gradually becoming a pair of qualified parents. 然后 the salesperson took a notebook and wrote down everything Su Mian needed and then sent it directly to Shengshi Mansion according to this. After leaving, Su Mian realized they actually stayed in there for 3 hours. Lu Zhen looked at the time, take you to eat. Su Mian pursed her lips, can we eat hot pot? Yes, Su Mian said a little disappointed, but the confinement nanny said that you can't eat it. She said that hot pot is junk food, has no nutrition and is harmful to the fetus. It's okay, you are doing well in all aspects of prenatal checkups now, and eating it occasionally will not have any effect. Lu Zhen said. Really? Well, I can eat it if I say it's okay. Lu Zhen directly booked a seat at the hot pot restaurant and drove over. It was not the right time for dinner and there were not many people in the hot pot restaurant. The two sat by the window. Su Mian said, I want to eat spicy hot pot. Lu Zheng, yes. But the confinement nanny also said that eating spicy food during pregnancy is not good for the baby. It's okay, there are not so many requirements. Su Mian laughed. Are you sure you have checked the relevant information? Do you know what you should pay attention to? Lu Zheng casually said there are indeed many taboos during pregnancy, but there are not too many requirements for the taste of pregnant mothers. It's not like you eat spicy food every day, and it won't have any impact if you change the taste occasionally. Su Mian looked at him with a smile in his eyes. Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Su Mian shook her head. Nothing, I'm just happy. Lu Zheng, having a husband who is so thoughtful and considerate of me in everything, of course I will be very happy every day. Lu Zheng put the boiled dishes into her bowl. Be careful of the heat. Well, you eat it yourself. Su Mian looked at the boiled dishes on the table and asked the doubts in her heart, why did you know my taste and what I like to eat so well when we got married? It's okay now. After all, we have been together for so long, but at that time, we just got married. How could he know so clearly? 然后 Lu Zheng continued to put the vegetables into the pot and said, I noticed this when we had dinner together before. If I want to know what you like to eat, I will observe what dishes you eat the most. Su Mian was stunned and didn't say anything. So he really paid attention to these details. 然后 In the past, every time she had a dinner together, she went with Qi Haochuan, and he would secretly observe her in a corner where no one noticed. 然后 Su Mian put vegetables into his bowl. She whispered, eat more. The hot pot restaurant is in the mall. This floor is all Gitulanaya restaurant. In addition to the hot pot restaurant, there are many other Gitulanaya restaurants. The two left the hot pot restaurant and met Qi Haochuan, who came out of the Gitulanaya restaurant next door at the door of the store. He was with Zhang Heng. They four met face to face. Today is a weekday. Qi Haochuan did not wear work clothes. He was dressed casually and did not look like he was at work. 那个Qi Haochuan, who was originally talking to Zhang Heng, immediately stopped chatting after bumping into Su Mian and Lu Zheng. He looked at Su Mian, one of them. Then, he saw Su Mian's slightly bulging belly and his face suddenly changed. Su Mian took Lu Zheng's arm and wanted to pretend that she didn't see Qi Haochuan and walked away. But Qi Haochuan came over and called her. Xiao Mian. Su Mian stopped and looked at him with a calm expression. 那个 Lu Zheng was also very calm. He didn't show his possessiveness towards Su Mian in front of Qi Haochuan like before. 就是 because after communicating with Su Mian, Qi Haochuan was no longer a threat to him. Brother Chuang, what are you doing? Zhang Han was afraid that Qi Haochuan would do something shocking again, so he wanted to persuade him from the side. But Qi Haochuan just said to Su Mian, I'm leaving Lincheng to develop elsewhere. Su Mian said calmly, really? Qi Haochuan smiled and said, well, I didn't want to tell you specifically, but I just happened to meet you today, so I told you by the way. Su Mian nodded, okay. Qi Haochuan looked at her belly and said, are you healthy? Very good. That's good. Qi Haochuan looked at Su Mian with a gentle look in his eyes and facial features. I hope you can give birth to the baby smoothly and live happily in the future. Su Mian was a little surprised that he could show such a kind side in front of her, which was a bit unlike his style. But she still replied calmly, thank you. You are welcome, I'm leaving. Qi Haochuan left after he finished speaking. Before leaving, he glanced at Lu Zheng but didn't talk to Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng would never chat with him. After Qi Haochuan left, he held Su Mian's hand and said, let's go, you should go back and rest. Okay, Zhang Han, who left with Qi Haochuan, was relieved. He said, you scared me just now. I thought you were going to do something again. After leaving the mall, Qi Haochuan and Zhang Han walked on the road, and he lit a cigarette. Looking at the familiar streets of Lincheng, he said, "What else can I do?" Zhang Han asked unsurely, "Are you really letting it go now?" "Yeah," Qi Haochuan exhaled a puff of smoke. A bitter smile appeared on his cheeks. After having an accidental relationship with Lin Xiaoying, he knew that he was no longer qualified to say that he wanted to be with Su Mian. He also fully understood that after knowing that he had cheated, Su Mian could no longer accept his mood. Zhang Han said, "Thank God, you finally woke up." However, he still didn't quite understand, "Are you really leaving?" Yet, Zhang Han was helpless. "I didn't expect that Lin Xiaoying was also very heartless. When she was good to you, she was very accommodating and proactive. When she was not good to you, she really could do anything." After Qi Haochuan rejected Lin Xiaoying went to his law firm to reporting revenge against Qi Haochuan, saying that Qi Haochuan had slept with the person involved in the case. The law firm directly fired Qi Haochuan. Moreover, after this incident, no law firm in Lincheng would hire Qi Haochuan in the future. Therefore, Qi Haochuan really couldn't survive in Lincheng. Qi Haochuan threw the cigarette butt into the trash can on the side of the road and said, "It doesn't matter. It's better this way. I don't have to be involved with her anymore." Zhang Han asked, "Have you decided where to go?" "Let's go to Kyoto, change to a new place, and try to see if there will be different gains." "Okay," Zhang Han hit Qi Haochuan's shoulder. "Why are you talking so sad? It's not like you'll never come back after you go." Qi Haochuan looked up at the sky and whispered, "You don't want to come back for at least 2 or 3 years." Zhang Han suddenly fell silent. On the way back, Su Mian was indeed a little tired. She leaned against Lu Zhang's arms and said, "I feel a little sleepy." Lu Zhang immediately hugged her tightly and held her in his arms. "Then take a nap." Yet she responded softly, and less than half a minute later, Su Mian fell asleep directly in Lu Zhang's arms. Lu Zhang hugged her and helped her adjust a comfortable posture, allowing her to sleep peacefully in his arms. He took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Yu Fei. "Did something happen to Qi Haochuan?" "Yu Fei, I'll check." 5 minutes later. "Yu Fei, he was fired from his current law firm. It is said that someone reported that he had an improper sexual relationship with the client." "Lu Zhang." "Yu Fei, Mr. Lu, do you want to continue to check who it is?" "Lu Zhang, no need." T50啊，那个 arrived at 盛世 mansion. Su Mian was still asleep, so Lu Zhang carried her out of the car and took her back to the room to sleep. In fact, Su Mian had already woken up when he carried her out of the car, but she hadn't opened her eyes, leaning on his arms. When Lu Zhang put her on the bed, she suddenly stretched out her hands, hooked his neck, and didn't let him leave. "Hubby," she looked at him with misty eyes, and her voice was soft. "I like you." The sudden sweet words made Lu Zhang curl his lips and look at her with deep eyes. "What's wrong? Your mouth suddenly becomes so sweet." Su Mian lay on the bed and pulled his neck close to herself. Let his handsome face touch her cheek, lips cover his ear and say lightly, "To be honest, I like you very much." Lu Zhang raised his eyebrows, as if he saw through her little sauce at a glance. "Do you want your husband to sleep with you?" Su Mian smiled. "Oh no, you saw it." Lu Zhang went straight to the bed and lay beside her. "Then I'll sleep with you." Yes, Su Mian lay on her side, put his arm around her shoulders, then got into his arms and took the initiative to kiss him. Lu Zhang was surprised to be kissed suddenly. It was rare to see her take the initiative. He couldn't resist and gently held her head, put it on the pillow, let her lie more comfortably, then covered her and kissed her gently but demurringly. Chapter 108. The two were immersed in a passionate kiss. And Lu Yezheng felt that Su Mian was becoming more and more active. Not only would she take the initiative to kiss him, but she even began to undress him. Her meaning was already very clear. He suddenly grabbed her hand that was undressing and released her lips. His eyes fixed on her with a restrained luster, and he said in a low voice, "Don't move." Su Mian's cheeks flushed, obviously all because of shyness. But she did not retreat. She mustered up her courage and asked softly, "Don't you want it?" The man who had such strong desires before had never touched her since she became pregnant, and at most stopped at kissing. It was okay when she was unwell in the first 2 months, but now that her body has recovered, he is still controlling himself. She knew that he was following the doctor's advice. After listening to the doctor's words, she was worried that she would hurt her, so she had been restraining herself, but she also felt sorry for his hard work. With a blushing face, she leaned close to his ear and said, "You have already checked the pregnancy information. You should know that you can actually have sex when you are more than 5 months pregnant." Lu Zhang hugged her and gently pressed her in his arms. His breathing was a little heavy and disordered. Knowing that he had no resistance to her, he teased him like this, which made him really unable to resist. But he still tried his best to suppress himself and said in a hoarse voice, "No, it's not safe." The last time he sent her to the hospital halfway through was still vivid in his mind. He decided from that day that he would never repeat it again. But Su Mian continued to seduce him. "I'm in good health now. As long as I pay a little attention, there will be no problem." Lu Zhang began to lose control and gradually began to remove all restraint in her temptation. 然后 He secretly adjusted for a long time before suppressing the desire. He sniffed the fragrance of her neck and said, "Don't bother me anymore." "Lu Zhang." Su Mian's voice became softer and softer. "You really don't have to endure it." "Lu Zhang." He felt his scalp tingling now, and he was about to be hooked by her and couldn't control himself. But he still insisted, "Really not." He held her red and hot cheeks with his palms and whispered, "If you want, I can help you." Su Mian suddenly felt embarrassed. "I'm not, I'm worried about you." Lu Zhang kissed her bright red lips like an obsession, and his hand touched her chest. After trying it for a while, he separated his lips from hers and said with a low laugh, "Little Mian Mian has become Big Mian Mian." Su Mian. The information was not checked in vain. After becoming a pregnant mother, your breasts will also become bigger. 然后 Lu Zhang continued to tease. Su Mian didn't expect that the style would suddenly change like this. She grabbed his hand to stop him, blushing and said, "Stop it." Lu Zhang looked at her. "I just said this to you. How did you respond to me?" "Holding a grudge." She was also kind-hearted, but it turned out to be a reason for him to tease her. Lu Zhang's hand went under the hem of her clothes. He stared at her with a bit of confusion. The book also says that sexual desire will increase during pregnancy, and it is true. Su Mian. What the hell? How can this person be so bad? Not only did he make her feel ashamed, but he also teased her like this. She grabbed his hand and took it out in a bad mood, staring at him and warned, "Don't move." But how could her strength match Lu Zhang? Even if he freed up one hand to hug her, she couldn't shake him at all. The teasing from his fingertips made Su Mian tremble and grab his wrist, and tears could not help but float in her eyes. "Lu Zhang, no." She looked at her stomach and said in a low voice, "I will feel uncomfortable in a while." "No." Lu Zhang leaned close to her ear and said soothingly, "Just don't be nervous." Su Mian. She regretted it so much now. She shouldn't have teased him, let alone felt sorry for him. In the end, it became her. After a long time, Lu Zhang helped Su Mian wipe the thin layer of sweat on her forehead and kissed her flushed cheeks a few times. He said in a gentle voice, "You take a rest first." He helped her adjust a comfortable position for her to lie down and got off the bed. "I'm going to the bathroom." Su Mian. Hearing the sound of water in the bathroom, Su Mian shyly buried her face in the pillow. She felt that her whole face was burning. Very hot. She finally took the initiative to tease Lu Zhang once, but the result was counterproductive. She was speechless. After being in the pillow for a long time before opening it, she patted her face, took several deep breaths, and tried to calm herself down. Anyway, it was already like this, there was no point in being shy. She calmed herself down and gradually felt sleepy. When Lu Zhen came out of the bathroom, Su Mian had fallen asleep. But he didn't forget his promise to her, so he went to bed with her. It's not that he didn't want to do it, but the shadow left by that time was too big. When it comes to her safety, no matter how much he can't bear it, he must bear it, and he must not let her body have problems again. Su Mian woke up from a sleep. The master delivered all the things they bought from the mall. The baby room has been vacated and now they just need to move the things in and decorate it. Everything was selected by Su Mian and Lu Zhen together, so it was easier to decorate it. Looking at the baby room that has been formed, now they just have to wait for the child to be born and move in. Su Mian really felt the reality of becoming a mother soon. Lu Zhen put his arm around her waist and whispered, "Are you satisfied?" Su Mian nodded. "It looks good." It was not decorated in a special pink or blue series, but a very warm and childlike normal color series, which is suitable for both boys and girls. This comfortable pregnancy lasted until the 8th month. From the middle of the 8th month, Su Mian was no longer so comfortable. The fetus grew bigger and gained weight, which made her body feel burdened. She began to have frequent back pain and swelling all over her body. Lu Zhen stayed at home with her more and more. She often woke up in pain when she was sleeping or woke up by the fetal movement of the baby in her belly. Every time she woke up, Lu Zhen woke up with her. "Is your waist hurting again?" Su Mian sat on the bed, holding her bulging belly with her hands, sweating in her ears and temples, and her face was a little tired. She said, "The area from the shoulder to the lumbar spine is so sore and painful. Let me massage it for you." Lu Zhen asked her to sit on the bed and sat behind her, massaging her shoulders to the waist with both hands, trying to relieve her pain. But Su Mian said, "Forget it, go to sleep quickly, I will bear it myself." Lu Zhen went to the bathroom and got a hot towel to wipe the sweat off her face. She said distressedly, "You can't sleep, how can I sleep? I must accompany you." Su Mian was helpless. He held his hand and put it on his belly. "Look, the little guy can be so energetic and active in the middle of the night, how can anyone sleep?" Lu Zhen squatted beside the bed, his palm against her belly. Under the round belly was alive leaping. The little guy was indeed very active. Lu Zhen felt that his palm was lifted up by the little feet many times, and when his hand changed position, the little guy would also change position and start kicking, as if coming just to kick his hand. He took his hand away and warned Su Mian's belly, "Don't move around anymore, go to sleep quickly." Su Mian thought he was cute like this. "Do you really think he can understand me? I will teach him a lesson when he is born. He is so restless." Su Mian pursed her lips and said, "In another month, we will be able to see him. I said that pregnancy will be very hard. We want this one child and won't have any more in the future." Su Mian didn't respond. She had thought that she must have 2 children with Lu Zhen before, but now she is a little shaken. After all, the process of pregnancy is really tormenting. She is experiencing pain now. It seems that she can't make bold claims that she wants to have another child. She can only take it one step at a time. Lu Zhen rubbed her back and asked, "Do you feel better now? Does it still hurt?" "Much better." Su Mian leaned against the head of the bed and said helplessly, "He alone can keep us awake all night." She felt a little better. She pulled Lu Zhen's hand away and said to him, "Okay, go to bed quickly. I'll coax you to sleep first." He took the prepared enlightenment storybook from the bedside table and told it to the baby in Su Mian's belly, which could not only do prenatal education, but also coax Su Mian to sleep. Su Mian looked at him, listened, and began to yawn. Holding Lu Shan's arm, he hugged him in his arms like a dependency and said, "Don't read anymore. Hurry up and go to bed. It will be dawn soon." Okay, during the Chinese New Year, Lu Zhan and Su Mian returned to the Lu family. Lu Keke, who was on winter vacation, put her ear on Su Mian's belly and said to her belly, "Little baby, I am your most beautiful and lovely aunt." Su Mian laughed. "Are you afraid that he will not recognize you as his aunt in the future, so you say hello to him in advance?" "Yes, I want him to understand that he has a young and beautiful aunt." Su Mian calculated the age. When the little guy was born, Lu Keke was just 18 years old, and she was indeed a young aunt. Chen Wei pulled Lu Keke away. "Move aside, don't press on your sister-in-law." Lu Keke, who was pulled away by her own mother's magical power, pouted speechlessly. "You are so cruel. Even if you are going to have a grandson, you shouldn't be so cruel to your own daughter. Am I going to fall out of favor in the future? You won't love me anymore, right?" Chen Wei said, "How old are you? What's there to love?" Lu Keke stretched out her hand. "It's okay if you don't love me, just give me money." Chen Wei looked at her in confusion. "Why should I give you money?" "Because you don't love me. If there is no love, you have to use money to fill it." 然后 You have to have one of the two. Do you want to be a mother who has neither? You will feel better later. What's your reason?" Su Mian. Listening to Lu Keke's righteous tone, there was no sense of incongruity. Chen Wei snorted and said, "You already have enough money. You are so young and you love money so much. If you don't love money, then why do you and Dad make so much money?" Chen Wei. Su Mian lowered his head and tried to hold back his laughter. The more he talked, the more he made sense. Indeed, if he really didn't love money, he wouldn't work so hard to make money. Chen Wei glared at Lu Keke. "Don't say these words without values in front of my unborn granddaughter. It will affect prenatal education." "I won't." Lu Keke came close to Su Mian again, stroked Su Mian's belly with her palm, and said seriously, "Little baby, be good. The money that auntie asks your grandma for now, I will give you half in the future, and the money in my bank card that I can't spend will also take you to have fun in the future. Buy you the toys you like, eat the snacks you want. I will definitely not deprive you of the right to play games like those old-fashioned adults." Lu Keke. Lu Zhan came out of the kitchen and looked at her with an unhappy face, tried to say one more sentence. Lu Keke. Chen Wei was happy and said to Lu Keke, "You deserve it." Then she sat next to Su Mian with a tablet. "Xiao Mian, come, let's choose the school the little one will go to in the future." Su Mian was shocked. "I have to choose a school before the baby is born?" "Yes." Chen Wei opened the pictures on the computer and showed them to her. "Look at this early childhood education center. It's a foreign institution. Children can be sent there when they are 1.5 years old, and they can learn 2 languages. In addition, this language education institution can guide babies to pronounce from the age of 1 and begin to be influenced by 3 languages. There are also kindergartens, interest classes, and elementary schools. You can choose from these good schools. See what kind of educational philosophy you like. We need to make arrangements in advance." Su Mian. So exaggerated. She said helplessly, "Mom, I think it's too early to say this now." "That's right. As a grandmother, you can't deprive your child of his freedom. How can you make plans for him while he is still in your belly? Have you ever considered his feelings?" Lu Keke said. Chen Wei said, "This is called making preparations in advance. How can it be considered deprivation of freedom?" Su Mian said, "Let's talk about it later. We don't know whether it's a boy or a girl yet." 就是 Even if it's for the good of the child, we have to look at the child's own situation. Otherwise, how can we know what kind of person is more suitable for him? No need to wait, sister-in-law. You can see it from me. I have been arranged very clearly since I was a child. I have no freedom at all. If it weren't for the fact that I am a sunny and cheerful girl and I don't have a rebellious period, I would have been depressed 800 times. 陆可可 couldn't help but show her presence again. Chen Wei was so angry that she wanted to kick her. What will happen if you don't talk? 陆可可, I'll suffocate him. Su Mian looked at her. You are not depressed, isn't it because of that bank card that can't spend all the money? 陆可可 grinned 80%. Su Mian. 陆可可 said, but I'm not kidding. No child wants to be raised like a machine by his parents since the age of 1 unless. Chen Wei looked at her. Unless what? 陆可可 said seriously, unless you also arrange a bank card for him to spend all the money. Su Mian. Chapter 109. Chen Wei scolded Lu Keke. Get out of my way, I told you not to pass on distorted values to my granddaughter. Lu Keke pouted, I'm honest, not twisted. You are honest? Bullshit. Chen Wei was stuck in her words. She said to Su Mian's belly, be good, grandma didn't say a bad word. PFFT. Lu Keke teased her, Mom, you are so old and still act so silly. Su Mian thought that only Lu Keke dared to say that to Chen Wei. Lu Zhang would never talk to Chen Wei like that. She thought about it and said to Chen Wei, let's wait and see. It's not too late to make a decision after the baby is born. Okay, I'll listen to you. The family finished the New Year's Eve dinner. Fireworks were set off outside. Lu Keke ran back to her room to chat with her classmates in the group and then formed a team to play games. For her, all the time tonight was free. There was no pressure to study, only the most relaxed time given by adults. Dad and Mom Lu went to play mahjong at a friend's house next door. Su Mian said to Lu Zhang, let's go back to the room. Thinking that she was tired, Lu Zhang took her back to rest. Nah. But when they got to the room, Su Mian stood directly in front of the locked boxes. She patted it lightly with her palm and said with a smile, can you open it and take a look? 然后? So this was the reason why she wanted to go back to her room. Lu Zhang said without hesitation, sure. He pressed the combination lock and opened the box. The box was full. Su Mian first took out the painting that Lu Zhang bought. The painting was not big at the time and it was painted casually. She herself did not think that it would win an award, so many parts were not handled delicately and professionally. Moreover, after so many years, some parts have faded and become blurred. 那个 Lu Zhang took it out and said, I didn't dare to hang it, so I didn't frame it. It was a bit damaged when it was rolled up and placed inside. It's okay. Su Mian opened the painting and felt a little embarrassed to see it again. She said, it's the immature handwriting of a high school student. I still feel awkward looking at it now. When she painted it, she didn't think her painting was childish. She even felt that she was very good at painting so well. In fact, it was very immature. After all, she had not formally learned it at that time, so the painting style was very casual. At least compared to now, it is really too different, so it is a bit unbearable to look at it. Seeing it is like seeing my past self. Really? Lu Zhang praised, I think you draw very well anyway, better than many high school students now. As a high school student, Lu Keke sneezed in the room. Su Mian said helplessly, you are not talking about Keke, right? Lu Zhang coughed lightly, she is your top student, of course her painting is not bad. Su Mian laughed, no one is as good at praising people as you. She rummaged through the box again and found stacks of photos. Almost all of them were of her wearing high school uniforms, and judging from the photos, she was in the first year of high school. From the angle, it is not difficult to tell that this is a shooting effect that can only be achieved by candid photography. Some of them were of her eating in the cafeteria, some of them were of her standing in the corridor at the door of the classroom, and even when she was on duty and cleaning the playground. There were some I was very curious about how he used his mobile phone so blatantly in school. But she knew that he was a good student and excellent in all aspects. The teacher would probably turn a blind eye to his behavior of holding a mobile phone and would not confiscate it like other students. So, he took pictures of her everywhere, which made her feel helpless. Then, she suddenly saw another photo. It should have been a complete photo with more than one person in it, but half of it was photoshopped, leaving only the remaining half of her incomplete photo. She curiously took the photo in front of him and asked, "What is this?" Lu Zhan took a look and said, "You participated in the school sports meeting in the first semester of your first year of high school. It was the women's 400-meter relay. When I was taking the photo, someone broke into the camera. I mosaicked her and only left yours." Su Mian. Lu Zhan said as a matter of course, "I only want to take pictures of you, so I don't want to see other people's faces in the photo, so I can only mosaic it." Su Mian was speechless. After all, he spoke so logically and seemed to be very reasonable, so she really couldn't refute it. Then, she found another photo in the box. "What about this one? Why do you have all the photos of me buying things in the store downstairs from my house?" And he took the photos of me holding sanitary napkins in my hand. Seeing this photo, Lu Zhan's cold face showed a rare embarrassment. This time it was a coincidence. That Saturday, I ran to your neighborhood at night. I didn't expect to run into you leaving the community to buy things in the store. I took a photo casually. After taking the photo, I found out that the thing you bought in your hand was that, in fact, as a high school student, he himself felt embarrassed to see girls buying sanitary napkins. But it was such a coincidence that he took this photo and he had no choice. Su Mian was speechless. "Then why did you develop it?" Lu Zhan said, "There are only a few photos in total and I can't bear to delete them." Su Mian pointed to the full box. "How many photos are you talking about?" "There are at least 200 photos just by counting them roughly without counting. Should be more than that." He was quite proud. Su Mian laughed unhappily. "Lawyer Lu, based on the number of photos, you are a habitual stalker and sneak photographer. Isn't it enough for you to go to jail?" Lu Zhan. He collected all the photos and stuffed them into a box. "Just take a look. These are all my things. Keep them." Su Mian said, "Do you want to keep them?" Yeah, Lu Zhan didn't think there was anything wrong. He said, "After all, I worked hard to build this kingdom. Although the taste of secret love is very hard and makes people feel sad, in a sense, he is really a master of sneak photography who is very good at hiding. It's just him. If this kind of thing happens to others, it is absolutely unacceptable." She said, "But I am the owner of all the photos, so they should belong to me." Lu Zhan closed the box. "Do you want them?" Seeing how much he treasured these things, Su Mian said, "Forget it, you should keep them for yourself." Lu Zhan raised his lips. "Yeah." Many people were setting off fireworks outside, so Su Mian suggested, "Let's go out and watch the fireworks." Okay, as soon as the two of them went out, they coincidentally ran into Lu Keke, who had just come down from the third floor. 然后 Lu Zhan saw Lu Keke walking with a hunchback, looking a little sneaky. He asked, "What are you going to do?" Lu Keke slowly stood up and put away her timid attitude. She blinked and said, "Nothing. My classmates came to play with me and I plan to meet them." Lu Zhan looked at the bulging bag she was carrying and his eyes narrowed sharply. Classmates. Chapter 110. Lu Keke said seriously, "Yes, classmates, it's New Year's Eve, and everyone is going to come out and organize some activities after eating the New Year's Eve dinner at home." Lu Zhan stared at her without saying a word. Lu Keke raised her chin. "I don't even have the right to go out and play with classmates. Do you want to control this?" Lu Zhan stared at her with an unclear look and said, "No matter what, go ahead." HMPH, then I'm leaving. After getting the consent, Lu Keke ran downstairs immediately. Su Mian said, will you scare her a little bit? Don't underestimate her, it's impossible for her to be scared like this, and she is definitely not going to see her classmates, she was just talking. How do you know? I'm her brother, how could I not know? Su Mian smiled and said, this is the suppression of blood. Lu Keke was indeed not going to see her classmates, she was here to see Lin Suizhou. Lin Suizhou sent her a message, saying that he could take her to watch the fireworks and ride a motorcycle, which immediately tempted Lu Keke. She stuffed the pink helmet that Lin Suizhou gave her into her backpack and sneaked out. In order not to be discovered, she did not ask Lin Suizhou to pick her up at home. Instead, she rode her own bicycle to meet him 200 meters away from home. Lu Keke pedaled hard on her bicycle, and when she arrived, Lin Suizhou was already waiting on the roadside. There were few vehicles on the street at night, and occasionally one or two cars flashed by. The moonlight was bright above her head and under the big tree with green leaves in front of her beside the road with street lights hanging. Lin Suizhou was dressed in black and handsome, sitting astride a white motorcycle with a cool black helmet on. Lu Keke could see his handsome appearance from a distance. Her legs that were pedaling the bicycle suddenly slowed down, staring at the front. People. For a moment, she felt that Lin Suizhou's current appearance was very consistent with the image of her favorite boy in her mind. She likes people who look handsome, cool, and stylish, with a cool appearance, seem unstylish, and a cold temperament, but will show her the most gentle smile. Looking at it from a distance, she suddenly felt that Lin Suizhou actually overlapped with her fantasy. This thought almost made her slip and she lost the pedal. Shaking her head fiercely, she abandoned her wild imagination and accelerated to Lin Suizhou. Lin Suizhou got off the car and looked at her. Why are you wearing so little? Lu Ke was afraid of being discovered, so she didn't wear a lot of clothes when she went out. She wore a purple polar fleece thin jacket, light gray thin fleece sweatpants, and short snow boots on her feet. Lin Suizhou took the bicycle from her hand. Give it to me. Lu Keke, oh. She let go of her hand, and Lin Suizhou lifted the bicycle up and moved it under the tree. He looked down and asked her, where is the bicycle log? Lu Keke glanced at her and said, I forgot it. Lin Suizhou, do you still want the bicycle? Lu Keke looked at the few pedestrians on the road and said, no one should want it, right? That's not necessarily the case. Forget it, just throw it away. Think of it as a New Year's gift. Lin Suizhou turned and looked at her and said, you are wearing too little. You can't ride the motorcycle like this. When you get to the destination, it will be frozen into an ice stick. Then what should I do? I can't go back to get it now. Lin Suizhou looked at her hands. You don't even know to wear gloves. You just rode the bicycle for such a short distance, and your hands are already frozen, right? Lu Keke rubbed her cold hands. It really is. On a winter night, it would be very cold even to walk, let alone ride a bike. It was too warm at home and she was in a hurry to go out, so she forgot about it. 那个 Lin Suizhou almost grabbed her hand, but he held back in time. He took off his coat directly, took off her backpack, and put his coat on her. Wear mine. Lu Keke said, what about you? He was originally wearing a windbreaker, and after taking it off, only the sweater and base shirt were left. How could he withstand the temperature of riding a motorcycle late at night? Lin Suizhou said, I'm fine. He took out a helmet from her bag and put it on her and said to her, put it on quickly, we are about to set off. If it's too late, the fireworks show you want to see will be over. But the clothes you are wearing are not windproof at all. Lu Keke moved the bicycle back. I'd better go back and get my clothes. Wait for me. Lin Suizhou said, no, I'll take you back. He got on the motorcycle directly and said to her, didn't you say you would give the bicycle to someone else as a gift? Hurry up and get on. Lu Keke said, no, I'll ride. My hands will get cold if I ride a bike, and I'll have to wait for you, which will take time. This way is faster. 陆克克 saw that what he said made sense. After all, it was only 200 meters away from her home. It would be better for him to endure the cold at this distance than to endure more cold without a coat. The two returned to Lu's house. Lin Suizhou waited outside while Lu Keke went back to put on her clothes. When Lu Keke just entered the house, Lu Yunshao and Chen Wei came out of the house next door and walked home together. Seeing him, Lu Yunshao called out, Suizhou. Lin Suizhou hurriedly got off the car and greeted them, Uncle Lu and Chen, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Chen Wei looked at his appearance and said, Are you here to see Lu Zheng? Lin Suizhou's smile froze for a moment. He's here to see me. Lu Keke quickly changed into a super thick long down jacket and came out. She said to Lu Yunshao and Chen Wei generously, I asked him to take me to see the fireworks show. Let's go now. Lu Yunshao, fireworks show. Is it at Yunhu Lake in the suburbs? Lin Suizhou agreed, yes, Uncle Lu. Chen Wei, that's too far. You two won't be cold if you just ride your bikes there. Lu Keke patted her clothes and said, I'm ready. I'm not cold at all. As she spoke, she pushed Lin Suizhou and motioned him to get in the car quickly. Lin Suizhou got in the car after understanding, and Lu Keke immediately sat on his back seat. She said to Lu Yunshao and Chen Wei that, Mom, I'm leaving. She pinched Lin Suizhou's waist and asked him to leave quickly, as if he couldn't leave if he delayed any longer. Lin Suizhou quickly said hello to Lu Yunshao and Chen Wei and started the car. Chen Wei looked at the backs of the two people leaving. These two people. Chapter 111. The places that Lin Suizhou took Lu Keke to required advance reservations. In fact, the day before New Year's Eve, Lin Suizhou asked Lu Keke if she would like to go to Yunhu to watch the fireworks show. Every New Year's Eve here, there is a particularly gorgeous fireworks show. Of course, Lu Keke agreed without thinking, because there was nothing fun to do at home anyway. Lu Keke, who was wearing a thick down jacket, was not cold at all. She sat in the back seat of the car, hugged Lin Suizhou, and said loudly, Will I be scolded when I go back? Lin Suizhou said, Why will I be scolded? I ran out to play in the middle of the night, and I was afraid of going so far. I felt that I would be scolded. Even if my parents didn't scold me, my brother would scold me. I lied to him that I was going to play with my classmates, but I didn't expect to run into my parents. I was worried that they would tell my brother and then I would be exposed. Lin Suizhou comforted him, Don't worry, even if your parents didn't see you, Brother Zhang has already noticed it. Why? When I saw you, the pink helmet in your backpack was exposed. Lu Keke. Lin Suizhou said, With your brother's keenness, it's impossible that he didn't notice it. Lu Keke pursed her lips, Who cares? Just let him find it. Anyway, he doesn't care about me now. He's busy accompanying his sister-in-law. Lin Suizhou laughed, Then you don't have to worry. Lu Keke looked at the road that was becoming more and more remote and less crowded. She asked, How long will it take us to get there? It's probably a few kilometers away, almost, okay. 然后, when the two arrived at the place, they found that there were not ordinary people here. And it could be described as a sea of people. Although it was New Year's Eve, I never expected that there would be so many people coming out to play on New Year's Eve. Yunhu Lake itself is not a very large lake, and it would be very crowded when there were many people. They all came to watch the fireworks show. Lin Suizhou parked the car and went with Lu Keke. Lin Suizhou glanced at the time and said, There are still 10 minutes before the show starts. Let's find a good spot. Yeah, there were too many people and many children. The scene was particularly noisy and restless, and the noise was very chaotic. Lu Keke was originally walking beside Lin Suizhou. 然后 suddenly, her shoulder was bumped by someone and she almost fell on someone else. Lin Suizhou quickly pulled her back with a little too much force and pulled her directly into his arms. He bumped into his chest. 那个陆克克 looked up at him in a daze. Lin Suizhou was also stunned, looking down at Lu Keke in his arms, and the two looked at each other. There were no street lights here, only the moonlight above their heads shining down, and it was difficult to see many details, but it was too close. When Lu Keke raised her eyes, she met the gentle eyes of Lin Suizhou when he lowered his eyes to look at her, and for a moment, she fell into a brief trance. Then Lin Suizhou turned his eyes away first. Lu Keke also turned her head away quickly. Lin Suizhou put his arm around her shoulders, pulled her closer to him, and said, "Be careful, there are so many people, it's easy to step on each other." Lu Keke didn't resist, just responded, "Oh, I know." There were people all around her, and her ears were full of various voices. If the two of them spoke a little lower, they would not be able to hear each other, so when chatting, they needed to speak a little louder. Lin Suizhou put his arm round Lu Keke's shoulders. Her down jacket was really thick. It was like hugging a big stuffed bear. You couldn't touch each other's body through such thick clothes. But Lin Suizhou was already very satisfied, at least he let him hug her like this under her voluntary circumstances. Let's go over there. Lu Keke suddenly found a good position right at the fence by the lake. 那个 The family of three who had just stood there left. When Lu Keke found them, they immediately pulled Lin Suizhou's clothes and ran over to take the position. 那个 Lin Suizhou looked at the hand holding his chest. It looked thin, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. Lu Keke was afraid that someone else would take her seat, so she kept pulling and tugging at Lin Suizhou. As soon as she stood in the empty seat, another couple came over and wanted to grab the seat, but they fell behind Lu Keke. Lu Keke smiled and said, "Sorry, we came first." Not getting such a good seat, the girl said to her boyfriend a little angrily, "Look at how fast they are and how well they cooperate with their boyfriends. Look at you, you are so slow." The boy immediately admitted his mistake. Okay, it's my fault. Let's find another place. Boyfriend. Lu Keke only heard this sentence. She realized that she was still pulling Lin Suizhou's clothes and quickly let go. She apologized to Lin Suizhou. "I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention just now. I just wanted to grab the seat earlier, so I ran a little fast and grabbed it by the way." Lin Suizhou smiled indifferently. "You just grabbed my clothes. Looking at your expression, people who don't know would think you pulled my hand." Lu Keke. She looked at him with an inexplicable look. "Are you kidding me? How could she pull his hand?" Lin Suizhou nodded. "Yes, I'm kidding." He turned his head and looked at the lake. The countdown has begun. The fireworks show is about to start. Don't miss it. Yeah, it's not on time yet, but preparations have begun. Small fireworks have already started to be set off. They are more looking forward to seeing bigger and more gorgeous fireworks, so they are not very interested in these small fireworks. Anyway, no one cheered. They can't set off fireworks themselves. This fireworks show is allowed to be held only after the consent and approval of various departments. It can also be regarded as an event. Lu Keke took out his mobile phone to check the time. Then he heard many people starting to count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Lu Keke also shouted, 3, 2, 1. Bang, bang, bang. All kinds of brilliant fireworks. As the last number of the countdown fell, all kinds of fireworks rushed into the night sky. In an instant, the inky night sky was lit up and the blooming fireworks exploded in the air and then fell like a meteor, forming a very gorgeous and dazzling scene. Lu Keke covered her mouth and cheered, her eyes full of smiles. "It's so beautiful." She hurriedly pulled the people next to her. "Brother Suizhou, look, it's really beautiful." Lin Suizhou looked sideways at the girl who covered her mouth with her eyes full of shining joy. With a doting luster in his eyes, he replied softly, "Yes, it is really beautiful." Chapter 112. The fireworks show lasted for several minutes without stopping. Those fireworks are specially made. After they are set off, they are many times more beautiful than ordinary fireworks. Lu Keke felt very surprised. The young couple next to her suddenly said, "Come and take a picture of me, I want to make a wish." Lu Keke heard it, she turned her head and took a look. The girl stood with her back to the fireworks, and the boy stood in front of her and took a picture of the girl and the fireworks behind her. Lu Keke saw this scene, she took out her mobile phone and handed it to Lin Suizhou. "Brother Suizhou, please take photos for me too." Lin Suizhou gladly accepted, "Okay." He stepped back a few steps and Lu Keke turned to face him with her back to the fireworks behind her and posed. Lin Suizhou took several photos of her. In each photo, there was a photo of her and the blooming fireworks, and each piece of fireworks seemed to explode above her head. Lin Suizhou showed the photos he had taken to Lu Keke. Lu Keke said happily, "Well, Brother Suizhou, you are so good at taking photos. How can you take such a beautiful photo of me?" Her praise made Lin Suizhou feel happy. "Little brother, can you take a few photos for me and my boyfriend?" The girl next to him heard what Lu Keke said and asked Lin Suizhou for help. 然后 Lu Keke glanced at her, and the girl smiled at her. "Excuse me, can you ask your boyfriend for a favor?" Lu Keke was stunned by this sentence. What did she say? Lin Suizhou is her boyfriend. She immediately retorted, "No, you misunderstood." "Okay," Lin Suizhou spoke up and interrupted Lu Keke directly. He returned Lu Keke's phone to her. "Take it first." Oh, Lu Keke took it. Then, she saw Lin Suizhou picked up the girl's phone next to him and planned to take a photo of her and her boyfriend. The boy held his girlfriend in his arms and they turned their backs to the fireworks behind them, leaving a sweet photo. Lin Suizhou took the photos a little quickly. After taking the photos for them, he suddenly took out his own phone. Turning on the camera function, he handed it to the girl's boyfriend. "Can you also help us take a few photos?" The boy said, "Of course." Lin Suizhou said, "Hurry up, the fireworks are almost over." "Okay," Lin Suizhou stood beside Lu Keke and said to her, "Let's take a few photos." Lu Keke looked at him and Lin Suizhou's eyes were very clear and normal, as if he didn't have any extra sauce, and he was so simple that he couldn't be more simple. As if he really wanted to take a photo with her. She turned her head and looked at the boy who took the photo. Okay, the fireworks, which had been set off for more than 10 minutes, were finally coming to an end. Lin Suizhou and Lu Keke took photos of the memories that belonged to the two of them in the last moment. At the beginning, the two stood in a proper manner without any movement. The girl next to them was so anxious that she said, "Why do you look like you are not familiar with each other? Hug each other and take photos. How can couples be so restrained when taking photos? It's not sweet at all." She thought Lin Suizhou and Lu Keke were a couple. In fact, it was not her fault. The main reason was that most of the people who came tonight were young couples, some young couples or families with children. However, there were still more young couples, and Lin Suizhou and Lu Keke were in a more intimate posture. In the eyes of outsiders, they were naturally regarded as a couple. Lu Keke felt that she should refute it. "We are not." "Then take the photo like this." 然后 But this time, Lin Suizhou interrupted her. He directly put his arm around Lu Keke's shoulders without hesitation and took the first photo with Lu Keke. Then, as everyone counted down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year. After the last Happy New Year fell, Lin Suizhou's hand suddenly held Lu Keke's hand. At the moment when the last firework exploded and fell, this photo was left. The fireworks show was over and the time was just stuck at midnight. It was the New Year's Eve of the first day of the lunar calendar. At the moment the fireworks show stopped after the camera shutter was pressed, Lyndon let go of Lu Keke's hand and didn't dare to hold it for too long. He took his phone back from the boy's hand and thanked him. Lin Suizhou lowered his head to check how the photo was taken. The girl took the opportunity to whisper to Lu Keke, "Don't thank me, sister, I understand you." Lu Keke. Facing Lu Keke's confused expression, the girl smiled and said, "I can see that you like him very much, but he is not your boyfriend yet, right?" Lu Keke opened her mouth speechlessly and argued, "No, how can you tell that I like him? You keep calling him brother. If you don't like him, then what is it? You should still be a minor, so I understand you. You are still young now. This brother is so handsome and so outstanding. It is normal for you to like him." Lu Keke. She wanted to say, "Sister, you have a problem with your vision. Which eye is wrong? It can be so outrageous. How can she like Lin Suizhou? It's nonsense." The girl said again, "He should like you very much, but because you are too young, he dare not cross the line and restrains himself." Lu Keke's face suddenly changed when she heard this. "You mean, he likes me?" "Yes, you didn't see it just now. When you were watching the fireworks, he was looking at you. His eyes were super gentle and doting, all full of love." After listening to this, Lu Keke's body suddenly shook. She held the railing to keep herself steady. "Oh, look at how happy you are. You are about to scream out of joy knowing that he likes you. My boyfriend and I are your helpers tonight, he he." The girl was still talking in Lu Keke's ear, but Lu Keke couldn't hear it at all now. She looked at Lin Suizhou, who was looking back at the photos in disbelief. Was it really like what the girl next to him said, that when she was looking at the oxidation, he was always looking at her? He liked her. Is it really possible? But he is a brother, how could he like her? He is gentle because of his personality and he takes good care of her because she is his sister. 就是 How could he have the kind of love between men and women that others say? No, absolutely not. Lu Keke's first reaction was to completely overturn this possibility. Lin Suizhou returned to her side. Lu Keke opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. Lin Suizhou asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Keke swallowed the words that were about to come out of her stomach. "Nothing, I just want to ask you, are the photos taken well?" Chapter 113. Lin Suizhou returned to her side. Lu Keke opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. Lin Suizhou asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Keke swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. "Nothing, I just want to ask you, is the photo nice?" Lin Suizhou's mouth corners slightly raised, with obvious pleasure. "It's pretty good." Although he said so, he put away his phone and didn't plan to show it to Lu Keke. Lu Keke looked at him suspiciously. "Aren't you going to show it to me?" Lin Suizhou didn't give in. "No, this is my phone." Lu Keke said dissatisfiedly, "But there are photos of me in it. Why don't you show it to me?" Lin Suizhou smiled gently. "Don't worry, I will show you yours, and I will forward it to you directly after I go back, okay? Then why don't you show it to me now?" Lin Suizhou lied casually. "Because my phone is running out of power. It will run out of power quickly if I show it to you for a while, and I didn't bring a power bank. It's very troublesome if the phone is out of power." Lu Keke pursed her lips, not knowing whether she believed it or not. Anyway, she responded, "Okay then." Lin Suizhou suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's go, the fireworks show is over. There are still programs over there." Yeah, the performance of the program was also arranged by the fireworks show. The sound of music resounded around Yunhu Lake, and it was no less lively than the fireworks show just now. 就是 the performers were not heavyweight celebrity artists, but singers and dancers at the level of internet celebrities. They were more casual and flamboyant when performing on stage. 然后 they liked to interact with the people in the audience and always invited enthusiastic audiences to come on stage to participate in the performance. There was singing and dancing, and the interaction was very active. Lin Suizhou looked at Lu Keke. Do you want to go up and sing a song too? No, I don't want to. You sing well, you can go and sing. Lin Suizhou said encouragingly. Lu Keke said modestly, of course I know that I sing well, but singing well doesn't mean I have to sing in front of so many people. Lin Suizhou laughed when he heard it, little arrogant. Humph, it is. However, Lu Keke looked at him and persuaded him, why don't you go up and sing? Lin Suizhou's face froze for a moment and immediately said, no, you sing well, but I don't sing well. I don't think you sing badly. Lin Suizhou. When they played together before, they also sang in KTV. Lu Keke sang the most, followed by Zhang Mu. Lin Suizhou sang very little. In total, he may have sung only 3 songs. Could it be that she still remembers it? He asked casually, how do you know that I sing well? 就是, it's not like I haven't heard it before. I still remember that you sang Us and Them very well. Why don't you go up and sing this song? Lu Keke answered quickly and naturally. It seemed that the song he sang had a deep impression in her mind, otherwise, how could she remember it so clearly after so long? This was a surprise to Lin Suizhou. He stared at her eyes with a meaning that only he understood and asked meaningfully, do you really want to hear me sing? Yes. Hurry up and sing, don't dawdle. She pushed him directly and urged. Lin Suizhou's mind moved slightly. If she really wanted to listen, it was not impossible for him to sing. He did not resist and let Lu Keke push him to the band behind the stage. He communicated with the band's teachers. 那个 Lu Keke was just trying it out and never thought that he would really be willing to go. 那个, however, since he was going to go on stage, she had to find the best position to watch, get closer to see him and listen to him sing. Brother Suizhou, come on. She struggled to squeeze through the crowd and wanted to wait in the front to watch. Anyway, this place was not the kind of one ticket per seat. Everyone relied on their own strength to grab a seat, and she couldn't fall behind. She was also scolded by others in dissatisfaction. What's wrong with you? Why are you squeezing? You are the only one who wants to watch and we don't need to, right? Lu Keke looked at her with tears in her eyes. Sister, I'm sorry, my brother is about to go on stage to fulfill his dream. I promised him that I would leave him the last beautiful picture of his life. Please forgive me, sister. When the man heard this, his expression changed immediately. Since she was about to die, I wouldn't embarrass her. Well, that's it, okay, then you stay here, it's not like there's no place anyway. Lu Keke wiped her tears and cried, thank you, you're such a good person. She took out her phone from her pocket, ready to take a photo of Lin Suizhou at any time. The singer on the stage was singing with a 10-year-old kid, who was also selected from the audience. After they finished singing, Lu Keke saw Lin Suizhou on stage. There were no singers from the band with him, but he went up there holding his guitar. Lu Keke didn't know how he convinced the band members to give him the entire stage, and she didn't know until now that he could actually play the guitar. Lin Suizhou sat on a stool holding his guitar with a microphone in front of him. In cooperation with the band teacher, he gently plucked the strings. As the music sounded, Lu Keke was immediately attracted. She stared at the people on the stage. For a moment, she seemed to see her favorite idol singing in front of her. After the prelude ended, Lin Suizhou's singing sounded. Then they said that your heart seemed to have healed and someone began to protect you. Should I feel at ease or heartbroken? Then, in fact, my life is not bad except for some moments when memories are rampant. As soon as he opened his mouth, he had the feeling of a professional singer. Lu Keke was stunned for a moment, and then she remembered to take her phone to record a video of Lin Suizhou on the stage. It was the first time she saw him play the guitar, and it was also the first time she saw him appear on the stage with shining lights. At this moment, all the noisy sounds around disappeared, and only his voice on the stage was clear and eye-catching. The atmosphere seemed to have separated him into a barrier, dazzling and shining, as if it was no different from the fireworks show just now. Lin Suizhou looked at Lu Keke, who was closest to the stage, and sang the lyrics without any pause. He was very familiar with this song. It was simply a memory engraved in his mind, and he knew what lyrics to follow when the melody sounded. In the video recorded by Lu Keke, he was backlit, and the stage lights just hid behind him, bathing him in light. A cool black dress and a gentle singing voice, he was handsome and charming. This was the first time that Lu Keke looked at Lin Suizhou's temperament so seriously. The combination of gentleness and coolness was simply perfect. The song didn't last long. After singing, Lin Suizhou left the stage and someone else went up. Fierce applause resounded in the audience. "Little brother, you are so handsome. Super handsome and super nice." Everyone shouted to Lin Suizhou, expressing their affirmation and love for Lin Suizhou's singing. Lu Keke quickly put away her phone and went backstage to find Lin Suizhou. She met a little girl who was selling flowers nearby. She paused and bought a red rose and held it in her hand. Chapter 114. Lin Suizhou returned the guitar to the teachers in the band as soon as he got off the stage. As soon as he left the backstage, he was surrounded by many people. "Little brother, you sing so well. Are you a professional singer? You are so handsome. Are you a singer or a star? Handsome guy, can you add WeChat?" Everyone talked at once and basically came to chat with Lin Suizhou. Lin Suizhou responded politely, "Sorry, I don't want to add WeChat." "Just add one. Do you have a girlfriend?" "You are really handsome. I really want to add your WeChat. Handsome guy, give me a chance, okay?" "He doesn't add it. He has a girlfriend." Seeing that Lin Suizhou was loved by everyone and was chased for WeChat, Lu Keke came to the rescue in time. She gave the red roses she bought to Lin Suizhou, then took his arm and said to the girls who wanted WeChat, "See, I am his girlfriend, don't even think about it." She showed her girlfriend's posture vividly and declared her sovereignty in front of everyone. At this moment, she was Lin Suizhou's real girlfriend. "Well, sorry." Everyone didn't want to continue to pester him, and they all left tactfully. Lin Suizhou took the red rose handed to him by Lu Keke, and then looked at Lu Keke holding his arm. After everyone left, Lu Keke let go of her hand and asked for credit. "Did I show up in time to help you out?" Lin Suizhou said, "Yes, thanks to that." Lu Keke pouted, "I really didn't expect that everyone would go crazy and ask you for your WeChat number just because I sang a song. It's so exaggerated." Her expression didn't look angry, but if you listen carefully, you could still hear a little dissatisfaction in her tone. It seemed that she felt very uncomfortable seeing Lin Suizhou being chased by so many people. But this dissatisfaction was not very obvious, and Lin Suizhou was not sure if it was his own illusion. Examining her expression, he asked, "Why did you buy me flowers?" "那个." Lu Keke, "What's wrong with buying flowers?" It's normal to give flowers to performers. What's so strange about it?" Lin Suizhou raised his eyebrows. "But you are a girl. Girls can't give flowers to men." "I can't tell, Brother Suizhou, you are still a very old-fashioned person." Lin Suizhou laughed. "Okay, you are right. The rose is very red and fresh. 那个 although there is only one, it still smells fragrant when you take it closer." He suddenly felt a little subtle in his heart, because this was the first time in his life that he received flowers, roses given to him by a girl. He took the flowers carefully and asked, did you record the video just now? Knowing that he had been staring at her on the stage, she must have been able to hide it from his eyes, so Lu Keke said calmly, yes, it would be a pity not to record such a beautiful singing. I sing very well. It sounds good, didn't I say that? Lin Suizhou's smile deepened, yeah. There were no other activities to participate in and many people dispersed. Lin Suizhou looked at the time and said to Lu Keke, I'll take you back. Okay, the two went to the parking lot, but something very embarrassing happened. Lin Suizhou's motorcycle was missing. He searched the parking lot twice, but couldn't find his parking lot. There was no response when he pressed the button on the key. Lu Keke's mouth twitched. Could it be stolen? Lin Suizhou. Lu Keke looked at him. That's good, it was fine when I came, but now I can't go back. It's New Year's Day, I didn't expect this to happen. Lin Suizhou said, I'll go to the security guard to ask if there is any surveillance in the parking lot. I'll go with you. Lin Suizhou thought to himself that the thief had already sneaked in and dared to steal such a big motorcycle. Maybe it was really unsafe here, so it was better to let her follow him. They went to the security room to retrieve the surveillance. The light in the video was not very clear, but it was not difficult to see from the picture that two people worked together to steal Lin Suizhou's motorcycle. They even used professional techniques to start the fire and rode away from the parking lot. 那个Lu Keke was amazed. Awesome, tonight I lost the bicycle and you lost the motorcycle. We may not come to see the fireworks show, but to help the poor professionally. Lin Suizhou. Lu Keke said, what should I do now? The car didn't go back much. It was already past 1 in the morning. If I didn't go back, it might be dawn. Lin Suizhou said, I'll take a taxi. But how could anyone come out to work in the middle of the night on New Year's Eve, and the distance was too far? It would take nearly an hour to get home from here even if you drove. He searched all the taxi service platforms, but no one took the order. There was no taxi to intercept on the roadside. After all, most people who come here to play drive themselves. Lu Keke said, why don't I call the driver and ask him to come and pick us up? After she finished speaking, she realized that it seemed impossible. Tonight was New Year's Eve, and the drivers and servants at home were on holiday, so they went back to reunite with their families. She thought about it and there was no other way. She could only change her words and said, why don't I let my brother come and pick us up? Lin Suizhou smiled and said, okay. Although it was a bit too much to ask Lu Zhang to make a special trip to pick someone up in the middle of the night, there was no way. They couldn't be trapped here and couldn't go back. Tomorrow is the first day of the new year and it's not good not to go home. The security guard said, you just wait here, it's very cold outside. The security room is not very big, but it also has air conditioning and chairs to sit on. It's much better than being frozen outside. The security guard said again, don't worry, your car is so valuable, we will report it to the police. It was the new year, and Lin Suizhou didn't make things difficult for them. Just a yeah. Lu Keke called Lu Zhang a little timid and guilty, so she didn't dare to speak. Seeing that she didn't speak, Lu Zhang asked, what happened to you two? Lu Keke gritted her teeth. She was not afraid of being known that she was with Lin Suizhou, not with the so-called classmates. Anyway, he already knew it. She could only tell the truth. Suizhou's brother's motorcycle was stolen and we couldn't get a taxi. Now we can't go home. Chapter 115. The security room is indeed much warmer than outside. Lu Keke kept thinking about the photo. She suddenly asked the security guard, excuse me, do you have a charger that I can borrow? Lin Suizhou. The security guard said, yes, what kind of phone do you have? See if it can be shared. Lin Suizhou quickly held down the phone in his pocket and stared at Lu Keke, thinking that she would not come to take his phone to compare with the security guard's phone right away. Just after thinking this, he saw Lu Keke got up and went to the security guard to look at the type of charger, and she didn't mean to take his phone. He felt a little relieved. Then, after checking the charger, Lu Keke returned to her seat and sat down. She said regretfully, "No, you two have different phones." Even if she didn't look at Lin Suizhou's phone, she knew what brand and model he used. After all, they had known each other for such a long time. Lin Suizhou quickly took over the conversation. "Yes, now we can only wait to go back and charge it." Lu Keke didn't say anything else. She sat on the chair and suddenly felt tired. She yawned unconsciously. Her little movement attracted Lin Suizhou's attention, and he turned to look at her. "Are you sleepy?" Lu Keke yawned again, then rubbed her eyes. "A little." After all, it was so late now, it was normal to feel sleepy. Lin Suizhou moved the chair closer to her and said to her, "If you are sleepy, then take a nap first and sleep on my shoulder." Lu Keke tilted her head and glanced at his shoulder. Without thinking, she tilted her head and leaned on it. She closed her eyes and mumbled in response, "Yeah." Lin Suizhou lowered his shoulders a little to make it easier for her to sleep. Lu Keke was indeed sleepy. The moment she leaned against him, she fell asleep in a second. Listening to her even breathing next to his ear, Lin Suizhou felt satisfied. Everything that happened today was unexpected to him. They took so many photos together. He also held her hand and held it in front of her. She also gave him roses and said in front of everyone that she was his girlfriend. Even if she said that deliberately to help him out, it was a special surprise in his heart. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket. The battery level on it showed that it was still 50%. He opened the album and looked at the photos one by one, and his mouth rose with satisfaction. The boy who took the photo for them was really good. He found a very tricky angle and made them look like a real couple. Maybe he did this specifically to leave them sweet memories. Lin Suizhou clicked on the photos of him holding Lu Keke's hand. Each photo was taken very carefully. From the pictures, there was no sense of disobedience between the two. They were as intimate as lovers. He selected a few photos, saved them in the WeChat favorites, and then deleted the original photos in the album. Only a few ordinary photos of him and Lu Keke were left. After doing all this, he put away his phone, closed his eyes and rested. He gently moved his head closer to Lu Keke, leaning against her head on his shoulder with the corners of his mouth always raised, and his heart was sweet to the extreme. Maybe there were too many unexpected gains today, and his desire in his heart became more and more. Listening to her breathing, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind, which made him think. The security guard was sitting with his back to them, and she fell asleep again. So, what he did now would not be discovered. Once the idea grows, it is difficult to take it back. He stared at Lu Keke's face, lowered his head a little bit and approached her and kissed her forehead very quickly. They separated at the touch, and he quickly took it back. Then he closed his eyes contentedly. When Lu Zhang picked them up, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Lu Keke and Lin Suizhou sat in the car, not daring to say anything. Especially Lu Keke, she was sitting in the passenger seat. Lu Zhang's cold breath frightened her so much that she not only dared not speak, but even breathed carefully. "Brother, it's New Year's Day, don't be so fierce." Lu Zhang said coldly, "You went out to play until late at night and lost everything." "Lu Keke, I will find it back." "How do you know?" "Lu Keke." Lin Suizhou said, "I won't cause trouble to the police during the New Year. My car has a positioning system. I can check it on the software when I go back and know where it was driven to. There are surveillance cameras in the parking lot, and I also saw the car thief." Lu Zhang said, "Is this the point?" Lin Suizhou knew he was guilty, so he didn't dare to argue. "No. The point is that it was really unfair for him to come to pick someone up in the middle of the night. Not to mention that Lu Jian would be angry, even if he himself was sleeping comfortably with his wife in the middle of the night in the winter. He would be angry and want to beat him up when he was suddenly called to run so far to pick someone up. 那个陆克克 shrank her neck and didn't dare to interrupt rashly. Lu Jian, ride a motorcycle to show off. Or do you two do it together? You guys are really good at it. 林穗洲，陆克克。Lu Jian, in the winter, you have a car but don't drive it. You have to ride a bike to get cold and blow the wind. Listening to Lu Jian's continuous complaints, the two of them kept silent. Obviously, silence is the only choice at this time. Saying one more word will attract Lu Shan's anger once more. Now they can only wait to be scolded. Lu Keke silently took out her mobile phone and said aggressively, I miss my sister-in-law. Lu Jian immediately gritted his teeth and said, You dare to disturb her sleep. Lu Keke immediately put down the phone and pursed her lips. I just said it casually, 然后 Lu Jian didn't say anything else. The car drove steadily on the road and Lu Keke slowly leaned on the seat and fell asleep. This was the most sleepy time. Seeing this, Lin Suizhou, who was sitting behind her, helped her adjust the seat so that she could sleep more comfortably. Lu Jian, who was driving, glanced at him. Lin Suizhou quickly raised his hands and said seriously, I didn't do anything. Lu Jian sneered, What else do you want to do? Lin Suizhou hesitated. Lu Jian suddenly said she will take the college entrance examination in the last half of the semester. When Lin Suizhou heard this, he suddenly became excited. 那个 was he hinting at something? After the college entrance examination, Lu Keke also became an adult. He instantly perked up. Anyway, Lu Jian also knew his feelings for Lu Keke. He had never stopped him before, so he obviously agreed by default. So what he meant by saying this was to remind him that he could prepare to officially pursue Lu Keke. He was full of joy. Then, he heard Lu Jian say, I plan to let her study abroad and come back after a few years of experience outside. Lin Suizhou's face changed instantly. Chapter 116. All the joy just now disappeared from Lin Suizhou's face in an instant. He looked at Lu Jian. What did you say? Lu Jian said, Go abroad, it will be good for her to see the outside world. Lin Suizhou immediately smiled bitterly. Brother Jian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought her out to play in the middle of the night, and I lost the motorcycle, so I called you to pick us up. What he meant was that it was all his fault, but could he please not use this to retaliate against him? Lu Jian snorted coldly and said nothing more. He first sent Lin Suizhou back home. After Lin Suizhou got off the car, he still said to Lu Jian worriedly, Brother Jian, I promise there won't be a next time. Next time, even if he crawled back by himself, he would never let Lu Jian pick him up. Lu Jian didn't respond and drove away. The car parked in the Lu family's garage. 那个 Lu Jian called Lu Keke, and she woke up from her sleep. Lu Jian pulled her out of the car in a daze and said, Let's go home. Lu Keke rubbed her eyes. Oh. She followed Lu Jian and said, Do my parents know? Do they know that you went so far away to play with others? No, I mean do they know that you will come to pick me up at night? Yes, Lu Keke. Lu Jian said they were still awake when I left. Lu Keke knew that her parents had the habit of staying up late on New Year's Eve. Every year, they would wait until 5 in the morning to burn incense to their ancestors, so she simply stayed up at night. In the past, she played mahjong with friends at home. But this year is special. Su Mian is pregnant. They don't want to disturb Su Mian's rest. So they went to someone else's house to play for a while and then went home, and they also ran into her and Lin Suizhou going out together, so she asked this. She said dejectedly, Okay. It was almost 4 o'clock at this time. This was probably the most tiring New Year's Eve she had ever spent. She went home with a nervous mood, and sure enough, Lu Yunshao and Chen Wei were sitting in the hall. Lu Ke cleared her throat because she felt guilty, so she smiled very flatteringly, and with a little flattery, she called out, "Dad, Mom." After she finished speaking, she secretly looked at their expressions, but she didn't see any angry attitude on their faces. But Lu Ke didn't relax, and was still thinking about countermeasures in her mind. How should she respond if they cursed later? Lu Yunshao spoke first. "You all finally back?" Lu Ke nodded obediently. "Yeah." Chen Wei asked, "Is it fun over there? Is it lively?" Lu Ke immediately grinned. "It's quite lively. There are so many people, and the fireworks show tonight is so beautiful. It's amazing." Lu Yunshao's expression instantly changed from calmness just now, and his tone became serious. "It's beautiful, right? Are you almost frozen silly?" Lu Ke. Chen Wei asked more curiously, "Is it really so lively?" How about we go next year?" Lu Ke hurriedly said, Okay. Lu Zhang did not participate in their conversation and said, "I'm going back to sleep." Seeing this, Lu Ke immediately found a way to get out and said to Lu Zhang, "I'm sleepy too. I'm going back to sleep. Dad, Mom, good night. Don't wake me up." Tomorrow morning. Neither Lu Yunshao nor Chen Wei called her, so she followed Lu Zhang upstairs without looking back. As she walked, she patted her chest in relief. That was a close call. Lu Zhang glanced at her and said nothing more. After he returned to the room, Su Mian actually did not fall asleep. With her current physical condition, it is basically difficult for her to sleep a full night. She sat on the bed and watched Lu Zhang come in. The floor lamp beside the bed shone on her face. Under the warm light, she was very awake and did not feel sleepy at all. It was obvious that she had been awake for a long time. Lu Zhang came over and sat on the bed and asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable again?" Su Mian whispered, "No, I just can't sleep." "Is it more difficult to fall asleep without me by your side?" Su Mian leaned close to his arms and said dependently, "Yes, the bed is empty and it is indeed difficult to fall asleep without the mister." 然后 Lu Zhang hugged her and patted her back. "Me too, they were used to sleeping together. If the other person was suddenly missing from the bed, they would feel empty and could not sleep peacefully. As long as she could lie next to him, even if they were not hugging each other intimately all the time, she would be satisfied in her heart and would not feel empty." "Didn't Ke get scolded?" Su Mian asked. "No, I let her go during the Chinese New Year." "Do you think my parents can see Lin Suizhou's feelings for Ke? After all, my parents are my parents, and they have a lot of experience in reading people. After such a coincidence, they can't fail to see the trick." Lu Zhang said lightly, "Maybe, but judging from their attitude, they shouldn't object." Su Mian hummed, "Although Lin Suizhou is a little older than Ke, he is reliable and he is someone that my parents know well, so they feel relieved." Lu Zhang, what's the use of them being relieved? Have you forgotten Lu Ke's first love that made her cry so hard? Su Mian laughed when he heard this. "I think Lin Suizhou is a bit like you, but he still doesn't work as hard as you. It's also a one-sided crush, but he can't get the love. But Lin Suizhou's advantage is that he has a good relationship with Lu Ke, and now they can get along as friends, while Lu Zhang at that time was completely thinking about him silently. And he couldn't even talk to him. Lu Zhang, then let him work harder." Su Mian. After Lu Ke returned to the room and was about to take a shower, Lin Suizhou sent her a message. "Lin Suizhou, are you home?" Lu Ke, "I am." She put down her phone but picked it up again after thinking about it and started typing, "Where are the photos? Send them to me quickly." "Lin Suizhou, did you have fun tonight?" Before Lu Ke could send it, Lin Suizhou sent another message. Lu Ke deleted the words she had typed and replied again, very happy. Lin Suizhou, it's good that you are happy. Didn't your uncle and aunt scold you when you go back? Lu Ke, they didn't scold me. Where are the photos? Didn't you say you would send them to me when you go back? Lin Suizhou, pictures, pictures, pictures. Then Lu Keke received many photos from Lin Suizhou in a row. She clicked on them one by one, but until she finished looking at the last one, she didn't see the photo of Lin Suizhou holding her hand. Lu Keke, only this. Lin Suizhou, yeah. Lu Keke, really gone. Lin Suizhou, gone. After reading the message, Lu Keke did not reply. She threw her phone on the bed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Chapter 117. Lu Zhan went back to the Su family with Su Mian on the second day of the Chinese New Year. There were no other relatives visiting the Su family. Yang Xin looked at Su Mian's belly and pinched her cheeks. You've gained weight, which makes you feel more comfortable. Su Mian said you shouldn't have gained much weight, right? It's okay, it's normal to gain weight. After giving birth, you should slowly return to a similar weight as before. Don't be afraid. Su Mian nodded, yeah. Yang Xin glanced at Lu Zhan, who was chatting with Su Zhiyuan, and whispered to Su Mian, before the new year, Qi Haochuan came to see us. Su Mian's expression froze him. Well, he was quite polite when he came. He brought a lot of gifts and said he came to apologize and say goodbye to us. Yang Xin said helplessly, seeing his attitude, he was sincere, so we didn't kick him out. We chatted with him for a few minutes. He didn't mention you in front of us, but thanked your dad for saving him when he was a child. He apologized to us and said that he hurt you and made us disappointed in him. Su Mian listened and said softly, I met him a few months ago. He told me that he was leaving. Yang Xin sighed, that's fine. Even if we don't keep in touch, I don't like it when everyone becomes hostile and at odds with each other. Su Mian, yeah. Yang Xin didn't talk about this topic anymore and took out the small clothes she had made from the closet. Look, this is the little sweater I knitted. Isn't it pretty? Yang Xin took out a bag with many small sweaters in it. She said there are several colors, beige, pink, blue, and yellow. There are thin and thick ones, and big and small ones. When the baby is born, the weather is warm, so he wears the thin ones. In the second half of the year, when winter comes, he can wear the bigger and thicker ones to keep warm. Su Mian was surprised and said, Mom, I didn't know you had such skillful hands and could make these cute little clothes. These are not ordinary hand-knitted sweaters. Each one has patterns and designs on it. The pink one is suitable for girls and the blue one is suitable for boys. The categories are clearly distinguished. Su Mian said, we don't even know the gender yet you've prepared the clothes. What's the big deal? Whether it's a boy or a girl, we can find suitable clothes in the future. Even if it's a boy this time, can't we just save the pink clothes for the second baby, a girl? It won't be wasted. Su Mian said helplessly, the first baby is still in my belly and you're just thinking about the second baby. Yang Xin said, why, don't you want to have 2 children with Lu Zhen? I haven't thought about it yet, and I don't have the energy to think about it now. I think you can have 2 children. Why? Yang Xin said, you don't have the pressure of raising children. Time, money, and manpower are not a problem for you. Your dad and I relied on ourselves for everything at that time, so we could only have you, but it's different for you and Lu Zhen. There will be a confinement nanny to take care of you during your pregnancy, and a nanny will be waiting for you after you give birth. You don't have to worry too much. Su Mian smiled, no hurry, let's talk about it later. So I've prepared the small clothes first, which can be worn by both boys and girls. Thanks, Mom. Coming out of the room, Su Mian just heard Su Zhiyuan talking to Lu Zhan about his glorious history of heroic rescue. Su Mian said helplessly that Lu Zhan can recite all you said by heart. If you want to continue, why don't you talk about something else? Su Zhiyuan said with a sigh, why are you trying to ruin my show? I haven't finished yet, don't interrupt me. Yang Xin, yeah, your dad only has those history achievements that he can show off. If you don't let him talk, what else can he say? Su Mian. Lu Zhang, it doesn't matter, I quite like listening. You see, Lu Zhang is more sensible than your own daughter. Su Mian said helplessly, okay, then you continue to chat. Yang Xin helped Su Mian to sit down next to her and said, just let your dad talk. He retired early and has an old leg injury and can't do much work. Apart from bragging with his old friends, there are not many people who can chat with him. It's good that Lu Zhang can chat with him. These words reminded Su Mian of what Lu Zhang said before, that if he didn't accompany Su Zhiyuan to drink, there would be no one to accompany him. After the only daughter got married, there was one less lively person in the family. Su Mian lowered her eyes. She suddenly understood why some people were willing to have 2 children. At least they could have one more child and spend more time with their parents. After the new year, at the end of February, Su Mian's due date arrived. Although she was in good physical condition, Lu Zhang still suggested that she choose a cesarean section to reduce pain. Su Mian thought so too. So when the due date arrived and the baby in her belly didn't move, she went directly to the hospital to wait for delivery. She didn't want to have surgery in advance. She wanted to wait until the baby moved and her stomach started to hurt before having surgery. She wanted the baby to choose a suitable time and come to them naturally. So during the waiting time in the hospital, Lu Zhang was more nervous than Su Mian. Even before the operation started, he was already panicking as if Su Mian was about to face inhuman torture. Su Mian sat calmly in the ward. She said to Lu Zhang, don't panic. Didn't the doctor explain it to you very clearly? Cesarean section is very safe and nothing will happen. Yeah, nothing will happen. Lu Zhang responded, but his expression was a little dazed. Obviously, he didn't listen. Su Mian had no choice but to continue eating her fruit. Suddenly, her face changed. She held her belly with her hand and felt a pain inside. 然后 Lu Zhang noticed it with his sharp eyes and immediately asked nervously, what's wrong? Do you have a stomachache? Su Mian's tightened face suddenly relaxed slowly. No, he just kicked me. Lu Zhang. The tense handsome face immediately relaxed. He was nervous now. As long as Su Mian frowned, he felt that she had a stomachache, which was a sign that the baby was about to be born. Su Mian continued to eat. She finished a plate of grapes and suddenly felt a stomachache again. Her face changed and she reached out to Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang quickly helped her up and stared at her face closely. Are you starting to have contractions? He had memorized all the precautions for pregnant mothers when they were about to give birth. Even if it was the first time for his wife to give birth, as long as he had enough theoretical knowledge, he would be able to familiarize himself with the steps and remain calm in times of crisis. Su Mian said, and certainly it should be possible. The confinement nanny sat beside her. It seems that it should be. The young lady has just started, but the interval between contractions is long at the beginning and it will gradually shorten later. Lu Zhang hurriedly said, contact the doctor, quickly. Su Mian said calmly, it's just the beginning of the contraction. It's still early. I haven't finished eating the fruit. There are still kiwis and oranges. I also need to wash my hair and take a bath. Lu Zhang. Chapter 118. With Lu Zhang's slightly anxious assistance, Su Mian took a comfortable bath and washed her hair. She said, why do I feel that my stomach doesn't hurt again? Is this a false labor? Lu Zhang blew her hair dry and said seriously, call the doctor to come and have a look. He now felt that the calmer she was, the more nervous he was. He couldn't continue to be so leisurely. Only by listening to the doctor would he feel at ease. Su Mian said, okay. The doctor came to check Su Mian and told them that the baby was indeed about to be born. It's just that it's just the beginning and the frequency of labor pains is still relatively long, so there's no rush. 那个 Lu Jian looked at Su Mian and said to the doctor, do the surgery now, don't wait. The longer you wait, the more pain you will suffer. Su Mian agreed. After all, she had decided to have a cesarean section and didn't want to endure the pain of labor. Lu Jian held Su Mian's hand and said suddenly, I can go in and accompany you. After all, it was his own hospital and no one could make rules for him. But Su Mian said without thinking, no, I don't want you to go in. Although giving birth is painful and happy, the operation is also accompanied by blood, and she didn't want him to witness such a scene. Yang Xin and Su Zhiyuan also came to the hospital. Yang Xin also brought Su Mian's favorite soup. Unexpectedly, she was already preparing for the operation. She also heard Lu Jian say that he wanted to accompany her during the birth. She said quickly, just wait for Mian Mian outside, don't follow her in. Su Mian, yes. Lu Jian didn't understand, why? I just want to accompany you. Su Mian said seriously, listen to me. What Lu Jian thought in his heart was that instead of waiting outside for a long time, he would rather watch the process inside, so that he would not be so anxious. At least he could pay attention to the progress of the operation. But now Su Mian is the most important, of course, what she says is what it means. When Shan comforted her mood, okay, then I will listen to you, don't be afraid, we are all waiting for you outside. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous at all. Su Mian was also trying to stay calm, because she knew that, if she panicked and was afraid at this time, Lu Jian and her parents would only worry more. Su Zhiyuan also comforted, yes, don't be afraid, your parents are here. Su Mian smiled, I know, it seems that you are more nervous than me. Yang Xin said, don't be nervous, it will be fine. Yeah, Su Mian was pushed into the operating room. She gave Lu Jian a reassuring look, telling him not to be nervous. Lu Jian instructed the surgeon in a deep voice, we must ensure her safety. The doctor, don't worry, mister. Lu, we will. When Su Mian was in surgery, Lu Yunshao and Chen Wei also came. Lu Yunshao asked Lu Jian, have you thought of a name for the child? Lu Jian stared at the operating room, his stern expression a little empty, as if he didn't hear Lu Yunshao talking beside him at all. Seeing him like this, Lu Yunshao couldn't help but complain. When your mother gave birth to you, I wasn't as cuddly as you. Lu Jian still ignored him. Lu Yunshao ignored him and went to chat with his in-laws. Chen Wei smiled and said to Lu Jian, relax, you are too nervous. Lu Jian suddenly let out a light breath, letting his tense expression relax a little. Yes, however, the operation time was faster than Lu Jian expected. He waited anxiously for less than an hour. The door of the operating room suddenly opened, and the doctor came out holding the baby. Everyone rushed to gather round. The doctor said directly to Lu Jian, congratulations, mister. Lu, at 14:37 in the afternoon, is a boy, weighing 6.7 jin. Lu Jian stared at the baby in the doctor's arms, wrapped in a small blanket, and looked really small. He opened his mouth. Oh. Chen Wei hit Lu Jian and said happily, oh, it's a little boy. Lu Jian, you have a son too. Lu Yunshao said, I thought it was a girl, but a boy is also good, very good. Yang Xin said, I said dreams are the opposite. I dreamed of a girl, and sure enough, it was a boy. Su Zhiyuan stared at the child in the doctor's arms and smiled from ear to ear. Haha, that's great, this little guy has so much hair. After listening to their excited discussions, the doctor asked Lu Jian, Mister. Lu, are you holding the child? Lu Jian suddenly came back to his senses and asked, where is the adult? How is the adult? Yang Xin also said, yes, how is my daughter now? The doctor said, don't worry, it was a very smooth delivery. Both the adult and the child are fine, but the adult needs to be observed for a while before coming out. Yang Xin immediately felt relieved, that's good. So she looked at Lu Jian. The doctor has to go in and be busy. Do you want to hold the baby? If not, I, the grandmother, will be the first to hold the baby. After confirming that Su Mian was fine, Lu Jian focused his attention on the child. He said, just hold it. Chen Wei said to Yang Xin, mother-in-law, how about I hold it? Yang Xin, that won't work. Lu Jian said I should hold it. Chen Wei said in a negotiating tone, but I want to hold it first. I want to hold it first too. Yang Xin refused to give in. Su Zhiyuan, let me hold it. Lu Jian, stop arguing. I've already taken the baby away. The doctor is always the first to hold the baby. Why are you still arguing here? Just as they were arguing, Lu Yunshao took the baby directly from the doctor's arms with a very skilled posture. Everyone's eyes fell on him, and even Lu Jian looked at his skilled posture with a little surprise. Lu Yunshao snorted and said, what are you looking at? When Rox and Ke Ke were born, your mother was still in the ward. I was the one who held you. I have a lot of experience. After that, he walked straight to the elevator with the baby in his arms. Su Zhiyuan hurriedly followed. My dear, where are you going with the baby? Yang Xin also said, yes, be careful, don't run so fast, be careful not to drop the baby. Lu Yunshao remained calm and said, of course, we are going to send the child to the neonatal department downstairs for examination. Chen Wei said, wait a minute, I want to go with you. She said to Lu Jian, Xiao Mian will be left to you, let's go see the baby and come back later. Lu Jian, okay. Grandpa and Grandma took the child to the neonatal department, and Lu Jian waited outside the operating room. The corridor, which was noisy just now, suddenly became quiet, allowing Lu Jian to begin to recognize a fact. From this moment on, he really became a father. Chapter 119. Su Mian came out of the operating room and returned to the ward. She only saw Lu Jian, but not the child. Lu Jian held her hand and said, Mom and Dad have sent the child to the neonatal department and will be back soon. Su Mian had already seen the child in the delivery room. The doctor even held the baby close to her face, but she didn't look at it carefully at that time. Now she really wanted to see what the baby looked like. Why are your hands so cold? Lu Jian suddenly said. Su Mian said weakly, very cold. Sister Wu took a thick quilt and covered Su Mian, saying, you will feel cold after giving birth. You should keep warm from now on. Lu Jian arranged the quilt for her, held her cold hand in his palm and covered it. Just looking at her pale face with heartache, does it hurt? Su Mian smiled gently, the anesthesia effect has not worn off yet, it doesn't hurt. Lu Jian said gently, thank you for your hard work, my baby. Su Mian's face was filled with satisfaction and joy. The doctor said it's a boy. Sister Wu left the ward, giving them a chance to be alone. Lu Jian leaned over and kissed Su Mian on the forehead, praising her, mother of the child, you are awesome. Su Mian smiled, are you happy now? Lu Jian's eyes were filled with happiness. I am very, very happy that is our child, our common blood. The child is the witness that they are firmly tied together. Su Mian said in a daze, why haven't I reacted yet? I just gave birth to a child like this. She was ready to be a mother, but after the child was really born, Su Mian felt that she was still a little dazed and unreal. It was as if she had been in the operating room. Her round belly was flattened and the child came out, but she still hadn't completely transformed her role into a mother. Me too, Lu Jian said, I haven't fully reacted yet, I am already a father. Su Mian laughed, calm down, mister. Lu, that is your son, you can't be confused with me, otherwise he will be wronged. Lu Jian also smiled, my wife is right, I should calm down. He put his hand on her forehead, which was still cool. She turned up the temperature of the heating in the ward, tucked the quilt tighter, and said to her, the confinement nanny said that you are very weak after giving birth. And you must pay attention to rest and maintenance. Yeah, after she finished speaking, there was laughter outside the ward. 然后 it was the parents of the two families who came back with their children. This time the child was in Yanxin's arms. She happily held the child and lay next to Su Mian, saying to her, "See, this little guy is your son." Su Mian quickly turned her head to look at his little face. In fact, it was not as exaggerated as the parents of the newborns she had seen said. They all said that newborns were not good looking, but she looked at the little guy's face and it was also white and clean. Except for a little redness on the skin, the facial features were also clean and refreshing. She said in surprise, "Why does he have so much hair?" Chen Wei said, "Maybe he absorbed nutrients well in the stomach, so he grew well." Su Zhiyuan and Lu Yunshao did not enter the ward, but waited outside. Only Yanxin and Chen Wei came in. Su Mian stretched out her hand to touch the baby's face, but suddenly retracted it. She asked the confinement nanny uncertainly, "Can I touch him?" The confinement nanny smiled and said, "Of course you can." Su Mian then touched the little guy's face, which was incredibly soft. He closed his eyes as if he was sleeping, and his breathing was gentle. Yang Xin took his little hand out of his sleeve and asked Su Mian to hold it. "Not only can you touch his face, but you can also grab his hand. Don't be afraid. Although he is small, he is not fragile and cannot be touched. He has just left the mother's body. You should get closer to him now. You are the person he relies on the most." Su Mian grabbed the little guy's hand, and her eyebrows were stained with smiles. She looked at Lu Zhang in surprise. "Lu Zhang, come and see, his little hands are so long." Seeing this, Chen Wei called the confinement nanny and Yanxin to go out together. Lu Zhang sat on the bed and looked at the baby lying next to Su Mian. He didn't look carefully when the doctor took him out just now, but now, he began to carefully look at the child's facial features. He felt that his face was not as big as his palm, his eyebrows were shallow, he closed his eyes and breathed gently, and his little mouth was pursed. He looked very cute. Even when wrapped in a small blanket, it was not as long as his little arm. 然后 seeing Lu Zhang's tense expression, Su Mian said, "Try to grab his hand." Lu Zhang stretched out his hand hesitantly but was a little afraid to let go. Su Mian could understand his mood because he was also so nervous when he touched the child for the first time. She encouraged him, "It's okay, just be gentle. You see, I grabbed his little hand too." Lu Zhang grabbed the other hand of the baby after hearing that. His fingers were small but very thin and long. This was the first time he felt the temperature of a child, which was particularly warm. Suddenly, the little guy opened his eyes and made a very small and light humming sound. And the two little hands also tightened their strength and grabbed the fingers of Su Mian and Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang looked at the little claw holding his index finger and looked at Su Mian with some disbelief. "He actually grabbed me." Su Mian was also very surprised. "He grabbed me too." The little guy's eyes are still blind now. Maybe Lu Zhang felt that his parents were wrong, so he subconsciously grabbed their hands, opened his little mouth, and hummed a song that Su Mian and Lu Zhang couldn't understand. Su Mian suddenly felt like crying. She called the little guy's name gently, "Little Aheng, we are mom and dad." The little guy didn't know if he understood, but he just held her fingers a little harder. They named the little guy, assuming that if it was a boy, he would be named Lu Heng, and if it was a girl, he would be named Lu Wan. Lu Zhang said, "The child looks like you." "Really? How can I not see it? His face hasn't grown yet, and his facial features are not very clear. The shape of his eyes is very similar to yours." Su Mian smiled. "It is said that boys who look like their mothers are blessed, so our little Aheng must be blessed too." Now that she saw the child, Su Mian felt that the trance and unreality just now were gone, and now she had a very real feeling of being a mother. She asked Lu Zhang, "Have you not held the child yet?" "No." "Then hold him." Lu Zhang hesitated a little. "Really?" Looking at his worried expression, Su Mian was very nervous now. So she comforted him and said, "It's okay, you try to hold him." "I can't hold him now because I'm lying down." "You, as a father, should always hold him." Lu Jian would not refuse her words, especially now. He said as if he was facing a great enemy, "Then let me try." Under Su Mian's guidance, Lu Jian got into the position of holding the child, then bent down and carefully held the child lying on the bed in his arms, as if he was holding a fragile item. The word caution was written on his handsome face, and the posture was clumsy and awkward. Su Mian looked at him like this and felt both funny and happy. They were the same, new parents. The first taste of being a parent must be curious, fresh and unfamiliar, but they will treat him as a treasure. The little baby looked even younger in Lu Jian's broad and strong arms. The angle from which Su Mian looked while lying on the bed was particularly obvious. It felt like Lu Jian was holding a delicate doll. Su Mian asked expectantly, "How does it feel?" Lu Jian looked at the face of the child in his arms and said, "So light, so small." Of course, the doctor weighed him and it was just over 6 pounds. Lu Jian frowned when he heard this. "From now on, we have to feed him from over 6 pounds too. Over 100 pounds. Su Mian." Lu Jian suddenly looked at Su Mian in a daze. He probably doesn't know that the person holding him is his father now. He will definitely know after holding him for a long time. Isn't the little life so magical? The two are now full of curiosity about the world of children and want to know what is in his little head now. Su Mian looked at Lu Jian holding the child very tightly. The whole body of the little guy was pressed in his arms and his two arms were tightly hugged as if he was afraid that he would fall. She said helplessly, "Relax, you are too nervous." Lu Jian put the child back on the bed. He was really afraid of hurting the child. Then he asked Su Mian with concern, "Do you feel uncomfortable now?" Su Mian said softly, "Not yet." "Then you take a rest and don't talk too much." Okay, the doctor came to give Su Mian an infusion and asked Lu Jian to register the child's information and apply for a birth certificate. Lu Yunshao asked him, "How do you feel now?" Lu Jian was silent for a while before answering, "It's unreal." Lu Yunshao smiled, promising, "I wasn't as stupid as you when you were just born." Lu Jian thought to himself that it was different. These 2 years seemed to be stolen by him. When he thought that he and Su Mian would never have an ending, they were tied together by accident, and now they even have a child. In the past, love was hidden in the heart, and in the future, it will bloom thousands of miles. Su Mian stayed in the hospital for more than a week and then went home to recuperate. There was a confinement nanny to take care of her at home, and everything was arranged properly. On weekends, Lu Keke came to see Su Mian and the child. She lay beside the crib and teased the child, "My little nephew, call me aunt." Su Mian lay on the bed and said helplessly, "He can't speak yet and can't understand." "He doesn't understand, but he can hear. If I talk more, he will understand." Lu Keke tapped Lu Han's face with her fingers and couldn't let go of it. "It's so beautiful, much more beautiful than the first day he was born." That day, Lu Jian posted a circle of friends and took a photo of the child. Lu Keke saw it at school and wanted to see the child at that time, but she couldn't go out at school, so she could only wait until the weekend to come to Shengshi Mansion to see it. Now when they compare face to face, the difference is immediately apparent. It's only been a few days, and the little guy really looks so much better. Su Mian said the child needs to grow up slowly and he will become more and more beautiful as he grows up. Lu Keke, I think so too. Sister-in-law, are you breastfeeding? Yes, being a mother is really great. You have to lie in bed for a month after giving birth, which is a huge price. Su Mian looked at Lu Han's round eyes and said with a smile, "Great and happy." Lu Keke suddenly frowned and said a little depressed, "I thought you would give birth to a girl, and I was thinking about waiting for her to grow up and become her sister, but I didn't expect it to be a boy. Little Han, you are so cute." After Lu Keke finished speaking, she looked at Su Mian again. The wound should still hurt now, right? Sometimes a little, but it's bearable. Why not give birth naturally? Lu Keke asked. Su Mian said, I'm afraid of pain. I feel that the risk of caesarean section is lower. In fact, the operation is very fast. Except for the time it takes for the wound to recover after the operation, everything else is fine. It feels a bit bad to tell Lu Keke this. After all, she is still a child, and I don't want to leave her with a psychological burden. 然后 so she asked Lu Keke, the last half year of senior year is stressful, isn't it? How do you feel? Exhausted. Lu Keke couldn't help complaining when she mentioned this. I've moved into an 8-person dormitory at school. What do you think? I don't have weekends anymore. I only have half a day off every Sunday afternoon. After school at noon, we go home to have a meal and then prepare daily necessities. After dinner at home, we have to go to school for evening self-study. It's like a world dark and gloomy, getting up earlier than chickens and sleeping later than ghosts. This is the style of Lin Chengno. One middle school. Su Mian certainly understands because she has been through this before. Hold on a little longer and you will win if you can get through the last 3 months. Yes, I can only endure it, otherwise what can I do? At this time, Lu Zhang came in, holding a bouquet of flowers in his arms. Come and change the flowers on the bedside. Yesterday it was moonlight stroll and today it was heart of the ocean. He said to Lu Keke, you can go out after seeing the child. Don't disturb your sister-in-law's rest. Lu Keke looked at little Lu Han, then can I carry him out to play? Lu Zhang, no. Just play for a short while, I have to go to school soon and I will see him again in another week. Lu Zhang said, he is sleeping, what are you playing? Why does he sleep all the time? Why doesn't he sleep at such a young age? Lu Keke. She left the room reluctantly. Sister-in-law, I will come to see you and the little baby next week. You have to take good care of yourself. Okay, Su Mian looked at the beautiful heart of the ocean in the vase and said, why are you changing the flowers again? The bouquet of moonlight walk yesterday is still fresh and not broken. Lu Zhang said, change a bouquet every day, the room will be fragrant, and it will also make you feel good when you look at it. Su Mian laughed when he heard it. He was taking care of her mood as she was in confinement. She pointed at little Lu Han in the crib and said, bring him to sleep next to me. Lu Zhang said, let him sleep in the crib. You won't be able to rest well if he's next to you. It's okay. Lu Zhang insisted, wait a few days, wait until your wound heals better, then let him sleep with you. Otherwise, you can't help but hold him. The confinement nanny said that you can't be tired during confinement. Su Mian had no choice but to say, okay. Chapter 120. The day of Lu Han's full month banquet was very lively. All matters were arranged by Chen Wei and Lu Yunshao. The banquet was similar to the wedding of Lu Zhang and Su Mian. It was also full of guests. Lu Han was chubby and his little face had become round. Although he was still in the cradle, he was completely different from when he was just born. Su Mian was finally liberated and didn't have to lie in bed all the time. During the whole confinement period, she was closely watched by Lu Zhang. In order to help her recuperate, he was more professional than the confinement nanny. What she ate for 3 meals a day was planned. Even if she was breastfeeding, she couldn't let the little guy disturb her rest. Although she was taken care of very carefully, she was also very tired. After a month, Su Mian finally felt like she was alive again. Yin Qingqing also came to the full moon banquet. She asked Su Mian, how do you feel now? Relaxed, comfortable, and happy. Su Mian answered with a smile. Yin Qingqing was infected by the happiness radiating from Su Mian's body and was very happy for her. Oh, women with babies are really different. The whole person radiates the radiance of motherhood. Of course. Lu Han lay in the stroller right next to Su Mian. She looked at Lu Han, who was turning his round eyes. Look how good he looks, a bit like me and a bit like Lu Zheng. Yes, it's a perfect combination of your genes. This kid will be amazing in the future. I don't know how many girls will suffer. Yin Qingqing said with emotion. Su Mian was speechless. Can you please stop saying such things? My son is only 1 month old. Yin Qingqing stared at Lu Han's raised eyebrows. Look for yourself. Are the tails of his eyebrows raised? Su Mian. Yet, Yin Qingqing said with an experienced look, I have heard from the older generation that a boy's eyebrows are raised, which proves that he has a very strong personality. Look at his facial features. He is already very regular and even stunning at this age, not to mention that he will be extremely handsome when he grows up. Su Mian heard her say this and really leaned closer to look at Lu Han. Really? How come I didn't notice it? Xiao Mian Mian, I'm going to say this today. If this kid doesn't attract peach blossoms in the future, I will take your surname. Yin Qingqing said shamelessly. Su Mian, okay, I'll wait for you to change your surname. Yin Qingqing. She curiously pulled Su Mian's arm again. Are you feeling unwell anywhere now? Does your wound hurt? Is it painful to feed the baby? No, not at all. Su Mian grabbed Lu Han's little hand in the stroller with a satisfied smile on her face. You can only experience this feeling after you become a mother yourself. It's useless to listen to others. Watching the child grow up day by day, you will unconsciously want to give him everything. Yin Qingqing really can't understand the feeling that Su Mian said yet. Some people say that children can bring a sense of happiness, while others say that children will make people lose their sense of happiness. There are different opinions. She, who doesn't even have a boyfriend, really can't empathize. But now she can understand Su Mian's happiness and joy. It's so obvious that it's true to say that Su Mian exudes the radiance of a mother all over her body and is the kind of happiness that no one can compare to. Zhang Mu, who was eating at the same table, suddenly said, Sister-in-law, what are you two whispering about? Lu Keke answered, Of course, we are talking about which wife little Lu Han will marry when he grows up. Lin Suizhou looked at her and said, This plan is a little too early. Lu Keke chewed a watermelon and said, What's early? 那个, my mother was already looking for a school for him before he was born. 然后, now that he is born, of course she will directly consider marrying a wife in the future. She accurately controls the rhythm of his life. Perfect. Su Mian laughed. You are just teasing a baby in swaddling clothes. Haha, the baby must be bullied from a young age, otherwise when he grows up, I, as an aunt, can't bully him anymore. Lu Keke said with a look on my face that I have made a plan. Lu Zheng, that's not necessarily true. When he grows up, you can try to beat him. Lu Keke blinked, Don't dig a hole for me. I won't jump into it. Lin Suizhou smiled, picked up the wine glass on the table, and gestured to Lu Zheng. Congratulations, Brother Zheng. Zhang Mu also poured himself a glass of wine and grinned, and I congratulate my brother Zheng for becoming a super dad. Lu Zheng accepted their blessings and drank a glass with them. Thank you. Zhang Mu suddenly asked Lu Keke, Little ancestor, how are you and the boy you like now? Has he contacted you after going abroad? The banquet atmosphere was good and he suddenly brought up this topic. Lin Suizhou glared at him unkindly. But Zhang Mu didn't notice it. He was only focused on Lu Keke, wanting to hear her answer. Lu Keke pouted a little aggressively. No contact. We rarely contacted each other when we were still in the same class, not to mention that he has gone abroad now. Zhang Mu, so pitiful, so your first love is really going to end in vain. Lu Keke glared at him. Can you stop exposing my shortcomings and poking at my sad things? You have to make me cry on this happy day, right? She was telling the truth. She really didn't contact the monitor. He quit the class group 2 or 3 months after he left. He couldn't contact her by phone and he didn't seem to use WeChat much. It was still from his former good friends that he found it inconvenient to use this abroad, and he already had a new life and a new circle. He would definitely contact his friends and classmates in China less in the future. Although it has been so long, Lu Keke still felt a little sore when she thought of him. Okay, I said the wrong thing. You must not cry. Zhang Mu had an expression that said I was afraid of you. Lu Keke, who wants to cry? I won't cry. Yes, little ancestor is super strong and will definitely not cry. Zhang Mu said to Lu Keke in a gentle voice, and peeled an orange for her. You've worked hard in the 3rd year of high school. It's good for your health to supplement more vitamin C. Come on, eat quickly. Although the food in the school cafeteria is not bad, it is definitely not as good as this high-end banquet. Take the opportunity to eat more. Yet Lin Suizhou looked at Lu Keke, who was eating fruit with his fingers holding the wine glass. He picked it up and drank it in one breath. Zhang Mu asked Lu Keke again, by the way, why do you want to live in the dormitory? Uncle Lu has provided so much financial support to the school, you shouldn't have no right to do this, right? Anyway, if you don't live in the dormitory, there will be a driver to pick you up every day, which won't affect your studies, and you can rest better at home. Living in the school dormitory, you have to do everything by yourself. Isn't it a waste of study time? Lu Keke answered while eating an orange. Nothing, I just want to live in the school. 然后? I'm about to graduate. I've studied here for 3 years and haven't lived in a dormitory. I also want to try the feeling of living in a dormitory. Zhang Mu, stupid, you will have to live in the dormitory when you go to college. After all, you can't go to Lincheng for college. By then, when I was far from home, I could only live in the dormitory. Lu Keke said as a matter of course, that's not the same. The dormitory in university and the dormitory in high school are so different, how can they be confused? Okay, Lu Zhan glanced at Lin Suizhou and said to Lu Keke, let's go to school when we are almost done eating. Lu Keke said depressedly, how could I say that I was full? You didn't even let me eat enough at your son's full moon banquet. You are so stingy. Lu Zhan said, am I stingy or do you eat too much? Have you counted how many bone plates you just changed? The bones you vomited out in plates are more than 2 or 3 people can reach. You are not afraid of bursting your stomach. Lu Keke. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mian also laughed. Is the school food really bad? Lu Keke, it can't be considered bad, it's just average. You can eat enough, but not well. Lu Zhan, your nutrition is already rich, how much better do you want? Lu Keke said speechlessly, even if I eat a lot, I can consume it. Who makes me a poor college entrance examination candidate? What I need is sufficient nutrition. Su Mian held Lu Zhan's hand. Keke is right, don't worry about it anymore. As long as she can eat and has an appetite, it proves that her body is indeed lacking energy. Lu Zhan, yeah. Yin Qingqing sighed, it's good to be young. Everything you eat tastes delicious and you are full of energy. Zhang Mu, you can also fall asleep immediately. Yin Qingqing pointed at Lu Han, are you talking about him? Zhang Mu. It's true. Lu Han is the youngest at the scene. He is the only one who goes to sleep after eating every day. Halfway through the banquet, Lu Keke finally put down her chopsticks. Lu Zhan looked at her and suddenly said, let your brother from Suizhou take you to school. Hearing him say this, Lu Keke's expression suddenly froze. Then he looked up at Lin Suizhou, who was sitting across from him at the round table. Lin Suizhou still had a handsome face and said, yes, I can take you to school. Lu Keke quickly replied without thinking, "Don't bother you, the driver will take me." Lin Suizhou chuckled, "No trouble, I'm free anyway, I can take you." Lu Keke bit her lip and was trying to find another excuse. Suddenly, her eyes must have lit up and she said, "But you just drank and can't drive." Lin Suizhou. It seems so. But since the New Year's Day, it has been 2 or 3 months, and he has hardly seen Lu Keke. This is the first time he has seen her this year. He said before that he would help her with tutoring in the 3rd year of high school, but who would have thought that she would move directly into the dormitory? She only had a little time to rest every week, not to mention tutoring. She didn't even have enough time to stay at home for a while, and she had no chance to come to him at all. The two of them didn't meet much, and today's hard-won opportunity was missed in the end, which was a bit of a pity. Lu Keke was even praising her own intelligence, and this reaction was also very quick. She carried her bag and said hello to everyone. "I'm leaving first, bye-bye. You guys take your time to eat." Yin Qingqing clenched her fist. "Come on, classmate Keke." Lu Keke, "Okay, got it." Before leaving, Lu Keke came over to say hello to Lu Heng. Her voice was a little sweet and she said, "Little nephew, remember to think of me. Auntie is going to study. Say goodbye to Auntie." Little Lu Heng looked at her with smart eyes. Lu Keke touched his face reluctantly. "I hope that next time I see you, you will be fat again, and then I can call you little fat boy." Su Mian. Lu Keke went to school. Zhang Mu looked at Lu Keke's back as she left, and suddenly said, "Why do I feel like she seems to have grown up a bit and suddenly became more sensible than before?" Yin Qingqing said, "Of course, children are not always different every day. For example, Lu Heng, he is different every day, and Keke is the same. Girls change a lot when they grow up." Zhang Mu shook his head. "That's not what I meant. I know Keke too well. When he was talking to Lin Suizhou just now, his attitude and tone were obviously different from before. We used to play together often and we got along very casually, so we wouldn't chat with such polite elements." Lin Suizhou looked at Zhang Mu after hearing this. "Do you think it's different? Bystanders always see more clearly than the parties involved." Zhang Mu said, "Of course, don't you see how long we have known each other? This girl, she is always heartless, but since the last few confessions, people have begun to mature slowly. And it is true that the first love can accelerate people's growth. Is he understanding life in a failed love? Lu Zhang, you will be an adult soon. What will it look like if you are not sensible anymore?" After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Suizhou. "But the tone she used when she spoke to you was indeed different from before. 那个, have you offended her?" Previously, whenever Lin Suizhou was mentioned, Lu Keke was still quite happy. 然后, why did she seem to become a little unfamiliar this time? Lin Suizhou's handsome face became even more gloomy. Why was it different? He said, "I didn't offend her." Zhang Mu looked at Lu Shen and Lin Suizhou, his eyes turning back and forth. "Are you two hiding something from me?" Lin Suizhou, "No." When the meal was almost over, Chen Wei asked Lu Zhen and Su Mian to hold the baby together and greet some people with whom they had a good relationship. After this greeting, Lu Heng's swaddle was filled with red envelopes, and each one was big and thick. Su Mian couldn't refuse, and Chen Wei didn't let her refuse, so she just did it, resulting in more and more red envelopes. Her hands became sore after holding the baby for a while, so Lu Zhang took the baby from her and held it in turn. After a round, the swaddle was full of red envelopes. Looking at so many red envelopes, Su Mian had a headache. She would have to pay them back in the future, but she didn't know most of the people who give them back, so she didn't know how to pay them back. Maybe she could only let Lu Yunshao and Chen Wei handle it. Seeing that Su Mian was very tired, Lu Zhen asked her to take the child back to her seat to rest and let him communicate with others on his own. Yin Qingqing looked at the red envelopes brought back by Lu Han and was about to cry with envy. Oh my God, he is so good at reincarnation. He was born rich and noble. Su Mian. Chapter 121. After the busy full moon banquet, Su Mian and Lu Zhang took the child home. The little guy had fallen asleep in the car, and Lu Zhang suddenly talked to Su Mian and said, "He's already a full month old. Can we not let him sleep in our bed at night?" Su Mian held Lu Han in her arms and said, "No." The driver was driving, and Lu Zhang sat next to her, hugged her, and continued to persuade her, "Boys are not so delicate. Let him sleep in the crib by himself. And I will pick him up and feed him when he wants to drink milk at night." "No, Xiaomian, it was okay when he was just born, but he has grown up now. He really can't sleep between us." Su Mian didn't understand. "Why?" Lu Zhang said seriously, "He sleeps between us. I can't hug you at all." Su Mian. "Every time I stretch out my hand, I touch him, and I can't hug you." Su Mian smiled. "If you can hug him, just hug him. You won't even hug your own son to sleep." Lu Zhang looked at her sadly. "I just want to hug my wife to sleep." Su Mian still refused to give in. "No, wait until he is older." The confinement nanny said that if the child is too young to sleep alone in the crib at night, he will wake up. Without the comfort of his parents, it is not good for the child. Lu Zhang. "So when will this happen?" "He was too small when he was just born, and he is still too small now that he is 1 month old. Should we wait until he is 1 year old, or he is still too small?" Seeing his depressed expression, Su Mian held his hand and comforted him. "Be patient, you are already a father. Why are you fighting with your child?" Lu Zhang frowned. "Sure enough, after becoming a parent, happiness will be deprived. My happiness is now deprived by you and your son." Su Mian looked at Lu Han, who was sleeping in her arms, and said seriously, "He can hear you. You can't say such things to him. You have to make him feel that he is loved by his parents, not disliked." Lu Zhang, "Obviously, I am the one who is disliked now." After he finished speaking, he added in a low voice, "Disliked by you." Su Mian laughed. Looking at him, "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. I've read in a book that once a woman becomes a mother, the child is the first in her mind, and the husband is not important." Lu Zhang said seriously, "You are now, your heart is on the child. So, Mian looked at him in surprise. "So you are jealous of the child?" "Now, Lu Zhang, yeah." Su Mian. Lu Zhang said, "It's okay during the confinement period, you need to take good care of your body. I can understand that you only have the newborn baby in your heart, but now it's a full month, and you still put all your energy on the child. What should I do?" He actually said it seriously and confidently. It seemed as if he had suffered a lot of injustice in these months. Su Mian said helplessly, "I don't dislike you, nor do I care about you. It's just that the child needs me more now, and I must put more energy on him. I need you too. You haven't paid attention to me properly in these months." "Okay, I received the complaint. I will pay attention." Lu Zhang stared at her. How to pay attention? Su Mian glanced at Lu Han, who was sleeping in her arms, leaned in front of Lu Zhang, and kissed him on the lips. There was a soft smile on the corner of her lips. "Is it okay to pay attention like this?" Lu Zhang's expression was covered with tenderness. He held her face, put his handsome face close to her, held her lips and kissed her lips deeply. After letting go, he said with satisfaction, "Okay." Su Mian glanced at the driver, who was driving seriously. Blushing, she changed the subject and pointed at the red envelopes. "What should we do with these? I see there are quite a few in each one." Lu Zhang casually said, "These are all given by the elders. My parents have given them to others before. They are considered as gifts for them to repay. You don't have to worry about this. My mother will handle it." 然后 Su Mian nodded. "That's good, because there are really too many and there is no name written on the red envelopes. I am afraid that I will owe favors and don't know how to repay them." It's okay, don't worry. Back to Shengshi Mansion. Lu Han woke up as soon as the car stopped. Seeing that Su Mian had been holding him all the way, Lu Zhang took him from her hands and carried him out of the car. As soon as he got into Lu Zhang's arms, he started crying and his two little hands kept patting Lu Zhang's body. Lu Zhang looked down at him strangely. You have been sleeping all the way and you are still crying. Little Lu Han is young, but he is very irritable when he wakes up. Every time he doesn't sleep well and is woken up, he will cry, and he will need to be coaxed for a while before he will be fine. Seeing him crying, Su Mian immediately said, "Let me hold him." Su Mian wanted to take Lu Han from Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang didn't let go. "You've been holding him for so long, you must be tired, let me do it." "But he's crying, he must be hungry after waking up, I'll feed him something." Lu Zhang stared at Lu Han's waving hands and said, "He's just spoiled." "Lu Zhang, give me the child." Oh, in Su Mian's commanding tone, Lu Zhang still handed the child to her. It was amazing that the little guy stopped crying as soon as he was in Su Mian's arms. His waving hands grabbed the clothes on her chest and his face rubbed gently against her arms. 那个 Lu Zhang, his expression immediately became a little ugly. Su Mian held the child and coaxed him softly. "Be good, mommy will feed you when we get back to the room." He took the stroller off the car and pushed it in behind Su Mian. Su Mian went back to the room to feed the child. Lu Zhang suddenly called the confinement nanny and said to her, "Go and tell the young lady to try to let the child sleep in the crib at night." The confinement nanny was stunned. "Oh." Lu Zhang repeated again, "Going to work is too clingy to the child. Tell him to keep a proper distance from the child and cultivate the child's independence. For example, occasionally let the child sleep in the crib by himself and not rely too much on the mother's arms." Confinement nanny. Because Su Mian believed the confinement nanny's words more and had been like this since the pregnancy, Lu Zhang could only start with the confinement nanny. The confinement nanny seemed to understand what Lu Zhang meant. She said helplessly, "Aren't you afraid that the young lady will be angry if you know about this?" Lu Zhang thought about it and it made sense. Suddenly, he said in a discouraged manner, "Forget it, don't say it." The confinement nanny covered her mouth and laughed. "Young master, be patient. The child is still young for the time being. It is indeed difficult for him to leave his mother, especially at night. Moreover, young master Lu Han seems to only like to be coaxed by the young lady. Every time he is in a bad mood, he can be comforted immediately in the arms of the young lady." Speaking of this, Lu Zhang's face became a little calm. He was just worried that Lu Han was too attached to his mother and wanted to prevent and control it as soon as possible, but Su Mian's attitude was also quite firm. And he couldn't break through at all. "And," the confinement nanny said again, "the young lady has just come out of confinement, and you can't have sex." Lu Zhang. He didn't mean that. He just wanted to hold her to sleep, but now it has become so difficult. Chapter 122. At night, Su Mian took a shower before Lu Zhang. When Lu Zhang came out of the shower, Su Mian and the child were already lying on the bed. He suddenly stood by the bed and looked at the people on the bed with some surprise. Su Mian was lying in the middle and little Lu Han was on her left-hand side, and the position on the right-hand side was empty. Lu Zhang was stunned for a moment, and then he got on the bed without hesitation, hugged Su Mian in his arms, pressed on the bed and kissed her eagerly. "Well." By the way, she hugged Lu Zhang's broad shoulders and responded to him lightly, but found that she still couldn't keep up with his rhythm. He was too eager now, as if he was very excited. A particularly long and moist kiss, mixed with a bit of shy sound, rang out in the room. He didn't let go until Su Mian felt a little breathless. Holding her face, he asked softly, "Why are you so good all of a sudden?" Su Mian's cheeks flushed because of the kiss, and her eyes looked at him with deep affection. "It's all because of your complaints of grievances. I feel heartbroken when I hear them." Lu Jian smiled, lowered his body, buried his face in her neck, and breathed hard. Fragrant, it turns out that only the wife is fragrant. Isn't your son fragrant? Definitely not as fragrant as your wife. Su Mian, you have been sleeping with your child for a month, and you can still say such things. The baby's body is clearly fragrant, with the fragrance of milk, and even the feet are fragrant. Lu Jian said contentedly, I will definitely have a good sleep tonight. Then sleep like this every night from now on. Su Mian said. Okay, you said it, don't go back on your word. Yet Lu Jian asked a little worriedly, is it safe for him to sleep next to me like this? Will he fall down? Su Mian said, it's okay for now. He won't turn over now, so he won't fall down unless I'm very unruly when I sleep and kick him down. She is still very alert when she sleeps and doesn't have the habit of making big movements, so it's safe for Lu Heng to sleep next to her. Su Mian reached out and touched his hair. It's still wet, go blow it, and come over to sleep after it's dry. Okay, Lu Jian sat up, reached out and gently pinched Lu Heng's face. You are lucky I'll let you enjoy the honor of sleeping with my wife, Su Mian. Little Lu Heng hadn't fallen asleep yet. Listening to Lu Jian's words, he kept his eyes open and looked at his face, waving his little hands to pat his palms. But Lu Jian caught her and threatened her, if you dare to disturb your mother's sleep at night, I will lift your feet up and spank you. Su Mian pushed him. What? Don't say such things in front of him. Lu Jian shut up, got out of bed and went to the bathroom to blow his hair. Su Mian turned sideways, grabbed Lu Heng's little hand and played with it, then leaned close to his ear and whispered, that is very stingy. Lu Heng suddenly laughed. Both of his little rocks and feet were waving and kicking. This gave Su Mian an illusion that he seemed to understand what she said, and Su Mian couldn't help laughing. Then she corrected him and said, Mom was just teasing you. That is not stingy at all. He is a super good dad. What are you laughing at? Lu Jian heard their laughter when he came back from blowing his hair. He went to bed and hugged Su Mian in his arms and teased Lu Heng with her. Were you talking to him just now? Yes, I told him that he has a super good dad. Lu Jian raised his eyebrows. Are you really not saying bad things about me? Su Mian smiled and said, you didn't do anything bad. Why should I say bad things about you? I'm praising you. Lu Jian suddenly let go of Lu Heng's little hand. Then, Su Mian felt a chill on her neck. She looked down and saw a shining diamond necklace appeared on his neck. Lu Jian is now more and more skilled in putting the necklace on her. He can actually put the necklace on her while she is not paying attention. Touching the light pink diamond pendant, it is a very authentic and rare pink diamond. Su Mian said, you have given me a lot of necklaces, why did you buy another one? She really received a lot of necklaces of various styles, materials, and expensive. 然后 Lu Jian stared at her deeply. I just want to give you a small reward from time to time. What reward? Reward for your hard work, and thank you for being willing to stay by my side. I can give you something every day. No. Su Mian said helplessly, although they are all very beautiful, but if you give them every day, do you want to turn your home into a treasure house? Lu Jian was pleased by her words. The subtext of her words was to tell him that they would have many days and years in the future, day after day, year after year. He held Su Mian's hand, put it on his lips and kissed it, and said seriously, I know you don't like things that are too complicated. I told the designer to design this style. The diamonds are very rare, but the shape is not particularly exaggerated. You can wear it normally and it will look good with any style of clothes. Su Mian gently stroked the pendant, her eyes shining. The jewelry he gave her before was not only expensive but also luxurious and exaggerated. Except for necessary occasions and matching dresses, it was really impossible to wear it on ordinary days. So this time, he carefully asked someone to design a simple and exquisite style for her, the kind that you don't need to take off after wearing it. No matter how expensive the gift is, it is not as important as his thoughtfulness. This is the real meaning of giving gifts. Thank you, husband. Lu Jian looked at her. Others will ask their husbands for gifts, but you never take the initiative to ask, which makes me feel no sense of accomplishment. So I can only give it myself. Su Mian. Is there such an excuse? That's because you give too much. I have enough. I don't need anything, so of course I won't ask you. Lu Jian said seriously, yes, you must. Other wives try their best to ask their husbands for gifts, but you just look forward to your wife asking you for gifts. Yeah, Su Mian. Oh. Lu Han, who was playing next to him, suddenly made a babbling sound. It attracted Su Mian's attention and he turned his head to look over. Don't look at him, look at me. But Lu Jian pinched her chin and twisted her back, and seduced her in a dark voice. Do you love me? Su Mian, I love you. Lu Jian raised the corners of his lips, kissed her little nose, and said in a deep voice, I love you too. All to the neglected Lu Han came to seek a sense of existence again. His two legs kicked wildly as if he was complaining that he had been left out for so long. Su Mian quickly turned sideways and hugged him in her arms. Are you sleepy? Then mommy will coax you to sleep. Looking at Lu Jian, who left Su Mian back to him. Chapter 123. Su Mian coaxed little Lu Han to sleep and then turned around. Coincidentally, when she turned around, she met Lu Jian's eyes. She paused. What's wrong with you? Why did he suddenly look at her with such a resentful look, as if she had done something very hurtful to him? Lu Jian didn't say anything but just stared at her steadily, and the dissatisfaction in his eyes was obviously about to overflow. Su Mian was afraid of waking up Lu Han, so she moved closer to him and asked again in a low voice, what happened? Lu Jian endured it, nothing. He held her in his arms and lay down together, covering them with a quilt. Go to sleep. Lu Jian, who was finally able to hold Su Mian to sleep, felt extremely satisfied. He held her face and kissed her from her forehead, then her mouth, then her chin, and then her neck. Not only had he not hugged her for a month, but he had also not kissed her properly for a month. Lu Jian was full of longing and couldn't let go of her kisses, as if he wanted to make up for the kisses he owed for a month at once. Su Mian's breathing was a little unstable from being kissed. She put her fingers into Lu Jian's hair and panted softly, Lu Jian, that's enough. He couldn't continue. She just came out of confinement and her body didn't allow her to have sex. He couldn't tease her like this or she would not be able to bear it. Lu Jian's fingers were already unbuttoning her clothes and his hot lips fell on her collarbone. Every inch of her body that was touched made Su Mian feel like it was on fire. His voice was already hoarse and stained with lust. Kiss for a while longer. Su Mian bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from making a soft moan, but her breathing had gradually begun to hasten. The buttons were opened and Lu Jian's burning palm was free inch by inch, and a soft spot was controlled. Su Mian's face changed. Lu Jian. Lu Jian raised his head from her neck, with red in his eyes. He said to her in a hoarse voice, it's bigger. Su Mian's face flushed. Of course, how can it not be bigger during breastfeeding? She was very shy and embarrassed to push his hand. Don't touch it. Now the child still needs to breastfeed and being touched by him is really very subtle and there will be an inexplicable sense of evil. Even if he did nothing, it still feels very awkward. Lu Jian raised his head and looked at her blushing cheeks with a smile in his eyes. What does it feel like to touch it now? Is it the same as before? Su Mian was annoyed and wanted to take his hand away, but Lu Jian refused to let her and continued to keep it there. 然后 his fingertips traced it from time to time, causing Su Mian's body to tremble slightly. A layer of light mist instantly floated in her eyes. Lu Jian was stunned for a moment and immediately let go of his hand, pulled her close, lowered his head and kissed her eyes soothingly. Okay. I won't bother you anymore. Su Mian pursed her lips and said, You are sometimes very bad. He just likes to tease her deliberately. Knowing how to make her shy, he still refused to stop. Lu Jian smiled at the corner of his mouth when he heard it and whispered in her ear, My wife likes it very much, and it will make a song that makes people feel happy when they hear it. How can I? Yes, no. She insisted on explaining to him. Lu Jian smiled faintly when he heard it and said, I like to hear it. Su Mian. The next moment, Lu Jian continued to pinch her chin, making her lips slightly open, and he continued to kiss her. 然后 accompanied by a vague murmur, Let your husband kiss me again, Su Mian thought. Is he really holding it back? Why did he suddenly become so horny? While Lu Jian was kissing him so hard that Lu Han, who was originally asleep, suddenly started crying. Su Mian was startled and immediately pushed Lu Jian away with force, turned around and hugged the crying and said Lu Han to comfort him. Baby, be good, mommy is here, don't cry, don't cry. Lu Jian. He sat up from the bed and looked at Lu Han who was crying non-stop. 然后 his brows were furrowed. Lu Han cried for a long time and didn't stop, and Su Mian was coaxing him all the time. 这个 lying down didn't work, so she picked him up and coaxed him while sitting. 就是 patting his butt gently. When she sat up, she saw that Lu Jian had also been sitting, watching her coaxing the child softly. Lu Jian wanted to take Lu Han away from her arms. I'll do it. But Su Mian refused. She said, Forget it. I can't coax him well, and you can't do it even better. Impossible. Lu Jian didn't believe it and insisted on taking Lu Han away from her. He felt sorry for her because she had to hold the child for too long every day, which would make her tired, and wanted to share the burden. However, just as Su Mian said, the child cried even harder when he took him in his arms, as if he knew that he had left his mother's arms and was in the arms of someone he didn't like. The crying became more and more intense, and there was a tendency that he couldn't stop. Su Mian had coaxed him a little bit, but now all his efforts were wasted. He was completely beaten back to his original state and had to coax him again. Su Mian didn't expect that little Lu Han would be so receptive to people. She said to Lu Jian helplessly, Let me coax him. Lu Jian still refused. I fed him and coaxed him, but he keeps crying even though he hasn't urinated or defecated. We can't spoil him. Su Mian. With Su Mian's puzzled look, Lu Jian carried the child out of the room. Lu Jian said, He doesn't have to sleep with us anymore. Su Mian, what? Lu Jian took the child to find the confinement nanny. He said to the confinement nanny, You take him to sleep in the crib tonight. Although the confinement nanny was surprised, she took the child, okay. Although she wanted to say that the child was a little attached to his mother, it was really cruel to let them sleep separately. But since Lu Jian had spoken, she couldn't refuse, so she took the child to the baby room to sleep in the crib. Lu Jian returned to the room. He saw Su Mian sitting on the bed and looking at him. Chapter 124. Lu Jian was alarmed by Su Mian's look. He noticed that Su Mian was a little unhappy now, so he whispered, What's wrong? Su Mian didn't say anything, just smiled slightly. It's okay, go to sleep. Although he heard her say that it was okay, Lu Jian still didn't believe that it was really okay. No matter how he looked at her expression, it seemed that she was a little angry. Could it be really okay? He got on the bed and hugged her and whispered, Are you angry? No, Su Mian smiled and said in a gentle tone. After the two lay down, she also snuggled into his arms and hugged his waist. She said contentedly, Finally, I can hug my husband to sleep. Her words were all about her dependence on Lu Jian, which gradually reduced Lu Jian's doubts, and he was very happy with her initiative and obedience. She said contentedly, "It's still the most comfortable this way. After having a child, we are not free to do anything." "What are you going to do?" Lu Jian's tone suddenly became less serious. "If you ask that, then I will definitely say do what I want to do." "Su Mian," she suddenly said, "will you be very strict with the child in the future?" Lu Jian said, "As a matter of course, boys should receive strict education and cannot be spoiled." "Okay," Su Mian did not refute, snuggled in his arms, and her voice began to become lighter, a little sleepy. After a busy day and tossing so late at night, she really couldn't bear it. Now lying in his arms, she quickly became sleepy. Lu Jian originally had some restless thoughts, but when he heard her sleepy voice, he only felt distressed and couldn't bear to tease her anymore. He patted her head gently with his palm and said softly, "Then go to sleep." Okay, Su Mian was really sleepy and fell asleep in a second. I didn't expect her to fall asleep so quickly. 然后 Lu Jian looked at her sleeping face. There was a layer of dark circles under her eyelids. Although she had been resting during the confinement period, she didn't rest very well because of the want and the need to breastfeed the child. She even had dark circles under her eyes. Lu Jian kissed her forehead distressedly. Su Mian didn't sleep too long. The confinement nanny came and knocked on the door. Suddenly, the baby cried outside the door. 然后 Lu Jian and Su Mian woke up at the same time. Su Mian wanted to get up, but Lu Jian reached out and pressed her on the bed. "I'll go and see, you lie down and don't move." It was the confinement nanny who came over with the child. She stood at the door and said to Lu Jian apologetically, "Master, the child has not been sleeping well. He cried not long after falling asleep. No matter how I coaxed him, he didn't cry. He kept crying over and over again." 然后 Lu Jian glanced at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. He took the child from the confinement nanny and said to her, "You go and have a rest." "Okay, master, call me directly if you need anything." Okay, after Lu Jian brought the child in and closed the door, little Lu Han was still crying in his arms. Su Mian on the bed could no longer sleep, so she said to him calmly, "Put him over here, let him lie next to me." 然后 Lu Jian knew that there was no other way now. So he could only hold him and lie down next to Su Mian to sleep. Su Mian continued to lie on her side and hold Lu Han in her arms, gently patting his butt to coax him. "Don't cry, baby, now mom is holding you. Don't cry when you sleep with mom, okay?" The little guy was still crying. Su Mian helped him wipe the tears from his face, undressed him and fed him, and he slowly calmed down and his emotions were soothed. After Su Mian fed the child, she also fell asleep holding the child. "Lu Jian." He looked at this scene helplessly looking at Su Mian, who turned her back to him again. I don't know how long this situation will continue, but looking at Lu Han's current situation, he should be asleep and unlikely to wake up. He took Su Mian's hand away from Lu Han and held her in his arms. When Su Mian showed a little sign of waking up, he knew it was Lu Jian again. She didn't open her eyes and murmured helplessly in his arms, "Stop making trouble." Lu Jian said, as a matter of course, "I'm not making trouble. You are sleeping in the middle and you have to sleep with your back to me. I can't accept it." Su Mian was sleepy and didn't have the energy to argue with him, nor did she want to argue, so she let him do it. Lu Han would occasionally wake up at night, and Su Mian would turn around and continue to coax him and then turn over to Lu Jian's arms. When little Lu Han was 100 days old, Lu Jian took Su Mian to the art street. The renovation project has been completed and the new look has been fully presented, which is completely different from the bustling streets before. The whole street is designed in a trendy national style of art, showing the unique contemporary culture and fashion elements. The whole street is mainly integrated with the display of national traditional culture. Su Mian's new studio was also completed. Just like the original design drawings, the studio and the tea house are integrated. The exterior shape is also in line with the national style or street, and the overall image is grand and grand. And when they came, it was night, and the lights of the whole block were turned on, which made it look even more beautiful. Su Mian said, "Can we go inside and take a look?" Lu Zhang, "Yes." The two approached the studio, and Su Mian looked up at the empty plaque at this time. Lu Zhang said, "The name has not been chosen yet, it's up to you to decide." Su Mian said without thinking, "The name will not be changed. It is still called the Hometown Studio." No matter how luxurious it becomes, she still has the original intention. This was founded by her and Yin Qingqing without the help of anyone. Now it is just upgraded with the help of Lu Zhang, but its essence has not changed. Lu Zhang, "Okay, hand the plaque on the official opening day." Yeah, the two went into the studio and took a look. The classrooms have become more and larger, and the hardware facilities are many times better than before. In the style that Su Mian likes, new elements are added and the grade is improved a lot. Su Mian can imagine that it will be very comfortable to take classes here and students will like it very much. However, with such a large scale, I am afraid that teachers will have to be hired and the tea house will also have to be managed. Su Mian accidentally became the boss. Lu Zhang held her hand, looked down at her surprised eyes, and asked, "Boss Su, do you like it?" This boss Su made Su Mian almost unable to adapt. "What boss Su? Don't talk nonsense." Lu Zhang raised his eyebrows. "This is yours, aren't you, boss Su?" Su Mian immediately said, "It's not mine alone, even if it is upgraded due to your credit, but it is only part of your project, so it is still mine and Yin Qingqing together. This cannot be changed. If there is no renovation project, the studio will continue to operate as before. Even if the government really has a renovation plan, they will move out like other businesses and then find a new address to open. Even if the investor of this project has become Lu Zhang, it cannot be changed. It is still the hard work of her and Yin Qingqing." 那个 Lu Zhang said, "I know, I have made a rationalized business plan. All the profit ratios are equal for you and Yin Qingqing, and you are both bosses." He actually thought of all this. Su Mian said, "I don't really want to make it too commercial," 然后 the original intention was to do what she liked. If it can develop better and better, it's a good thing, but she doesn't want to get lost too much. 然后 Lu Zhang said, "You are boss Su, and you are still teacher Su." It hasn't changed. It's just that it needs more formal management now, so that you can go to class with peace of mind in the future. Su Mian knew that he understood her thoughts very well and was very thoughtful. She tiptoed with satisfaction and kissed him on the cheek, with a gentle expression, "I love you, Mr. Lu." Chapter 125. June. Lu Keke finally ushered in the college entrance examination. In the third year of high school, she changed her previous lazy attitude towards learning and became more serious. After all, the atmosphere was enough. The teachers reported the countdown to the college entrance examination every day. Even students who didn't like to study would feel embarrassed, so Lu Keke also tried her best. 然后 On the day of the college entrance examination, Lu Zhang took Su Mian and little Lu Han to see Lu Keke off. Lin Suizhou also went. Lu Keke pinched Lu Han's little hand. "Little guy, wish your aunt a good start." "Oh." Lu Han's hands suddenly fluttered, and he was babbling. Although I couldn't understand what he was saying, it was not difficult to see from his expression that he was very happy now. Su Mian smiled and said, "He is sending you blessings." Lu Keke's eyes lit up. "Okay, with your words, your aunt will definitely do well in the exam." After she finished speaking, she looked at the cheongsam Su Mian was wearing. "Sister-in-law, you touched me so much. My own mother didn't treat me so well." Su Mian handed the child to Lu Zhang to hold, and then showed her the slit of the cheongsam. "I wanted to open it higher, but your brother didn't let me." Lu Zhang looked at her. What's the difference between wearing high heels and not wearing them? Su Mian pouted. How can it be so exaggerated? I'm not wearing leggings. Lu Keke almost laughed and bent over. Brother, you are so old-fashioned. What's wrong with my sister-in-law showing a little more of her beautiful legs? This is called sexy, don't you understand? Lu Jian said in a deep voice. Don't laugh. Did you bring all your documents? I brought them, and I didn't leave any behind. Lu Jian said, be serious. I know, Lu Keke agreed and then turned to look at Lin Suizhou, who had been silent. Lin Suizhou smiled gently. Don't be nervous, be in a good mood. Lu Keke showed her a big white teeth smile. Do you think I look like I have a bad mentality? Let me reiterate that I am a sunny and cheerful girl. Nothing can stump me, including the college entrance examination. That's good. Lin Suizhou said, lunch and lunch break are arranged by the teacher, so we won't come to pick you up. No need to pick you up, and no need to pick you up at night. We will all stay in a hotel. Lin Suizhou frowned. Stay in a hotel? Yes, it's also arranged by the teacher. Don't worry about it. I just want to enjoy the last time together with my classmates. Lu Keke said seriously. Seeing this, Lin Suizhou said nothing more, and watched Lu Keke queue up to enter the examination room. The time was almost up, and the door of the examination room was closed. The security guards began to persuade the parents who were blocking the door to leave, and Lu Jian was going to take Su Mian away. But Lin Suizhou had no intention of leaving. 然后 Lu Jian asked him, Don't you have to go to work? Lin Suizhou lowered his eyes. His expression suddenly darkened. Brother Jian, Keke hasn't contacted me this semester. Lu Jian hummed and said, It should be, she is still a child. Su Mian said, she must be too busy with her studies and has no energy to take care of other things. Don't think too much. Lin Suizhou said helplessly, I hope so. He asked Lu Jian, has Keke told you where she wants to go to college? No, Lu Jian didn't pay much attention to this and said casually, she can go anywhere she wants. Lin Suizhou frowned slightly, but this is not her style. She has always said what she wants to say and doesn't like to hold it back. For such an important thing as going to college, if she has a goal in mind, she will definitely tell the people around her, even if she doesn't tell him. She will tell Lu Jian and Su Mian. Lu Jian looked at him. What are you worried about? Lin Suizhou said, a little depressed. What if she goes to a faraway city to attend college? Lu Jian, let her go. Don't you let her go to school. What I mean is, if she goes to a faraway place, she will have fewer chances to come back, and college is not like high school, there are many temptations. Lin Suizhou's words were full of concerns, and it sounded a little depressed. Lu Jian said in a deep voice, Why don't you go back to school to retake it? Lin Suizhou. Lu Jian said bluntly, Who made you old? Everything is your own choice, just bear with it. Lin Suizhou had no choice. Okay. On the way back, Su Mian asked Lu Jian, Did Keke see it? Lu Jian asked in confusion, What did she see? She saw Lin Suizhou's feelings for her. Probably not. Lu Jian said, with her silly personality, she won't find out at all. Su Mian disagreed, not necessarily, girls' minds and intuition are still very sharp. Lu Jian still didn't believe it. If she really had this ability, she wouldn't be called Lu Keke. Su Mian. What kind of filter does his brother have for his sister? In fact, even if Lu Jian always thinks so, in Su Mian's opinion, Lu Keke is not just as carefree as she seems. However, if she really wants to find out, it should be because Lin Suizhou did something to Lu Keke, which was exposed, so that Lu Keke would think about it. Otherwise, as long as Lin Suizhou hides it well, Lu Keke won't find it. The first day of the exam is over. All the students in Lu Keke's class, led by the teacher, stayed in the hotel arranged in advance. When they arrived at the hotel in a special car, Lu Keke got off the car and walked with all the classmates. But before entering the hotel, she saw a car parked on the side of the road. It was the familiar white Cayenne, the one driven by Lin Suizhou, and the license plate number was exactly the same. She kept turning her head to look over there several times before she confirmed that she was not mistaken. But she did not go over to say hello, but followed the teacher's team into the hotel, and the room was arranged on the 7th floor. After she went back, she looked down from the window and could still see that the car was still parked in that position without moving, and the window was open. Lin Suizhou was smoking, and the scarlet on his fingertips was particularly eye-catching at night. 然后 the female classmate in the same room saw her leaning on the window to look, and followed her. What are you looking at? 陆可可 immediately closed the curtains. Nothing. When she left the hotel for the examination room early the next morning, 陆可可 did not see Lin Suizhou's car at the door of the hotel, and she didn't know when he left. But when she returned to the hotel after the exam at night, she saw Lin Suizhou again. She got off the bus, followed the team of classmates, and looked in his direction. Lin Suizhou did not sit in the car this time, but stood by the car. 然后 when he saw her looking over, their eyes met in the air. Chapter 126. 陆可可 looked at him twice and then retracted her gaze and did not continue. Even though her back was facing Lin Suizhou, she felt that Lin Suizhou's eyes must have been on her all the time, and she couldn't help biting her lips hard. After returning to the room, she stood by the window and looked down like she did last night. Lin Suizhou still didn't leave, but he was no longer standing by the car but returned to the car. 陆可可 drew the curtains and sat on the bed a little depressed. Stalker. The classmates heard what she said. She was immediately shocked. What? You met a stalker? Who is it? Where? Did he do anything to you? 陆可可's mouth twitched, and she quickly explained, No, you heard it wrong. That's good. The classmate breathed a sigh of relief. I have been too nervous these 2 days, and my spirit is tense. 那个. It is really easy to have auditory hallucinations. Now I will have a lot of thoughts when there is a little movement. 陆可可 patted her shoulder. Don't worry, sister, you have to learn from me and be a sunny and cheerful girl. No matter what time, the mentality is the most important. If I were a rich lady like you, of course I would have a good mentality, but I am the first daughter of an ordinary family. The same, as long as you can think clearly, you can maintain a good mentality. Otherwise, no matter how old the lady is, it will be useless. 陆可可 took the clothes to the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out after the shower, the classmate also went in to take a shower. 陆可可 came to the window again and looked down. The white Cayenne was no longer there. He seemed to leave earlier than last night. However, the next day was the last day of the college entrance examination. When she and her classmates left the hotel and were about to get on the special bus to take them to the exam, she saw Lin Suizhou coming again, and he was still talking to the teacher who was organizing the students to get on the bus. The teacher saw 陆可可 and waved at her. 陆可可, come here quickly. Even after the teacher had spoken, 陆可可 still walked towards them. The teacher said, Your brother is worried about you and wants to say a few words to you. Hearing this, 陆可可 looked at Lin Suizhou. Lin Suizhou's eyes were gentle. 那个陆可可 followed him to the side, avoiding the teacher and other students. She asked, What are you doing? Lin Suizhou said calmly, Nothing, I'm just worried about you and wanted to come and see you. There's nothing to worry about. You see I'm fine. Yet Lin Suizhou stared at her calmly. It's the last day. I just want to take you to the exam room. 陆可可 suddenly turned her face away, avoiding his focused gaze. She replied casually, Oh. She saw the red bloodshot in his eyes. It should be because he didn't sleep well these 2 nights. What a fool, he didn't let him do this. Okay, I'm relieved to see that you are in good condition. Get in the car. I'll pick you up from school after the exam in the afternoon. Lin Suizhou said in a gentle voice. Lu Keke said, "No need to pick you up. I'll go back to school after the exam in the afternoon. I still have to organize a class meeting in the evening. I don't know when the class meeting will end. Anyway, it will be very late." Lin Suizhou said, "It's okay, I'll wait for you." Lu Keke frowned. "I've already told Uncle Lu and Aunt Cheng that I'll pick you up tonight, and the driver won't go." Lin Suizhou added. Lu Keke looked at the classmates who were almost all on the car and just said one sentence. "Whatever you want." Then he followed the students and got on the bus to the examination room. There was also a sense of heat in the morning in June. Lin Suizhou let out a deep breath. All the hotel rooms were reserved for candidates. In order not to add burden to Lu Keke, he parked the car in a place where Lu Keke's window could not see for the past 2 nights and rested in the car. He just wanted to accompany her, although it was useless, but he knew that even if he went back, he would be very uneasy in his heart. If he could be closer to her, that kind of uneasy mood would be better, so he kept waiting in the car. He knew that she found out, but she didn't chase him away, which was extremely satisfying for him. As Lu Keke said, even after the exam, the teacher organized a class meeting in the evening and there was no formal holiday. The class meeting was very relaxing. The whole class of teachers and students ate, drank and had fun together. The teachers drank a lot of wine, and they were all drunk by the students. Everyone had the most relaxing night of the year. Just when everyone was having fun, a male classmate in the class came in from outside with a bouquet of roses. All the classmates began to scream wildly. The boy was the mass representative of their class. He came to a girl with a flower in his arms and a red face. The girl was also one of the top 3 students in the class. She looked at the boy standing in front of her in shock, covering her face with her hands in disbelief. Because the boy was confessing to her, he handed the rose to the girl's arms and told her that he had liked her for a long time. He prepared a love letter in advance, just to wait for the end of the college entrance examination to confess to the girl he secretly loved. The girl listened to his affectionate confession with incredible eyes. In addition to shock, there was also shyness that could not be hidden. The classmates began to make a fuss and scream wildly. Such a scene was too passionate for these high school students. And the teacher was the craziest one to make a fuss. Promise him, promise him. The classmates all laughed. 然后 The former most strict head teacher also opened up the rain undue meridians on the day the college entrance examination ended and went completely crazy. Then Lu Keke saw the girl crying. She covered her face and tears kept falling. She said nothing, just nodded. The boy immediately hugged her in his arms, excitedly took off his glasses and kept wiping the corners of his eyes because he also cried. And cried with joy. From this scene, everyone can understand that girls also like boys. The two must have a crush on each other because the boy's active confession made this crush come to fruition. 然后Lu Keke was happy for them. At the same time, she felt a little sour in her heart. Why can others succeed when they confess? But she can't. Sure enough, one-way crush is always the most miserable. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when the class meeting ended. Today, only the 3rd year, 1st year and 2nd year students in the whole school were on vacation, so it didn't matter if they reveled a little late. This night belonged to them. Before leaving, Lu Keke got the mobile phone that was taken away by the teacher. There was a WeChat message from Lin Suizhou to her telling her that he was waiting for her at the south gate. Lu Keke packed her school bag and left the school. She saw Lin Suizhou's car on the side of the road at the south gate. After getting on the bus, she asked Lin Suizhou, "How long have you been waiting?" "Not long." Lu Keke stared at him. "Tell me the truth, how long have you been waiting?" Lin Suizhou didn't understand why she suddenly wanted to know this question so persistently. But he still answered her, when you return to school after the exam, I followed the bus here. 陆克克. They finished the exam at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon and immediately returned to their original school. So, he waited here for several hours. Chapter 127. 陆克克 looked at 林穗洲 speechlessly. I couldn't help but say, it's not that there is no driver to pick me up. Why do you have to wait here by yourself, and wait for several hours? Are you stupid? 林穗洲 raised a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Maybe who made me want to pick you up after you finish the college entrance examination? This sentence is very straightforward if you don't think about it carefully. 陆克克 paused for a moment. Then he opened the car door and threw his school bag in, trying to get rid of this topic with the most natural action. So she shouted in a very carefree tone, "Oh my God, the devilish senior year is finally over, ha 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 ha." She laughed wildly, and her laughter echoed on the road. At this time, many parents came to pick up their children, and the road was almost full of cars. Many people looked at her, and after she finished speaking, other students also shouted the same sentence. Yes, it's finally over. I can finally indulge in playing games and falling in love. This voice was shouted by a boy who was only 20 to 30 meters away from 陆克克. She patted her chest in surprise. Damn, this guy can't be a worm in my stomach. He actually said what I wanted to say. 林穗洲 quickly replied, Which sentence are you referring to? 陆克克. What sentence? Which sentence could it be? Is there any need to ask this? Of course it's the sentence about playing games. From now on, I am no longer a minor, and all of you have no right to use minors to demand me. She said with a domineering look, and then got into the car. Let's go home. 林穗洲 glanced at her through the window, got in the car and drove away. As soon as 陆克克 got in the car, she opened the game on her phone and started playing, enjoying the moment of complete relaxation after the college entrance examination. 林穗洲 glanced at him from the corner of his eye, and his fingers suddenly gripped the steering wheel. He asked casually, how do you plan to fill in your application? 陆克克 was focused on the game, and her answer was perfunctory. I don't know. I'll see how many coins I get when the time comes. Don't you have any expectations? No, 陆克克 answered very straightforwardly. It was so straightforward that 林穗洲 even doubted whether she had expected him to ask in advance, so she answered so quickly. Sometimes he felt that 陆克克's mind was so clever that he couldn't figure it out. She was very good at using the most natural way to avoid embarrassment around her. 林穗洲 turned his head and glanced at the night outside the window, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Now that the exam is over, we can drink. Do you have any ideas? 陆克克 looked up from the phone screen and glanced at him, then put it down again. I don't have any idea. Why should I drink? 林穗洲 said in a gentle voice, Of course, we have to celebrate after the exam. 陆克克 seemed to be uninterested and said, No, everyone has already celebrated in the class. Then you didn't drink. Do you want to drink? Brother 穗洲 will treat you. 林穗洲 continued to ask patiently. 那个陆克克 still showed no interest. Number 林穗洲 suddenly felt a little discouraged. It seemed that she no longer listened to him. There was even a feeling of avoiding him, asking him to try to doubt whether she had discovered something. But he still didn't want to give up, and continued, Then come to my house to play games. After the exam, it's okay to play all night tonight. No, it's not convenient to go to your house to play all the time. Now I can buy a game console by myself. Anyway, I have money in my card. I decided to buy one by myself after I go to college and play it however I want. 陆克克 said excitedly. 林穗洲. It seems that he really has nothing here to tempt her. With one hand supporting his forehead and one hand holding the direction, he looked forward. If Lu Keke was there at this moment, she would be able to see Lin Suizhou's depressed and sad expression through the windshield. Lin Suizhou was silent for a long time. In the car, only the sound of Lu Keke playing games came from her mobile phone. After a while, he said, "Then I'll take you home." Lu Keke, okay. He took her to Lu's house. After Lu Keke got out of the car, she was about to say goodbye to Lin Suizhou. But Lin Suizhou stopped her and took out a bouquet of flowers from the trunk of the car. The lilies were very elegant and beautifully packaged. He gave them to Lu Keke. There was also a paper bag. He said to Lu Keke, "This is a graduation gift for you. Happy graduation." Lu Keke looked at the flowers in her arms but did not reach out to take them immediately. Instead, she looked up at Lin Suizhou. Lin Suizhou still had a gentle smile on his face. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Lu Keke looked at his smiling eyes and his gentle and handsome face. Still reaching out to catch the flowers and gifts, he smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Suizhou." Brother Suizhou in his life suddenly comforted Lin Suizhou's mood. All the low emotions just now were instantly driven away. He said softly, "You are welcome. Congratulations on your graduation. I hope you like the gift." "Well, I'll go back and open it." "Go up. It's getting late. It's been very tiring in the past 6 months. However, don't play games for too long tonight. You can have a good sleep and make up for all the sleep you missed this semester. And don't forget to turn off the alarm clock, otherwise you will be woken up tomorrow morning," Lin Suizhou carefully reminded. Lu Keke nodded. "I know, then I'll go back. You drive carefully." Okay, seeing Lu Keke enter the house, Lin Suizhou did not stay at the door of the Lu family and drove away. Lu Keke returned home with the flowers. Chen Wei and Lu Yunshao were waiting for her at home. Chen Wei asked directly, "Who bought this flower for you?" Lu Keke didn't intend to hide it and said directly, "Brother Suizhou gave it to me." Chen Wei smiled and said, "It's pretty, he has a lot of heart." Lu Yunshao, "What's the point?" "What's the point?" He had a very unhappy tone, which made Lu Keke a little confused. "Dad." Chen Wei glared at Lu Yunshao. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Yunshao realized that he had spoken a little too harshly, so he adjusted his state. "Nothing." After knowing Lin Suizhou's thoughts about Lu Keke, he began to feel a little unhappy. "I didn't expect that my daughter had been remembered so early, or someone around me. I was angry just thinking about it. But fortunately, he was also a person who knew the other person well and was familiar with the other person's character, so he didn't get angry, which was considered to be good enough. But when he saw that his daughter would marry into another man's family in the future, he felt very unhappy. Whether it was Lin Suizhou or someone else, as long as he saw that Keke was going to get married, he would never smile. Chen Wei's attitude was much better than his in this regard. If they had to get married sooner or later and had to choose their other half, it would be a good thing to choose someone familiar to them. 然后 Of course, Lu Keke didn't know what Lu Yunshao and Chen Wei were thinking. "Then I'll go back to my room." Chen Wei told her, "Don't play too late. You've been too nervous recently. You must have a good rest tonight. If you stay up late, be careful of sudden deaths." Lu Keke. She looked at Chen Wei helplessly. "Come on, it's confirmed that you are my biological mother." Chen Wei. Chapter 128. Lu Keke returned to her room. She first arranged the lilies and put them in a vase. Then she looked at the gift Lin Suizhou gave her. The paper bag was not very big and looked a little bigger than a mobile phone box. The packaging was very beautiful and the paper bag also had a very delicate pattern. Before Lu Keke opened it, she thought it was a mobile phone because of the shape. In order to make her feel smoother when playing games, Lin Suizhou gave her a new mobile phone. With a guess in mind, she tore open the package and opened the box inside. After opening the lid of the box, she found a car key inside, and it was a white car key. But this car key did not look like a car key, but a motorcycle key. Lu Ke picked up the car key suspiciously and looked at it carefully. There was a logo on the key, which made her feel familiar for some reason, and she always felt that she had seen it somewhere. So she searched the internet. She searched the official website of this brand, looked at all the models in it, and suddenly stood up from the stool. Damn, no way. The reason why she saw the brand on the car key was familiar was because the motorcycle that Lin Suizhou took her to ride on New Year's Eve seemed to be of this brand. And just now when she searched the internet, she really saw this motorcycle on the official website. It was the model that Lin Suizhou rode that night. It was later stolen, but it was found by the police. But the car key in her hand was obviously new. Did Lin Suizhou give her a new car? The official website price starts at 6 million. Lin Suizhou gave it to her. Lu Ke suddenly felt a little confused, as if she was dreaming. She quickly found her phone and called Lin Suizhou to confirm. Lin Suizhou was still on his way back and had not yet reached home. Lu Ke asked directly, "What's the meaning of your gift to me?" "Car keys." Lin Suizhou smiled and said, "Don't you like it?" "No." Lu Ke grabbed a handful of hair, and now she was a little annoyed. "You didn't really give me a motorcycle." Lin Suizhou, "Yeah." Lu Ke asked, "Is it the same model as yours?" "Yes, exactly the same." Lin Suizhou said in a gentle voice, "There are not many of this model and you have to book it in advance, but I feel that you will like it, so I booked the car a year in advance and gave it to you today." Lu Ke pursed her lips. To be honest, she is a little excited now. The main reason is that Lin Suizhou is too good at choosing. This gift really touched her heart. He knew what kind of thing she liked, so he picked what she liked. So she is a little fantasy now. "Where is the car?" "Lin Suizhou, my home." Lu Ke was confused for a while, then bit her thumbnail, calmed down a little and sat down. "But it's useless for you to give me a car. I don't have a driver's license." She thought of a very important point. Lin Suizhou said in a relaxed tone, "It's simple. You are old enough now. You can go to take the driver's license test." Lu Ke thought, "It seems so." So after getting the driver's license, she can drive by herself, driving a car or riding a motorcycle. The background music on Lin Suizhou's side quieted down. He should have arrived home, but he didn't get out of the car, still sitting in the car and talking to Lu Ke on the phone. He said, "Take advantage of the summer vacation to get the driver's license, otherwise you will have fewer opportunities to go to college in the future." Lu Ke did not agree immediately. She said, "I'll think about it again. Your gift is too expensive. I can't accept it." Although she hadn't seen the real car yet, since it was the same model as Lin Suizhou's car, she had also searched the price. This is a car worth millions. How could she just accept it? I ordered this specifically for you. If you don't accept it, who will?" Lin Suizhou said. "That's different. I can't just accept something worth millions of dollars. My parents will definitely scold me if they find out." "No, don't worry. I can tell them that I want to give it to you, okay?" Lu Ke bit her lip, still unable to let go, and said, "I'll think about it." "Okay, then you should rest early. When you decide to learn to drive, tell me and I'll take you to sign up." "Okay." She hung up the phone. Lu Ke sat on the carpet, holding her chin thoughtfully, staring at the car key in front of her. She was very conflicted. She suddenly grabbed her hair with both hands. It's so annoying. This feeling of wanting but not being able to stop is really painful. After thinking it over again and again, Lu Ke called her bestie to tell her about this matter. After talking for more than 10 minutes, she still put the key back in the box and closed it. finally decided to find time to return it to Lin Suizhou. Although her heart was bleeding, she had to do it. She took a shower, calmed down, and came back, then called a few people in the class group to play games together. 那个 just online. 然后 she actually saw Lin Suizhou online. 陆可可 this guy is so haunting. Playing games at this time is not his style at all. What is he doing? She pretended not to see it and joined the team invited by her classmates. Buzz. The phone vibrated with a new message. She clicked it and saw that it was indeed sent by Lin Suizhou. Lin Suizhou, pull me. 陆可可 gritted her teeth and said, What the hell, what are you talking about? 陆可可, it's full. I'm teaming up with my classmates. Lin Suizhou, but yours shows for 5, one is missing. 陆可可. And at this time, people in the classmate group were shouting, Is there anyone else? One person is missing to play with us. 陆可可 took a deep breath and sent a team invitation to Lin Suizhou, who was online. Lin Suizhou joined the team in seconds. After he joined the team, someone in the classmate group said they wanted to join. 那个陆可可 felt that the opportunity had come. Could she take this opportunity to ask Lin Suizhou out of the team? Before she could figure it out, the classmates in the team had already replied in the group that it was full. Then she opened the voice chat in the game and asked, fifth floor, who are you? Why does your vest look so unfamiliar? Chapter 129. I am. Lin Suizhou opened the voice chat and answered what Lu Keke said, but he stopped halfway and didn't continue. Everyone pricked up their ears and waited carefully to listen to what he wanted to say. Including Lu Keke, she suddenly became curious about how Lin Suizhou would introduce himself to her classmates. But Lin Suizhou didn't know whether he hadn't thought it through or was deliberately teasing everyone's appetite, and he didn't continue to finish the rest of the words. 然后 the classmate asked impatiently, Oh, who are you? I say, sisters, who is the friend of this little brother on the 5th floor with a nice voice? Why don't you turn on the microphone? Classmate 2, I also think the little brother on the 5th floor has a good voice, but I haven't seen him, I don't know who he is. Classmate 3, I haven't seen him either, I didn't invite him. Classmate 1, is that Keke's invitation? Lu Keke. Is that right? Hurry up and turn on the microphone. Is the little brother on the 5th floor your friend? After being questioned by classmates in turn, Lu Keke found a headset and put it on and then turned on the microphone. Replied, Yes, he is my friend. Classmate 1, since he is a friend, then I will start the game. Lu Keke, let's start. While entering the game, Lu Keke sent a message to Lin Suizhou. Why are you still awake so late? Lin Suizhou, I'm not sleepy, I can't sleep. Lu Keke did not reply because the game had officially started. I saw this guy was really strong. He said he was not sleepy after staying up for several nights. He was really amazing. When it came time to choose heroes. Classmate 1, Keke, what position does your friend play? Do you two want to go to the development lane together? Lu Keke had never played this game with Lin Suizhou. The game console they played at Lin Su's house was different from this game. There were more types of games, some were rocks and some were simple, but this game sometimes required cooperation. Teammates had to cooperate well to win. 就是 she didn't know how Lin Suizhou played, so she could only ask Lin Suizhou, What do you want to play? After she asked, no one answered. Classmate 2, who are you talking to? Lu Keke. Lin Suizhou asked with a suspicious tone, Are you asking? Me, Lu Keke. Damn. Why are you pretending to be stupid? Classmate 1, Keke, why do I feel like you don't know your friends very well? Ha ha ha, are you the kind of friends who don't know each other well? Lu Keke's mouth twitched. We know each other well, but we don't know each other well enough to play this game. Classmate 3, stop chatting. Hey, choose a hero quickly. Little brother who is not familiar with each other, or you and Keke go to the development road together. Lin Suizhou, ask her, let her decide. I'm free. What do I seem to hear the taste of pampering? Please, remove the word seem, thank you. Listening to the classmate's laughter, Lu Keke was a little speechless. This guy did it on purpose, deliberately arousing the classmate's rivalry. Gritting her teeth, she said, then go to the development road. I'll play the shooter, he'll play the support and follow me. Classmate 1, okay. The three of them chose heroes on the first, second and third floors first. When it was Lu Keke and Lin Suizhou's turn, it happened to be the fourth and fifth floors, and the two chose together. Lu Keke chose her favorite Irene. Lin Suizhou suddenly asked, what kind of support do you want? Lu Keke, whatever, you play what you are good at. Lin Suizhou, Princess Yao Yao. Lu Keke, no, it's poisonous. Why does a grown man like him play Princess Yao Yao? Time is running out, Lu Keke said, okay, 然后 after choosing a hero, the game started. Lin Suizhou was indeed always by Lu Keke's side, and the two went to the development road together. The early battle was relatively relaxed and harmonious, so everyone started chatting. Classmate 1, support brother, can I ask a question? How old are you? Lin Suizhou, 24. Classmate 2, is really a little brother, 6 years older than Keke. Lin Suizhou, yes. Lu Keke, why do you ask about his age? Classmate 3, of course I want to know what the relationship between this little brother and you is. You are unwilling to tell us the truth, so we can only guess and ask by ourselves. Lu Keke didn't want them to tease her and Lin Suizhou in this tone throughout the game. 然后 so I decided to tell the truth. He is my brother, classmate 1. Oh, so he is my brother. Is he my biological brother? Lu Keke, no. Classmate 2. Oh, so he is not my biological brother too, Lu Keke. Anyway, no matter how they say it now, they all have this intriguing tone. I simply don't explain it. Lu Keke looked at Princess Yao Yao, who followed Irene in the game. Wherever Irene went, Princess Yao Yao followed. She said to Lin Suizhou, why don't you go to help the middle lane first, and then follow me all the time, I will develop first. Lin Suizhou said, the jungler on the opposite side is almost level 4, he will come to catch you, I won't leave. Unexpectedly, he is really an all player. When she just joined the team, she didn't look at his account level carefully. In her impression, she didn't seem to have seen him play games before. This is a WeChat account. Every time you log into the game account of your WeChat friends will be displayed. Anyway, Lu Keke has never seen this nickname before. So she asked curiously, when did you start playing this game? Lin Suizhou said, just started playing for a month. So it was a new account registered a month ago. Yeah, chapter 130. Lu Keke figured it out. She didn't notice this account because she didn't play games much in her senior year of high school. She rarely logged in and didn't have time at all, so she didn't pay attention to the friend list in the game. 那个 Lu Keke chatted with Lin Suizhou. What hero do you like to play? Lin Suizhou thought for a while before saying, Princess Yao Yao. Lu Keke was silent, still didn't quite understand. What's so fun about this hero? It can protect you. Lin Suizhou blurted it out. And the classmates started laughing and joking again. Oh my, I really shouldn't be in the game, I should be under the car. To be honest, why do I feel sweet? This is the second time I asked you to get rid of the feeling. Everyone's intriguing tone was already very obvious in teasing. 然后 however, Lin Suizhou found that after they finished joking, Lu Keke didn't speak for a long time and kept playing the game in silence. The character she played, Irene, went to the opposite jungle to kill the red buff in the other jungle, but was caught by the jungler on the opposite side. 然后 The character he played, Princess Yao Yao, went to save Irene and died together. Classmate, what's wrong with you two? You ran to the jungle to counter-kill but got killed. Lu Keke said, yeah, we took the wrong way. The two resurrected at the fountain together. Although they were in the game now, for some reason, looking at Lu Keke's character in the game, Lin Suizhou also felt a little panic in his heart, as if even her character in the game was angry. He really blurted it out just now and didn't want her classmates to misunderstand. She didn't say anything at this time, which made him feel nervous. He decided to explain to her classmates, saying, you misunderstood, I am her brother, I take care of her more, so it comes out smoothly. Classmate 2, little brother, since you have said it smoothly, it means that you actually think so in your heart. Are you usually very good to Keke? Lin Suizhou said, then you should ask Keke. She thinks that I am good to her, and everything is up to her. Well, we can't blame us for thinking so, mainly because little brother, you are so doting, so amiable anyway, we don't have such a good brother. Lin Suizhou didn't speak, and everyone didn't chat in the game afterwards. This game was won smoothly, their team didn't make any big mistakes, and the cooperation was pretty good. 那个 Exit the team interface after winning the game. The classmate said, no, I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. Let's stop here today and continue next time. Lu Keke, well, I'm sleepy too. I don't want to play anymore. The classmate smiled and said, why are you sleepy? It sounds like your good brother is quite energetic. Why don't you play with him for a while? Lu Keke, how can he be energetic? He has to go to work tomorrow. I don't want to play anymore. I'm going to sleep. After Lu Keke said that, she directly quit the team and then quit the game. Lin Suizhou's message came immediately. What's wrong? Are you angry? Lu Keke, no, why should I be angry? Lin Suizhou, I thought I said something that offended you and made you unhappy. Lu Keke, you are overthinking. Lin Suizhou, then sleep if you are sleepy. Lu Keke, well. Lu Keke put down her phone, turned over and lay on the bed, holding her head in her hands and burying her head in the pillow. She shouted irritably, HHH. I'm so annoyed. 那个 Lin Suizhou called Zhang Mu in the middle of the night. Come out, Zhang Mu was sleeping. Oh. Lin Suizhou, drink. Zhang Mu was stunned. No way, brother, look at the time now. It's almost time to drink morning coffee and you want to drink late at night. Lin Suizhou said, I'll pick you up now. Zhang Mu. When Zhang Mu was picked up, he was squatting on the side of the road in a short-sleeved shirt and big shorts. He was still wearing slippers after getting up, and his hair was messy as if he had just come out of bed. 然后 Lin Suizhou didn't give Zhang Mu time to go back and change clothes and directly dragged him to the bar. Looking at Lin Suizhou, who was drinking alone, Zhang Mu asked, what's wrong with you? Lin Suizhou put down the glass, lowered his eyes and looked at the liquid in the glass, feeling very depressed. Drink, don't talk. Zhang Mu didn't understand. No, you look like you have a lot on your mind, you have nowhere to vent. You treat the wine as a trash can, now you tell me not to talk. Then why don't you come here alone to drink? Why did you drag me here in the middle of the night? Lin Suizhou, then you come here to be a trash can. No problem, you can vomit whatever you want now. I should be able to hold it. If it really can't hold it, I will find you another trash can for you to continue vomiting. Zhang Mu said generously. Lin Suizhou took a deep breath, holding the rim of the glass with his palm, and said in a dull voice, she is very smart. She must have seen it. Zhang Mu suddenly smelled a sour taste of love. So he widened his eyes like copper bells. Who is smart? Lin Suizhou took a sip of wine and continued to say, I am afraid that she will know. I am afraid that his reaction will make me desperate, but I can't help wanting her to know. Listening to Lin Suizhou's self-talk, Zhang Mu was a little crazy. Fuck, who are you talking about? Are you heartbroken? But you are not in a relationship, so how can you say you are heartbroken? Lin Suizhou smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, it's almost like a heartbreak. Damn it. I'm going to swear, who is that blind person? How dare she look down on you? Zhang Mu said shamelessly, tell me her name, I'll tie her up and throw her on your bed. Lin Suizhou. He was even more depressed. He simply didn't pour the wine into the glass, but drank directly from the bottle. Zhang Mu was anxious. He actually just wanted to know who that person was who could make Lin Suizhou come out to get drunk in the middle of the night. Tell me, who is that person? Lin Suizhou just drank and didn't say anything. Zhang Mu became even more anxious. Tell me her name quickly. Lin Suizhou still didn't speak, and he drank more and more. No matter how Zhang Mu persuaded him, it was useless. After a while, he fell on the table. Hey! Lin Suizhou. Zhang Mu pushed Lin Suizhou's arm and called him several times, but he didn't respond. 这个. Just when Zhang Mu thought he was drunk and unconscious, he grabbed Lin Suizhou's arm and tried to prop him up and send him home. Lin Suizhou suddenly grabbed Zhang Mu's wrist, his eyes red, and said hoarsely, I don't have another chance, right? Zhang Mu was stunned. Lin Suizhou raised his voice and asked again in a low roar, can I not like you anymore? Zhang Mu. His face turned green in a flash of fear. Looking at the strange look given to him by the body next to him, his brain nerves twitched several times. He said uncertainly, yes. Right? Lin Suizhou suddenly shook him off. Get out. Zhang Mu staggered and almost fell down after being pushed. He held the table and said speechlessly, so you are not drunk, then why are you crazy? Lin Suizhou supported his forehead with one hand, his face full of sad expression. Although Zhang Mu was speechless about his crazy behavior, he felt a little bit sorry for him when he saw him like this. Take the wine in his hand. Stop drinking, go home and sleep. Lin Suizhou's strength was no match for Zhang Mu. When Zhang Mu was about to help him leave the bar, he suddenly rushed to the bathroom and vomited. Zhang Mu pinched his nose with one hand and patted Lin Suizhou's back with the other hand in disgust. 这个. After Lin Suizhou vomited, he washed his face with cold water. Zhang Mu said, I have done this, and you are not going to tell me who she is. Lin Suizhou said bitterly, it doesn't matter. Chapter 131. Lu Keke was liberated and came to Shengshi Mansion every day to play with little Lu Han. Su Mian said, don't you have any other plans for the summer vacation? Lu Keke sat on the floor of the baby's room, holding a toy to play with Lu Han lying in the small rocking bed, and said, no. Lu Zhang, aren't you going to learn something? Lu Keke, of course, I'm waiting for my sister-in-law to return to work and then go to the studio for class. I still like painting the most. 然后 Lu Zhang looked at her. Why don't you discuss your own application with your parents? What do you think? Little Lu Han laughed at Lu Keke's teasing. Lu Keke's attention seemed to be only on him, and she answered Lu Zhang's words perfunctorily. Why are you in such a hurry? It's still early. Seeing that she didn't care about her college entrance examination score or where she would go to school, Lu Zhang's eyes darkened. He didn't say anything but came to Su Mian, kissed her on the face, and whispered, I'm going to the company. Su Mian smiled and said, okay. I have a meeting tonight, so I may be back a little late. What time? About 10 o'clock. Su Mian said, I know, I'll wait for you. Lu Zhang smiled, pinched her chin, kissed her on the other cheek, and went out. Su Mian looked at Lu Keke, who seemed to be teasing Lu Han but was actually in a daze. She walked over and picked up Lu Han from the crib and said to Lu Keke, I'm going to the studio to paint, what about you? Lu Keke came back to her senses, going to the studio now. Su Mian pointed upstairs, I mean the studio at home. Oh, then I'll go too. Su Mian turned on the air conditioner in the studio and then let Lu Keke hold Lu Han and sit on the chair while she set up the easel. Lu Keke was immediately happy. Sister-in-law, you want to paint for me and my nephew. Su Mian, it's Lu Han, not you. Lu Keke. So she is just a tool to hold the child. 4-month-old Lu Han is already very active. If he is left alone for only a few minutes, he will make a fuss. With Lu Keke holding him, he can be more obedient and can hold on until she finishes a painting. Lu Keke looked at Su Mian and said, Sister-in-law, I saw the 2 paintings hanging downstairs. Are they paintings of you and my brother? Yes, then my brother liked you when we were in high school. Yes, Lu Keke suddenly fell silent. Su Mian glanced at her and said, Do you have no chance with the squad leader you have a crush on? Yeah, then you should know how unrequited love feels. Lu Keke blinked. Sister-in-law, what do you want to say? Su Mian smiled. Nothing, I just heard you mention your brother and me, so I said a few words. Lu Keke, oh. Su Mian continued to paint. She saw that Lu Keke seemed to be lost in thought and didn't speak again. When Lu Han was about to get restless and start making a fuss, she quickly finished the painting. When Lu Zhang got home in the evening, it was not yet 10 o'clock. The house was so quiet that there was no sound of Lu Han making a fuss. Sister Wu heard the noise and came over to ask, Master, have you had dinner? Do you need me to make you something to eat? No, Lu Zhang asked, are Xiaomian and Lu Han asleep? Sister Wu said, yes. Lu Zhang said, then you should go to rest too. Okay, Lu Zhang went to the bathroom to take a shower first and then walked into the room quietly for fear of waking up the mother and son. The room was dark, and even the small bedside lamp was not turned on. He climbed onto the bed gently and got into the thin quilt that Su Mian was covering. He tried to pick up Su Mian and hug her but found that the feeling was wrong. What he held in his palm seemed not to be Su Mian's skin but a furry feeling. He was stunned for a moment and suddenly lifted the quilt. There was a small turtle doll in the middle of the bed, and this was what he just grabbed. Xiaomian. He immediately reached out to turn on the bedside lamp. Don't turn it on. Su Mian's voice sounded in the dark room. 然后, before Lu Zhang could react, he saw a figure rolling over from the bedside and crawling into his arms like a weak, boneless person. A sweet fragrance came, and thin white arms hooked Lu Zhang's neck, and the body was tightly pressed against him. Husband to Su Mian's off-call of husband made Lu Zhang's heart tremble, his eyelids trembled, and his throat swallowed several times. He responded with a hem. Su Mian laughed lightly, and her soft lips took the initiative to kiss Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang hugged the person lying in his arms tightly, and while kissing her, he felt that the touch under his palm was very strange. What he touched was not her skin, but it was like touching a thin layer of gauze, very soft and smooth, and he didn't need to use much force to feel the skin under the gauze was hot and burning. Su Mian's initiative tonight caught him off guard. He felt that the moment she got into his arms, his whole heart softened like a spring breeze. He lay on the bed, hugging the soft person on his body. After the kiss, he asked in a hoarse voice, What's wrong tonight, so active? Su Mian felt that the current posture was really embarrassing. Every time they were intimate before, Lu Zhang took the lead. This time, he actually took the initiative to press on him, which was really a big breakthrough and leap for her. But although she was very shy, Su Mian didn't want to back down. 然后? She leaned over and looked at the person below. Fortunately, there was no light now, and it was all dark, which gave her courage. She mustered up the courage to bend down and kiss the corner of his mouth, blushing and saying, Can we do that now? Lu Zhang's blood boiled instantly because of her words. Usually, she was very shy and would blush after a few words of teasing. This time, she actually led the topic to that direction by herself and even took substantial actions. This excited all the cells in his body and made him scream wildly. He pinched her waist with both hands and asked her to sit on him. You are on top. Su Mian. Lu Zhang said anxiously, can I? Chapter 132. Su Mian's face was red and bleeding. Lu Zhang's request was too challenging for her. She didn't say yes or no. So Lu Zhang asked again, can I? Su Mian bit her lip and just bent down to kiss him without saying anything. 然后 seeing this, Lu Zhang deepened the kiss and started to tear off her clothes. But after touching for a long time, he couldn't find where to take off her clothes. 然后 So, he pushed her up and wanted to turn on the light. Su Mian whispered to stop him, no, don't turn on the light. Lu Zhang said anxiously, I want to turn on the light, I want to see you, are you wearing something special? The feeling of touching it was different, not the pajamas she had worn before, it seemed like a new style, so Lu Zhang wanted to turn on the light to see what it looked like. Based on the style he touched, he began to imagine whether it was some kind of interesting, sexy style. Don't turn it on. But Su Mian was too shy. It was not easy for her to do such a thing. She turned off the light on purpose, thinking that it would be easier to do it in the dark. How could she dare to turn on the light now? Being stared at by him, she didn't dare to do such a shy thing. Lu Zhang coaxed softly, be obedient. No, if you want to turn on the light, then I won't do it. Su Mian said. Lu Zhang. She was very persistent, so he could only compromise. So, he changed his way and continued to coax her, then take off your clothes yourself. Su Mian didn't agree. 然后 instead, she grabbed his hand and placed it on a part of her body. Lu Zhang then fumbled with her clothes and found that her waist was tied with a rope under his palm. He could untie the rope with a light touch of his fingertips, and then the clothes would fall apart with a light pull. Lu Zhang said in a low and charming voice, it turns out that you are not wearing anything, baby. Su Mian said coquettishly, shut up, don't talk. Her humiliating accusation made Lu Zhang laugh happily. His heart was itching and he could no longer hold back and hugged her and turned over unexpectedly, pressing her under him and couldn't wait to get into the scene. But Su Mian suddenly stopped him when he was about to shoot. In the dark room, Lu Zhang's eyes had begun to turn red. He endured and said, what's wrong? Su Mian whispered in his ear, wait, I have something to tell you. Lu Zhang. He suddenly understood. So, she was so proactive today and really came prepared with her own purpose, not just because she wanted to do it. Sure enough, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. No wonder, if it wasn't for other purposes, how could he enjoy such good treatment? But even if she came prepared, Lu Zhang was not angry. He lowered his head and continued to kiss her, no need to say, I promise you anything. He was about to take action to solve the last layer of barrier on her body. But Su Mian reached out and pressed her, no, you have to say it now. Lu Zhang, no need to say, I promise you everything. Still not. Lu Zhang was helpless, his desire was burning and couldn't stop. His throat slid several times before he restrained himself. He said, then you say it. Su Mian pulled down his neck, put her lips to his ear and whispered, I want to go to work. 然后 Lu Zhang, he was silent. Then he lowered his head dissatisfied and bit her lips lightly, and his voice was panting. You interrupted me just for this. He said and bit her again, you deserve to be punished. Su Mian shrank back in pain, are you afraid you won't agree? Lu Zhang said, am I so unreasonable? Su Mian smiled and kissed him, no. Well, you are the one who has the final say in our family. Lu Zhang said dotingly, as long as it is reasonable, I will listen to you in everything. Su Mian took the opportunity to ask, Then is it reasonable for me to go to work? It is reasonable. Sumian laughed. I know. Lu Zhang's hot hands wandered on her body and he said seductively, since you interrupted me, I must punish you to be on top tonight. Don't. You just promised me. I didn't. Lu Zhang's tone became dull after hearing this. With a sense of grievance, I agreed to let you go to work, and you started to treat me like this. Sumian felt that she really liked him like this now. Her voice was also coaxing, but I am really shy. Don't be shy in front of your husband. You are dressed and you have been in your husband's arms. Isn't it too late to be shy now? Lu Zhang said in a teasing tone. Then he let her sit on his waist again regardless. 然后, you come, Sumian. She knew that she couldn't make it tonight. She hardened her heart and gritted her teeth to accept this new attempt. Just when she was mentally prepared, the veil on her body was suddenly torn off by Lu Zhang, leaving her naked. She subconsciously covered her chest, her face flushed. But Lu Zhang grabbed her hands, stopped her movements, and said, Don't hide, you don't give me a chance to see, and I can't even rely on my imagination. Sumian was speechless. After a night of indulgence in love, both of them slept late the next day. Especially Sumian, who was so tired that she didn't want to move. Lu Zhang was already dressed and ready to go out, but Sumian was still lying limp on the bed. He sat on the edge of the bed, his fingers gently sliding across her half-asleep face. Sumian opened her eyes, looked at his outfit, and asked softly, Are you leaving? Lu Zhang, yes, you should sleep a little longer. Sumian yawned, Didn't my son cry for food? Sumian had good intentions for last night. She coaxed Lu Han to sleep early and then handed him to the confinement nanny so that she and Lu Zhang had such a wanton and passionate night. Now it's this time, according to Lu Han's sleeping habits, he should have woken up long ago and he would eat when he woke up, but she slept until this time. And no confinement nanny came to disturb her, and she didn't bring Lu Han to feed. Lu Zhang said the confinement nanny wouldn't be so blind. She should have fed him milk powder, so he wouldn't be hungry. Sumian was relieved. Then you go to work, I'll sleep for a while. Lu Zhang didn't leave immediately but asked her, Do you really want to go to work? Well, I stayed at home during my entire pregnancy. Now that the child is born, I'm fine and the child is fine. I really want to go to work. The child may need to be taken care of by the confinement nanny. I can prepare some breast milk at home and let the confinement nanny feed him with milk powder. Sumian has considered it very carefully. 那个 Lu Zhang said without thinking too much, the art street will hold an opening ceremony in another week, and the new studio will also open on the same day. You can go back to class after the opening, okay? Sumian smiled immediately, of course. This arrangement couldn't be better, and she can also take advantage of these few days to prepare well. Suddenly having to separate from the child during the daytime, she and the child need to get used to it. 就是 maybe not only the child is reluctant, but even she will miss the child. Looking at her smile, Lu Zhang was also very satisfied in his heart, leaning over and kissing her forehead. Then it's decided. You continue to rest, okay? 然后 Lu Zhang went to the baby room before going out. 那个 the confinement nanny was playing with the child. The little guy didn't cry and was quite well behaved. Lu Zhang told the confinement nanny, Don't disturb the young lady's rest. If Lu Han cries, take him outside for a walk. The confinement nanny glanced at the bright sun outside at more than 30 degrees. This is indeed a biological child. The son is never as important as the wife. Chapter 133. Lu Zhang just arrived at the company and happened to meet Lu Yunshao, who also came to the company. Lu Yunshao asked him, Why did you come so late today? It was almost noon when he came late. 然后 In fact, Lu Zhang didn't come to the company on time every day. 就是 according to the work arrangement, he sometimes had to go to the law firm, so the time to come to the company was not fixed. It's just that Lu Yunshao didn't keep staring at him. Today, he happened to run into him and asked a question. Lu Jian, you got up late. His expression, which was not concealed at all, made Lu Yunshao understand instantly, and his tone became intriguing. 然后 he asked with a smile, when can your mother and I hold a granddaughter? Lu Jian said, how old is Lu Han and he wants to hold a granddaughter? Your novelty wears off so quickly. Lu Yunshao, what novelty? Lu Han is Lu Han and granddaughter is granddaughter. I mean, do you have this plan? Your mother and I want a granddaughter. He said with great anticipation, but Lu Jian was not interested. Don't you already have a daughter? Lu Yunshao, Lu Keke is useless, not well behaved at all. I want a caring and well-behaved granddaughter by my side. 就是 I can see from Lu Han's face that he will definitely be difficult to discipline in the future. I can't count on him. I can only hope that you and Xiao Mian can train another one. Lu Jian was silent for a moment before speaking. I don't want it anymore. Giving birth is too hard, and having another one may not necessarily be a daughter. What if it's a son? Lu Yunshao heard the meaning of disdain in Lu Jian's tone. He couldn't help but look at Lu Jian from top to bottom. 这个 The two of them had already walked to the company's elevator door together and saw Lu Yunshao's scrutinizing look. Lu Jian said, what? Lu Yunshao snorted, your behavior is exactly the same as mine before. Lu Jian asked, which before? Of course, when you were just born, I also disliked you. Lu Yunshao recalled, laughing as he spoke, your mother suffered when she gave birth to you, and you were very difficult to take care of after you were born. You didn't sleep when you should, and you slept hard when you shouldn't. Your schedule was completely opposite to mine and your mother's. It made your mother rest more during her confinement. I was so disgusted that I wanted to send you away. 然后 Lu Jian looked at him leisurely. Then what made you stop in time? Lu Yunshao, of course it was the law. Lu Yan was not disappointed at all. Oh. The two entered the elevator, and Lu Yunhao continued to return to the previous topic. I really don't plan to have children. The information of the school, you can help and see which one is good. Lu Yan frowned. I'm not like you. I haven't disliked Lu Yan to send him to school abroad. Should be over. After that, when Lu Yunhao almost sent him away when he was a child, he really had a short time when he wanted to arrange Lu Yan, so that Lu Yan returned his life in his two-person world. Now I know that he misunderstood. He said, Lu Keke is going to study abroad. Yes, Lu Yunshao said, last night she suddenly asked us if we would miss her if she went to study abroad. This proves that she has this idea in her mind, so I have to make preparations in advance. Lu Jian was silent. This news was a bit too sudden. Lu Yunshao said, your mother and I have already picked a few schools. They look good. You think about it. Lu Jian asked, what is she going to study? I don't know. It's not confirmed yet. 就是 She just asked that question. I'm just making plans in advance. Lu Jian, yes. The art street was officially opened. On the day when the studio officially opened, a very lively event was held. There were ribbon-cutting ceremonies by government departments and project leaders, and some good performances. The studio also opened on the same day, and a new plaque had been hung up. 然后 many people came to congratulate, and the entrance of the studio was filled with flowers. Yin Qingqing said to Su Mian, that's so cool, I will follow you to be a boss in the future. Su Mian smiled, I will follow you, Boss Yin. What a joke, this is all thanks to your husband, I am making a lot of money. Yin Qingqing hooked Su Mian's shoulders and handed the phone to Lu Keke beside her. Come, take a photo of the two teachers and the new site together. Okay, Lu Keke took the phone and took pictures of them. Just after taking 2 pictures, Lu Zhang came over and took the phone from Lu Keke. I'll do it. Seeing this, Yin Qingqing immediately dodged to the side, consciously leaving Su Mian alone there, and said with a smile, Boss Lu, you should take a more beautiful photo of your little wife. When Lu Zhang heard her say that, he 然后 returned the phone in his hand to her and took out his own phone from his pocket. Then I won't use yours, I'll use my own. Yin Qingqing. Lu Keke pouted, Teacher Yin, see, this is how they show their affection. Yin Qingqing looked like she was immune to all poisons. You'll get used to it. I have good teeth, so I'm not afraid of tooth decay from eating sweets. Lu Keke. Su Mian asked Lu Zhang to show her the photos he had taken. But Lu Zhang lowered his head and fiddled with his phone, saying, Look at Moments. Su Mian knew from one sentence that he was posting on Moments again. Lu Zhang not only posted on Moments, but also posted it in the group chat of colleagues in the law firm. In it, he tagged everyone, forward Moments. Colleague, okay, Mr. 这个 Lu, are you doing enrollment promotion? My girlfriend wants to learn painting, can I sign her up? Is there a discount for the opening? How much is the tuition? Lu Zhang, forward Moments to get 3 years of tuition waived. After Lu Zhang sent it, he felt something was wrong and edited it again. Lu Zhang, bring your girlfriend to the studio to sign up, take a screenshot of the Moments forwarding and send it over, and I'll reimburse you for all the expenses. Colleague. Why bother? Wouldn't it be better to just waive the registration fee? Lu Zhang, it's different. 这个 The studio is my wife's asset. Colleague, Mr. Lu, you two should settle accounts clearly. Lu Zhang, we can't let her lose money. Colleague, awesome.jpg. I learned something again. Su Mian saw Lu Zhang was always fiddling with his phone and asked, What are you doing? Lu Zhang put his phone away. Nothing, what else can he do? He didn't have Qi Haochuan's contact information, but some colleagues in the law firm still had it. Of course, he wanted them to forward it to their friends' circle so that Qi Haochuan could see that he had helped Su Mian fulfill her dream and open the studio with a tea house that she wanted. Chapter 134. After the studio opened, Su Mian could go to work. She hadn't been to class for such a long time, and now she had a new working environment, which made her feel very happy. The studio was recruiting new teachers, the tea house had also hired professional employees, and there was also a special person in charge of the publicity work for the studio's enrollment. The previous students had to be rearranged, and the number of new students who came to see the environment continued to increase. On the first day of work, Yin Qingqing and Su Mian were very busy. Lu Keke, who originally came to take classes, became a helper and was responsible for introducing people who wanted to sign up to learn painting. But no matter how busy she was, Su Mian still had to go home when it got dark. She said to Yin Qingqing, I'll leave it to you tonight. I have to go back to take care of Lu Heng. Lu Heng has not been weaned yet. Even if she goes to work, she has to carry tools to store breast milk during the day and save breast milk for Lu Heng as food. However, she has just separated from Lu Heng, and she is still worried. Even if the confinement nanny is used to taking care of him, she is afraid that he will make a fuss at home at night and ask for his mother. So she has to rush back. Yin Qingqing said, Don't worry, go back, I'm here, nothing will happen. Su Mian hurried out of the studio. When she just arrived at the door, she saw Lu Zhang coming over with the child. Su Mian. She looked at him puzzledly, You got off work so early. Yet, Lu Zhang was dressed in casual clothes, short sleeves and long pants. It was obvious that he had been off work for a while. He changed into formal work clothes at home before coming here. He held Lu Heng and said to her, Bring your son to pick you up from get off work. Seeing Lu Heng's cheerful and active look when he saw her. 那个 Su Mian also laughed. She quickly reached out and took the child from Lu Zhang's arms. Baby, mommy hug you. She leaned over and kissed Lu Han on the face for several times in a row, saying, My dear son, mommy misses you so much. Lu Zhang took the backpack off her body and carried it. Looking at the mother and son face to face, a satisfied smile appeared on her eyebrows. This is what happiness looks like. He put his arm around Su Mian's shoulders. Let's go, I'll take you to it. Eat outside. Yeah, Lu Zhang said, by the way, take your son out to play for a while. Su Mian raised her lips and smiled, okay. However, she asked in confusion, did you drive him here by yourself? Lu Han is still young, and he can't sit in a safety seat now. If Lu Zhang drove him here alone, it would be a bit dangerous. Lu Zhang said, no, I asked the driver to bring it here, and now he has to take a taxi back. Okay, then where shall we go for dinner? You decide. Su Mian looked at Lu Han in her arms and said, let's find a place to play after dinner, preferably indoors, safer. Then let's go to the mall. Okay, Lu Zhang opened the back door of the car and Su Mian got in the car with the child. Before getting in, she saw a large bouquet of flowers on the seat. Su Mian's eyes lit up and the familiar feeling came again. She looked at Lu Zhang without asking. Lu Zhang said calmly, congratulations to Teacher Su on her return to work. I'm sending a bouquet of flowers to please Teacher Su. Su Mian was really happy. He arranged his work early on the first day of work, went home early after get off work, and then brought the child to pick her up and prepared flowers for her. It added color to her already happy mood. He really would always hold her in his arms. Su Mian stared at his handsome face and said to him, look down. It was inconvenient for her to hold the child. 然后 Lu Zhang did as he was told, bent down in front of her and put his handsome face in front of her. Su Mian kissed him on the face and then kissed him on the mouth. She said with emotion, thank you. Lu Zhang pinched her face, you are talking nonsense again. Haha too. After Lu Zhang said this, Lu Han in Su Mian's arms suddenly laughed, and laughed very loudly, the kind of laughter that suddenly broke out at a very appropriate time. Su Mian. She rubbed his face with the tip of her nose. What are you laughing at? Dad said I was stupid and you still laughed. He too. She made Lu Han laugh even more happily. Su Mian looked at Lu Zhang helplessly. What should I do if my son makes fun of me? Lu Zhang pinched his face, hit him. Su Mian. Is there such a thing? It was obviously because he said that she said something stupid that Lu Han laughed. Although Lu Han didn't understand now, this laughter was more accidental, but they knew it well and he actually said it. Su Mian was sitting in the car. Holding Lu Han, she admired the flowers Lu Zhang gave her. Dad gave me pink lychees today. What a gentle color. Doesn't it look good? Lu Han waved his two little hands to grab the flowers. Su Mian quickly stopped him. Be careful not to get your hands on it. She pulled Lu Han back to sit in her arms, but Lu Han still refused to be still. His little arms kept flapping towards the flowers, trying to pluck them. Lu Zhang, who was driving, said it seems that he doesn't like it very much. Boys shouldn't like pink. Probably he doesn't like the flowers I gave you. Su Mian was stunned for a moment, then laughed. How is it possible? 那个, how could he have these thoughts now? Lu Zhang said, from the attitude that he only likes you to coax him, you can see that he definitely has this thought. Su Mian didn't argue with him, she just felt that he was really stingy with his son. It's not okay for a child to be close to his mother at all. She held Lu Han in her arms, undressed, and said to him, are you hungry? As soon as she put on a feeding posture, Lu Han's hands habitually grabbed the clothes on Su Mian's chest with an anxious expression. However, Su Mian did not wear clothes that were convenient for breastfeeding at work today like she did at home. The shirt was not elastic, so she could only unbutton a few buttons at the collar to feed. Lu Han became quiet after feeding. Su Mian raised her head and saw Lu Zhang looking at her in the mirror. To be precise, he was looking at her half undressed, revealing half of her shoulder. Su Mian. Her face flushed, and she whispered unhappily, "Drive carefully and don't look around." Lu Zhang was unmoved. "I'm looking at my wife and children, not others. How can you say I'm looking around?" He said with confidence, and Su Mian couldn't refute. She could only pinch the collar of her clothes a little tighter and felt that his eyes at that moment really made her feel embarrassed. "Don't look." Hearing this, Lu Zhang slowly turned his face away, resting his elbow on the car door with the back of his hand against the corner of his lips and showing a smile. Su Mian turned her face away and looked out the window, only to find that his smile made her blush even more. Chapter 135. Su Mian hadn't finished feeding Lu Han yet. She received a call from Chen Wei. "Mom," Chen Wei asked, "Xiao Mian, are you off work?" Su Mian glanced at Lu Zhang. Her hands were a little sore from holding Lu Han in the same position. She changed her hand to hold the phone and said, "I just got off work." "Mom, do you have anything to say?" Chen Wei said, "I just asked Sister Wu, and she said Lu Zhang went to pick you up. Why don't you come back with Lu Zhang to eat together?" Is it convenient?" Su Mian hurriedly said, "It's convenient. We'll come back now." After hanging up the phone, Su Mian said to Lu Zhang, "Let's not go out to eat. Mom asked us to go home." Lu Zhang, "Yeah." As soon as they returned to Lu's house, they saw Chen Wei and Lu Keke walking down the stairs together. Chen Wei kept nagging and admonishing, "Eat less vegetarian food. It's best to learn how to cook. If you don't know how, find teaching videos on the internet. Even learning to cook noodles is better than eating instant noodles every day. Also, be cautious when making friends. Don't be too casual with men and women. Don't make close friends before you get to know them well. You must be on guard against others. You must be cautious when you are alone over there." Lu Keke said, "I know, Mother, you've been saying this for a whole night, repeating the same few words over and over again. Can you change something else?" Chen Wei glared at her a little unhappily. "Who told you to suddenly go crazy? There are still 3 days before the college entrance examination scores are released, and you want to go abroad to study without even knowing how you did." "Keke is going abroad?" Su Mian asked in surprise after hearing their conversation. "Yes." Chen Wei said it was a sudden decision. Lu Keke took Lu Han from Lu Zhang's arms and hugged him, smiling and saying, "My little darling, Auntie is leaving tomorrow." Su Mian was surprised and said, "Tomorrow? So anxious." Lu Keke carried Lu Han to play on the sofa and replied, "Not in a hurry, I still have to make a lot of preparations when I get there." Su Mian asked, "What are you going to study abroad?" Lu Keke held a pillow on her head and made faces to make Lu Han giggle. While answering Su Mian, "Fashion design, I have passed their online interview and I will be able to enroll after taking a written test when I get there." When did you have this idea?" "I thought about it before the college entrance examination and decided after the exam." Su Mian didn't expect that Lu Keke, who was usually careless, had made so many preparations in advance for this matter. This was not her whim, but a decision made after careful consideration. 然后 Lu Zhang asked Chen Wei, "Has everything been arranged at the school?" Chen Wei nodded. She chose the school herself and signed up for the interview herself. Unexpectedly, the result came out in a week and she paused. At this time, Lu Yunshao also came back from outside. As soon as he entered the room, he went to hug Lu Han. "Little Lu Han, call Grandpa." Lu Keke stood up and said, "Call me Aunt first." Lu Yunshao looked at her. "Aunt is leaving soon, why call me Aunt? He will be several years old when you graduate and come back." 这个 How can he still remember you as his aunt? Lu Keke widened her eyes in disbelief. "Dad, that's not what you said on the phone just now. You obviously can't bear to leave me, but now you seem to be impatient to get me away." There are so many schools in China, but you don't like the one you choose. You have to go abroad. I just want to go. It's up to you, but don't expect your mom and I to come to see you. 陆克克 pouted, If I don't want to see you, then don't. 陆运少 陆克克 snatched Lu Hang from his arms. Don't hold me anymore, let me hold him quickly. 陆运少 snorted, his face gloomy and unhappy. Lu Keke hugged Lu Han and touched Lu Yunshao with her shoulder. Don't be angry, didn't I tell you that I want to go abroad a long time ago? You should be mentally prepared. I thought it was just. Lu Yunshao stopped talking halfway and changed his words. I thought you were joking. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Zhang. What about you? Didn't you take it seriously? Lu Zhang said lightly, I took it seriously. 陆运少 The family had dinner together. At the dinner table, Lu Yunshao and Chen Wei told Lu Keke a lot of things. It can be heard that the two of them are reluctant to let their daughter live so far away from home, but the child has made a decision, so they can only support her. After dinner, Su Mian asked Lu Zhang, Lin Suizhou doesn't know yet, right? Lu Zhang shook his head, he probably doesn't know. Su Mian thought for a while and said, How about? Brother, sister-in-law, are you going to leave? Let me take a ride, I have something to do. Lu Keke suddenly shouted. Lu Zhang looked at her, yeah. Wait a minute, I'll go upstairs to get something. Lu Keke ran back to the room and came down with a small bag on her back. After leaving Lu's house, Su Mian asked Lu Keke in the car, Where are you going? Lu Keke said, To my brother Suizhou's house. Su Mian suddenly raised her eyebrows. She just wanted to ask Lu Zhang to call Lin Suizhou and tell him that Lu Keke was going abroad and let him say goodbye to Lu Keke. Unexpectedly, Lu Keke took the initiative to ask to meet Lin Suizhou, which made Su Mian feel quite surprised. Okay, Lu Zhang drove the car in silence. When he was about to reach Lin Suizhou's house, he spoke, Think it through yourself. Once you say something, it's hard to take it back. Lu Keke's face changed slightly. Then he responded, Oh. When they arrived at the door of Lin Suizhou's house, Lu Keke got out of the car and Lu Zhang drove away. Su Mian said, Aren't you going to wait for Keke? Why don't you send her home later? Lu Zhang said, No need. Su Mian understood, okay. Lu Keke did not go into the Lin family but asked Lin Suizhou to come out. Lin Suizhou said, Why don't you go home? Lu Keke looked at him and smiled, I have something to do, so I won't go. Lin Suizhou looked at her smiling face, and his heart suddenly became heavy for no reason, and his hands hanging at his side clenched quietly. Then let's take a walk in the community. Okay, Lin Suizhou took her for a walk in the community. The villa area here is sparsely populated and the residents are very quiet, without any noise. The moonlight in the night sky is bright, the stars are twinkling, and the slightly dry wind in the summer night blows the treetops, which also brings a little irritability to the mood of the two. The two did not speak for a long time, just strolling on the quiet path. It was Lin Suizhou who spoke first, his voice still as gentle as the spring breeze. What do you want to say to brother Lin Suizhou? Lu Keke pursed her lips and pointed to the bench in front. Shall we sit for a while? Lin Suizhou, okay. The white iron bench is quite comfortable to walk on in the summer. As soon as the two sat down, Lu Keke took out a small box from her backpack. Handed it to Lin Suizhou. This is back to you. Chapter 136. This is the graduation gift that Lin Suizhou gave to Lu Keke. Lin Suizhou lowered his eyes and looked at it. He pulled the corners of his mouth lightly and raised a smile. It's already given to you, so it's yours. What's the point of giving it back to me? Lu Keke, it means I can't accept it. Lin Suizhou said, It doesn't matter, leave it with you first, and when you get your driver's license, you can ride the bike away. His voice was still as warm and gentle as ever, and his tone was obviously indulgent. Lu Keke gritted her teeth secretly, looked at his face, and said, I don't want it. Lin Suizhou remained silent, and he did not take the box. Lu Keke was a little anxious and urged, take it quickly. I said I don't want this gift. Lin Suizhou, it's sent out and there is no reason to take it back. But I'm going abroad and I won't be back for a few years. It's useless for you to give it to me. Lu Keke said a little anxiously. Lin Suizhou's eyes suddenly flashed with broken light. Staring at Lu Keke's face, going abroad. Lu Keke, yeah. Lin Suizhou asked in a deep voice, have you decided? Lu Keke suddenly turned her face away and her throat slid slightly. Decided. As she said this, Lin Suizhou's fingertips suddenly trembled. In fact, Lu Zhang told him a few days ago that Lu Keke was preparing to go abroad. His eyes suddenly turned red and he reached out to take the box. Okay, Lu Keke's fingertips touched his, and it was unexpectedly cold as iron. She bit her lip and took her hand back. Then, she heard Lin Suizhou say, when are you leaving? The plane at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Silence surrounded the two. After a long time, Lin Suizhou said with a smile, thank you for coming to tell me. Lu Keke stood up, then I'll go. Lin Suizhou suddenly grabbed her hand. Lu Keke froze and turned to look at the person sitting on the chair. He raised his head slightly and looked at her. At that moment, she saw his eyes illuminated by the moonlight, which were full of crystal. Lin Suizhou, you already know it, right? His voice was no longer gentle, but hoarse. Lu Keke pursed her lips tightly, and did not withdraw her hand. She stared at him from top to bottom and asked, know what? Lin Suizhou, I know that I like you. Lu Keke, I know, I like you too. Lin Suizhou, I'm not talking about the love between friends and siblings. Lu Keke, oh. She withdrew her hand, but she didn't look at his face. She said in an unclear tone, on New Year's Eve, you kissed me. Lin Suizhou's expression froze. Lu Keke snorted, maybe I am a child in your eyes, but I am not a fool. I have liked others before. Even if I am a little slow, it does not mean that I can't feel it at all. She turned her head and stared at him again. I am too lazy to ask you when it started, but don't you think that you are disrespectful to me by kissing me secretly while I was asleep? Lin Suizhou felt like a knife was stabbed in his heart, which hurt so much. His mind was suddenly filled with a ball of cotton, messy as a mess. So she was awake at that time. When he kissed her, she felt it, but she kept pretending to be asleep, and after waking up, she pretended nothing happened. Now Lin Suizhou really understood that Lu Keke was not so heartless. She was really thoughtful. After being kissed secretly, she would maintain the original state of the two after waking up, without exposing it at all, and did not embarrass him. Instead, he was slow. No wonder he had not contacted him much in the past 6 months since then. 然后, it was because he discovered his thoughts that he kept a distance from him. 然后, Lin Suizhou smiled bitterly in his heart. He really messed up. He whispered, I'm sorry. Humph, Lu Keke snorted and pursed her lips. Don't think I went abroad to avoid you. I'm only 18 years old. 那个, my life hasn't officially started yet. There are still many things to learn and do. I chose what I want to do. Lin Suizhou suddenly raised his palm and clasped his forehead and eyes. Yeah, it was a shallow response, and Lu Keke could even hear sobs. 然后, she suddenly said, I have something else to ask you. Lin Suizhou paused for half a minute before putting his hand down from his eyes. His voice was normal, you say. Lu Keke, the squad leader I like went abroad because of you. Lin Suizhou's expression was frozen and he slowly raised his eyes to look at her face with a little questioning. Do you think I did it? 就是 Lu Keke said, I didn't say it was you. I just asked if it was you. Some classmates told me that the class monitor received an email from someone and the school sent him an invitation letter. 那个 Was it you who sent it? Lin Suizhou's breathing suddenly became particularly deep. Do you think I would do such a thing? He only cared about how she saw him now. He wanted to hear her answer and whether in her heart he was a person who would do such a thing. 然后陆克克 looked at the expression on his face. Slowly, he said, if it's not, then it's not. I just asked, and I didn't say for sure that it was you who did it. Lin Suizhou, even when you wanted to confess to him, I personally sent him. I still disdain to do such a thing. Hearing him say this, Lu Keke's expression first relaxed slightly and then her brows were tightly twisted again. Silence and stillness surrounded them again. She didn't look at Lin Suizhou's expression as if she could feel a sadness surrounding him. After a little silence, she heard Lin Suizhou say, as long as you say you don't like me and don't want to see me, I will stay away from you, okay? The sour tone made Lu Keke feel a little irritated. She said in a normal tone, not really. Anyway, we have known each other for so many years. I know how good you have been to me and how you have taken care of me. There is no need to be like this. Lin Suizhou did not respond. Lu Keke did not want to continue talking. The more she talked, the more irritated she seemed to feel. She bit her lip and Zhige said, let's go. I want to go home. Lin Suizhou knew that he had no right to keep her. So he stood up and said, I'll take you home. Lu Keke refused, no need. Lin Suizhou looked at her. Brother Jane and sister-in-law have already left. Lu Keke was speechless. Lin Suizhou said, I just want to take you home. Lu Keke pursed her lips and did not want to argue anymore. Okay. The two went back, and Lin Suizhou went to his garage to get the car out. He opened the passenger door and wanted Lu Keke to get in the car, but Lu Keke directly passed him and got into the back seat and slammed the door. Lin Suizhou stood there, his eyes dimmed. Chapter 137. Lu Keke lowered her head to play with her mobile phone. From the moment they got in the car, neither of them said a word. Even though Lin Suizhou was driving at only 30 miles per hour, Lu Keke did not voice her dissatisfaction. The sound of her watching short videos was the only background music in the car, and a repressive silence spread between the two. Half an hour later, the car was about to arrive at Lu's house. Lin Suizhou said, I won't send you off tomorrow. Lu Keke said without even raising her head, yeah. Lin Suizhou continued, take good care of yourself when you go there, keep in touch with your family whenever you have time, and come back to play. When you are on vacation. His tone was still so gentle, really like an elder caring for his juniors. Lu Keke was still watching videos and responded, I know. No matter how far the distance is, it will reach the end, and no matter how slow the car is, it will eventually stop. The car stopped. Lu Keke put away her phone and carried her small bag. She said to Lin Suizhou, I'm going home. Lin Suizhou did not respond, and he got down to help her open the door. Lu Keke got out of the car and said, thank you, Brother Suizhou. Lin Suizhou, you are welcome. Lu Keke walked around him and tried to enter the house. Lin Suizhou suddenly grabbed her hand hanging by her side. Lu Keke paused and looked at him with a bit of surprise. Lin Suizhou stared into her eyes and said with a bit of regret in his voice, can you please not blame me? I don't expect you to like me, I just hope you don't blame me for liking you without permission. It was obviously June, and I don't know if it was because the air conditioning in the car was too low and it made people feel cold. Lu Keke felt that Lin Suizhou's fingertips had no temperature, and it was very cold when he held her hand. She looked at Lin Suizhou's handsome face as if it was the first time she was so close, carefully looking at his facial features. When he was a teenager, she was still young and she didn't pay attention to what he should look like when he was 18 years old. But through the face she saw now, Lu Keke recalled the 17 or 18-year-old Lin Suizhou she knew in her teens. He was never cold and arrogant, but a gentle boy like orchid, warm and humorous, elegant and graceful. In fact, he and Zhangmu were the same age, but she had never called Zhangmu brother. She had always called him by his full name. She only called him Brother Suizhou, and it was not in vain that she had called him Brother Suizhou for so many years, because all the good things he did to her were genuine. It seemed that from some consciousness, she seemed to trust him more. Lu Keke looked down at him holding her hand and said, "You do this, so I don't blame you." Lin Suizhou immediately let go of her hand and apologized. "I was in a hurry, I'm sorry." Lu Keke said, "Forget it, you can go back." After she said that, she went into the house. Chen Wei was still packing up when she saw Lu Keke come in with 2 large pieces of vacuum-packed braised beef in sauce. She said to Lu Keke, "Ship these over too. You can eat them right after opening them. It's very convenient." Lu Keke said, bring them all. You wish you could ship your home over to me." Lu Yunshao, "You wish? This is my and your mother's house. Why should I ship it over to you?" Lu Keke. Chen Wei, "Okay, stop talking. Go to bed. You have to get up early to catch the plane. 6:30 in the morning at the airport." The whole family came to see Lu Keke off to the plane, including Lu Zhen and Su Mian. Lu Keke said with gratitude, "Brother, sister-in-law, I am so touched that you got up so early to see me off." Su Mian said, "You are going abroad, so of course we have to see you off." Lu Keke, "Where is little Lu Heng?" Su Mian. Lu Zhen looked at her, "Your guilt is really worthless. He came to see you off when he was so young." Lu Keke smiled, "Isn't it because I want to see the little baby before I leave?" 那个, Su Mian said, "It's too early." He is still sleeping, so I didn't bring him with me." "Okay, then I can only wait until I come back to see him next time." Lu Zhen said to Lu Keke, "You can come back during the winter vacation." Lu Keke smiled, "That may not be the time. I am going to learn knowledge, not to play. I can't run around all the time." Lu Zhen said nothing more. Chen Wei and Lu Yunshao said goodbye to Lu Keke reluctantly. Lu Zhen saw Su Mian looking around and whispered, "Don't look, he will definitely not come." Su Mian said the two of them should have talked about something last night. Yeah, Lu Keke boarded the plane on time. Su Mian didn't see any nostalgia on her face. Chen Wei asked Lu Zhen, "What are you and Xiaomian whispering about?" Lu Zhen said, "Nothing." They went to the parking lot and prepared to go home. Lu Zhen and Su Mian found their parking spot. Just as they were about to leave, they saw the familiar white Cayenne parked behind them. 然后 Lu Zhen stopped opening the car door. He walked towards the Cayenne. As soon as he approached, the window of the driver's cabin fell. Lin Suizhou smiled and greeted Brother Zhen. Lu Zhen asked, "When did you come?" Lin Suizhou thought about it seriously and finally said helplessly, "I forgot." He really didn't remember exactly when he came to the airport. 这个 Lu Zhen, why don't you see her off in person? No need, she won't want to see me. Lin Suizhou said with a wry smile. Start the car, Brother Zhen, I'm leaving first. Watching Lin Suizhou drive out of the parking lot, Su Mian also came to Lu Zhen. She sighed and said, "It should be that Coco said something to him last night." Lu Zhen didn't say anything. He put his arm around her waist and held her in his arms. I lowered my head and whispered in her ear, "Not everyone is as lucky as me. Not all obsessions have a response." 那个 End of text.